Good morning, everyone. I think you can hear us. Yes, I've just been told by a computer voice that it's recording. Can you please take that window off our screen, Wendy? So as I said, good morning, everybody. We're here this morning to conduct a public hearing into a notified resource consent application made by Second Star Limited. for a visitor accommodation activity and associated site works at Damper Bay, Wanaka, Mount Spiring Road. My name's Ian Munro. I'm the independent chairperson of the hearing. To my right, Independent Commissioner Wendy Baker, and to my left, Councillor Glyn Lewis. But Commissioner Lewis will be here as a Resource Management Commissioner. He is not here as a councillor wearing that hat, just so we're on the same page. We're conducting the hearing via Zoom due to the COVID situation. We are taking it on trust that you can all hear us and you won't have critical internet breakouts, the key word that makes you miss it. If people do start having connection or audio issues, please just raise your hand, post a question. We do have various council officers just keeping an eye on things to help make sure things run smoothly. The commissioners have read the pre-circulated material, thank you. With the exception of legal submissions that arrived this morning, that was something that was provided for in our direction, so that's acceptable, of course. We undertook a site visit on Friday the 20th of May. It was a bit of a race against the snowstorm, I have to say, but we were able nonetheless to visit the bay by water. We undertook a series of east-west and west-east and approaches from various directions and observed the bay from various proximities, ranging from estimating with the equipment that was on the boat, anything from about 250 metres close out to about 1.5 kilometres into the lake. And we had a chance to see the various light poles that had been erected. We then approached by road, again from both directions. We entered the site, we inspected the identified pole locations and spent a bit of time scrambling around the rocks. We do point out that perhaps 2 of the poles had fallen over and another couple looked like they had bits fall off them, but we felt comfortable we were able to understand broadly the location of the proposed buildings and those maximum heights as shown by those poles. As is the norm, our expectation is that the applicant will present its case. I think I've got a note here saying that the applicant thinks it might take as far as about 2:30 today. We would then hear ordinarily from submitters. We'd then have a bit of a close the loop with the council officers, see how they're sitting relative to their recommendations to us. And then an applicant would, in almost every case, exercise a right of reply in some form. Breaks. We'll be looking at a morning tea break at about 10:30, lunch at about 12:30, and afternoon tea at about 3. But as always, we'll just see where we're going and there might be a little bit back and forth. Please, if you're not speaking, keep your mute on, and it's probably useful just to have your video switched off as well. But we'll just see how that goes, and we might need to intervene if we're getting background noise or otherwise. We have a relatively limited number of submitters to this hearing, and I propose that might mean we can conduct ourselves with a little bit less formality than is the norm. You'll have seen that Commissioner Lewis and I have foregone the traditional necktie. Those of you watching feel welcome to remove yours too, or keep it on if it's part of your armour. That's entirely up to you. We do have one late submission, and I will discuss that with the applicant very shortly in terms of just effectively getting that out of the way one way or the other. I just, Mr. Page, want to identify that. I'll raise that with you shortly. Because of the difficulties of getting people to figure out what order they might introduce themselves and turning things on and off, I'm not going to propose we go around with a round of introductions. What I'll do is just as we get to each speaker, I'll ask the representative just to tell us who's appearing with them at that time. On that note, I think from our point of view, as I say, we want to thank everyone for the care and effort they've put into this to date. There was a lot of material. We know there's a lot of background here, and we've got a number of questions that we'll ask key witnesses and participants. So on that note, I think Mr. Page, you are here. No, you're not here. You're here as a submitter. It's Mr. Home, isn't it, that's here for the applicant? Forgive me, I somehow...
To have a confused role there, sir.
Well, there was a comment about all lawyers looking the same, but I should probably not Yeah.
Now you've given the edict on ties, it'll all look quite different at morning tea, I hope.
It's very good, Mr. Holm. So I'm assuming all of the applicants' team is in one location with you, is that right? Or are you all distributed else?
They're all in this location. They're just in a large office just down the hall from this room.
Yes, okay.
So readily available and
very good.
And ready to go.
Okay, look, thank you, Mr. Holm. Perhaps if you could just give us a rundown of who's going to be speaking to us today, in what order. As I indicated, I just want to have a discussion with you about the late submission and whether you've got a view either way, and then I think we'd like to dispense with that.
Thank you, sir. Our order will be a very short video from Kengo Kuma, the Japanese architect who's been behind the design of the project. Secondly, Mr. Brooke Mitchell from Ruffin Milne, who has been working closely with Mr. Kuma. Thirdly, Simon Beale, who deals with ecology. I guess Brooke Mitchell deals with planting around the building itself, whereas Simon Beale deals with the broader property in terms of planting and ecological treatment. Fourth will be Jason Blair, who's been working the visual and has provided a book of various photographs and perspectives, and he's put a lot of work into that, so he'll be available to answer questions that you may have in relation to that volume. Fifth will be Tony Milne, who deals of Ruffin Milne, who deals with landscape issues in some depth. Sixth will be Stephen Hamilton, who is a tourism expert, who will be speaking about the role of the lodge and its place in the hierarchy of accommodation, visitor accommodation. And then finally, the wrap up, John Edmonds is a planning advisor on the project, and he'll give his evidence last and hopefully act as a bit of a sweeper on any questions you may have still on planning related topics. That's our lineup, sir.
Okay, look, thank you for that. As I indicated, we've received one late submission. The recommendation from Ms. Gattercole is that it be accepted. Our own observation is that it didn't arrive particularly late, but we're always very interested in understanding an applicant's point of view before we make any decisions on that. So from an applicant's perspective, is there any objection or support or otherwise for that late submission?
We have no objection, sir. If you choose to receive it, that's absolutely fine from our perspective. Okay,
well, look, we will accept the late submission under Section 37 of the Act for the reasons, having considered Section 37 capital A, that it wasn't especially late. We think it is helpful in the process to have that additional opinion in the room, and of course the applicant is opposed to it, and it will expand on those reasons in writing in a decision in due course. So going forward, everybody can assume and accept now that submission is on the table with the others. And on that note, Mr. Holm, we're happy for you to commence just walking us through your submissions.
Thank you very much, sir. Sitting with me is Louise Ford, an associate from our firm, and
hello.
She will present the middle part of the legal submission, and with your leave, I propose to read it rather than try and summarize it. It's written in a fairly summary form anyway, and as long as that's acceptable to yourselves, I'll proceed on that basis.
Let me just confirm with the other commissioners before that. Okay, look, I think because if I let you read yours in full, I'm obliged to let all other counsel read theirs in full too, but the only other legal submissions I've got are from Mr. Page, and they're also reasonably brief. So on the basis there are no big surprises coming, yes, that'll be acceptable. Mr. Holm, proceed.
Thank you, sir. And in relation to Mr. Page's legal submission, obviously we've had very little time to look at that, but we propose to address that in closing rather than trying to deal with it in opening,
Yeah, and to be frank, as always is the case, there'll be various things that come up through our discussion with you too that will be put on a bit of a list. You'll just build up through the hearing.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Well, I'll turn to the submission now, the introduction and overview. So on 31 August, Second Star lodged a resource consent application to develop a luxury lodge in Dampier Bay. The lodge will have access from the Wanaka Mount Aspiring Road and consist of a series of standalone buildings, 3 of which would contain visitor accommodation facilities that are architecturally designed to be in harmony with the landscape. 1 meditation building and 1 back-of-house facility. One of the visitor accommodation buildings will be known as the owner's accommodation, but will be primarily used, and I insert the word primarily used, as visitor accommodation when the owner is not present. And I'll come back to that point in a moment. The lodge project outlined in the application will help to fill a gap in the luxury tourism space for Wanaka, and in our submission will enhance Wanaka as a visitor destination. The characteristics of the lodge will attract a very high caliber of guests, which will feed into the economic recovery of Wanaka and the wider Otago region as a value over volume proposition. The lodge has been designed by world-class architects Kengo Kuma and Associates to achieve harmony between landscape and nature, which will resonate throughout the buildings, details, exterior, and landscape design. The site is zoned rural general in the Queenstown Lakes Operative District Plan and rural in the proposed district plan. The site is subject to an outstanding natural landscape overlay. The development site for the application is located on a much smaller part of the wider land parcel and amongst the wider O&L overlay of the Wanaka Glenview Roy's Peninsula landscape, as seen in Figure 1. That appears in paragraph 6 on the next page. Overall, the application requires consent as a discretionary activity. The resource consent application was publicly notified on 16 September. 7 submissions were lodged. Of those, 4 were in opposition and 3 requested changes. The council appointed commissioners to consider here and determine the applications. Turning to the background and context of the lodge, the proposal, this is paragraph 8, sir. The proposal and background to the application, including the consultation undertaken, designs and assessments, have been comprehensively detailed within the assessment of environmental effects submitted with the application and in the very detailed evidence subsequent to that of Mr. Edmonds and Mr. Milne. The application seeks to create a luxury lodge which will consist of 3 main accommodation buildings plus a meditation pod. As noted earlier, there will also be a back-of-house facility located in a small gully out of public sight. The application also includes development of the Wanaka Glenview Bay track in conjunction with the Upper Clutha Tracks Trust to increase the usability of the track for the public, and primarily so that involves tackling several very steep sections of the track to make it far more accessible for bike riders. There'll be further evidence given on that particular point. The proposed lodge has already been portrayed in the media by a submitter as a residential development. In our submission, this is clearly not the case. A misconception may have arisen due to the reference to an owner's residence in the original application. However, the building is intended to form an integral part of the lodge accommodation offering. For relatively short periods of time each year, the owners may use this guest accommodation, but for the vast majority of time, it is intended to form part of the visitor accommodation offering. Other luxury lodges in New Zealand have similar owners' cottages, which do not involve residency on the part of the owners. And there's a good example of that in Matakauri Lodge, just near Queenstown, which has a central premium accommodation building known as the owner's cottage, but not lived in by the Robertson family. The detailed expert evidence lodged with commissioners on 10 May demonstrated in depth the exceptional architectural qualities of the proposed lodge and the ways in which the built form will be integrated into the natural landscape in a manner which minimises visual impacts. As outlined by Mr. Milne, the built forms will only be able to be seen beyond the property boundary at considerable distances and intermittently, whether from the lake edge track, the lake, or the highway. The proposed ecological planting plan incorporates, I'm inserting here, two elements. Firstly, a further screening of the built form, as well as a broader restoration of native cover to a large area of the property, area of some 96 hectares. Mr. Beale, and I'm inserting this here for clarity, so Mr. Beale will cover the broader restoration planting, and Mr. Brooke Mitchell, the vegetation designed around the screening of the built form. As I note, the proposed planting is described in detail in Mr. Beale, and I insert Mr. Brooke Mitchell's evidence, as well as provided for in the conditions attached to Mr. Edmonds' evidence. Provision is also made for a bond as a belt and braces or backup to the conditions to ensure full and complete compliance. The evidence of Mr. Hamilton, an extensively experienced consultant to the New Zealand hotel and tourism industry since 1983, describes how the proposed lodge will provide a level of luxury accommodation not currently available in Wanaka, and in keeping with revised tourism strategies which place an emphasis on attracting higher value tourists. Mr. Hamilton will outline broad economic benefits, including, and this is something to emphasize also, future employment opportunities. He also notes that remote or relatively remote isolated locations, such as the proposed site, are a main attribute of such lodges in New Zealand. The evidence of Mr. John Edmonds traverses the relevant resource management issues arising from both the ODP and the PDP, including objectives, policies, and higher level provisions of the RMA, in particular Part 2. While not in the form of evidence, but a design statement provided as background, the world-renowned Japanese architect Kengo Kuma believes the design will be a milestone for the relationship between architecture and nature. As noted, COVID-19 travel restrictions have prevented the architect from visiting New Zealand, but his firm have worked very closely with Rough and Milne as eyes and ears in developing the lodge design, as particularly outlined by Mr. Mitchell. While it is acknowledged the proposal will involve some adverse effects, for example, construction effects of the application, these will be, in our submission, short-term effects. In the long term, we submit effects will be no more than minor. Considerable ecological, revegetation, economic, and public access benefits of the proposal will, in our submission, far outweigh the short-term construction effects. Just noting in paragraph 18, for completeness, already consented at the property is a residential dwelling building platform and barn associated with deer farming stockyards. There is also a consented subdivision decision which identified 2,000-metre building platforms. Turning from background to the submission process, In paragraph 20, there were 7 submissions received in total, 4 in opposition and 3 requesting changes. The applicant has been seeking to work collaboratively with submitters to resolve as far as possible their concern. In particular, the Tracks Trust are satisfied with the conditions relating to improvements to the Wanaka Glendu track. And these improvements will involve the applicants giving land to that cause, but that will be dealt with in subsequent evidence. The applicant has also consulted the Environmental Defence Society about its concerns, which predominantly related to conditions of consent, and a request from them that the applicant consider a bond, which has been, as I noted earlier, agreed. The applicant will continue to engage with EDS to resolve any concerns which appear to mostly relate to conditions. Fargo Regional Council are also a submitter, but maintain a neutral position on the application. If the council is satisfied that mitigation can be fully realised and maintained over the lifetime of the development, that neutrality will remain. I would also add there, sir, an extra comment that, of course, there will be consents required in due course from the Regional Council in relation to various water matters. So they retain, obviously, a role in that capacity as well. Paragraph 22, it is submitted that a great deal of caution is warranted in assessing the assertions of Mr. Howarth on behalf of the Upper Clutha Environmental Society. While clearly dedicated and committed to the cause of environmental protection, Mr. Haworth has no relevant expertise to comment in our submission reliably or credibly on the expert evidence of the applicant. Further, he has chosen to run his case in the media and either misunderstood or misrepresented the scale, position, or environmental effects of the proposed lodge. The red line, which he has used to inaccurately convey the position and scale of the built forms, may be acceptable to an inexpert media, but in our submission should be given no weight whatsoever by this hearing. Evidence on behalf of Mr. May and Longview Environmental Trust. Mr. May is a resident and property developer in the Glendu Bay area. Glendu Bay, I would add Parkin Bay area, has also been lodged. The planning evidence for Mr. Geary cannot be regarded as reasonably objective or independent, as Mr. Geary is understood to be employed as a planner by Mr. May. But Mr. Geary has acknowledged as much in his own evidence. In our submission, in any event, his evidence does little to challenge the detailed planning evidence of Mr. Edmonds. The landscape evidence from Mr. Brown in our submission comes from a respected landscape architect, but appears to be based on the original landscape information in the application at AEE. It does not appear to respond to the detailed landscape analysis and conclusions of Mr. Ruff, Mr. Mitchell, and Mr. Blair outlined in their detailed evidence. That, of course, was submitted after receipt of the Council's Section 42A report, so contained quite a lot more detail in various aspects that report had highlighted. Mr. Brown places particular emphasis on views of the buildings from the Glendu Bay track, and I have asked Mr. Milne to prepare some detailed comments for your assistance, sir, in relation to that emphasis and to Mr. Brown's other conclusions. I won't attempt to address them at this stage. Finally, it is notable that Mr. May is a property developer who has undertaken or is planning residential developments in the ONL landscape in proximity to Glendu and I would insert Parkin Bay. A number of these residential sites are within an ONL. For example, the Emerald Bluff landscape and potentially visible from both the lake and public areas, which in our submission are far more extensively utilised by the public than the Denver Bay location. It is noted that Mr. May has plans to mitigate visual impacts of buildings in the ONL with extensive native planting. And I would add, sir, he runs a very notable and highly respected nursery to provide plants for that process. I would also insert, sir, that Mr. May's own residence is in an ONF on Roy's Peninsula, where, again, native planting has been used to great effect to mitigate the visual impacts of his residence. Turning to the Section 32A report, the applicant has taken very seriously the negative recommendation of the QLDC planner and landscape consultant. Given the broad benefits and features outlined above and in detailed expert evidence, it is somewhat hard to understand the air of negativity which permeates the 42A report, almost as if a predetermined no needs to be justified by somewhat relentless or misplaced criticisms on both planning and landscape grounds. In our submission, the evidence of Mr. Edmonds and Mr. Milne effectively answers these criticisms and perceptions in some detail. Notably, the Section 42A report appears to place no weight on the tourism and related economic benefits outlined by Mr. Hamilton, or the long-term ecological benefits of the revegetation and native planting proposals outlined by Mr. Beale, and I would insert there, and Mr. Mitchell, nor is any weight given to the provision of land beneficial to upgrading the track where it passes along the margins of the applicant's property. In our submission, this is a somewhat revealing deficiency in terms of the objectivity, fairness, and balance that an applicant is entitled to expect from consent authority advisors. Mr. Milne clearly sets out in his evidence the key points of disagreement with respect to Mr. Denny's landscape opinions. Given the extensive analysis provided by Mr. Milne, it's our submission, I'm inserting this, given the extensive analysis provided by Mr. Milne, it's our submission that he is entitled to far greater weight than the somewhat superficial opinions of Mr. Denny. It may well be that having had a chance to reflect on the detailed evidence of the applicant, there is some moderation of the pervasive negative stance and viewpoint on the part of the Section 42A authors. So I would now turn the submission over to Louise Ford, who will carry through to paragraph 62. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Hello.
So I'll be running through the statutory framework for the consideration of the lodge in the application. And so as my colleague has already noted, the overall status of the proposed development is a discretionary activity. Section 104 of the Resource Management Act outlines the matters that Council is to have regard to in the consideration of these applications. And again, as we have already noted, the application is a resource consent to authorise the development of a lodge for visitor accommodation purposes, including visitor accommodation, the so-called owner's accommodation, which, as Mr. Holm has already said, will be predominantly visitor accommodation, a back of house facility, and a meditation pod. The ODP and the PDP rules from in QRDC objectives and policies are discussed in detail in the evidence, of Mr. Edmonds. Mr. Edmonds also details the wider statutory framework as assessment, Going through the Section 104 assessment, when considering an application for resource consent, Section 104.1 importantly requires the consenting authority to have regard to any actual and potential effects of the environment of allowing the activity, the balancing of those effects, the relevant provisions of policy documents, and any other matter the consent authority considers relevant and reasonably necessary to determine the application. Section 104.1 adopts an open-ended approach to the weight to be attached to these relevant matters, with the High Court affirming that all that is required is that the decision maker shall have regard to them. This requires both negative and positive effects of the proposal to be considered, which includes both the mitigating and offsetting activities, and when coupled with the discretionary activity status of the application, provides the appropriate granting of consent. The Environment Court provides a reminder of the discretionary rather than the prohibitory nature of Section 104, and stating that the Act is effects-based, which gives any individual property owner a flexibility as to the way he uses his property, which is not to be arbitrarily curtailed by inflexible adherence to the rules. The application of Section 104 to the proposal is dealt with in Sections 4 and 5 of the AEE, and rather extensively in the evidence of Mr. Edmonds. In Mr. Edmonds' evidence, he found that when considering the design, mitigation measures, conditions of consent, and long-term effects, the proposal can be considered to be consistent with the purpose of the assessment of Section 104 of the RMA. Under Section 104B, this applies specifically to discretionary and non-complying activities. The subject application is a discretionary activity, and this section states that the consent authority may grant or refuse the application, and if it grants the application, may impose conditions under Section 108. A detailed suite of conditions has been volunteered by the applicant and is attached as Appendix 26 to Mr. Edmonds' evidence. Just to note there, Commissioners, the appendices to Mr. Edmonds, there are not 26 specifically to Mr. Edmonds, it just refers back to the AEE as a whole. And then moving these conditions from Mr. Edmonds are based upon the conditions appended to the Section 42A report. And as noted, these include ecology conditions, bond, and in relation to the tracks, Glendhu Bay and Wanaka track. Part 2 of the Act, the Commissioner's consideration of the resource consents under Section 104 are subject to Part 2. And under Section, I just want to note there that Section 5 refers to the sustainable management of resources, and that includes the economic well-being, and that in our submission relates to some of the tourism and employment benefits, which Mr. Hamilton will be able to run through as well. In a bit more detail. Under section, and that's just an insertion there, sir. Under Section 6B of the Act, and I'm now at paragraph 41 of our submissions, ONLs are protected from inappropriate subdivision, use, and landscape. However, as noted in the Supreme Court, this cannot be interpreted that this can only be achieved through complete avoidance of adverse effects, no matter how minor or insignificant. As outlined in the evidence of Mr. Edmonds, he considers, and I'll let you read that paragraph, which he will be able to speak to, but overall considers that the purpose of Part 2 of the Act is achieved. Moving on to the planning framework for the application, the Commissioners are directed by Section 104 to have regard to the relevant regulations and provisions of the statutory policy and planning documents, as well as any other matter the Commissioners consider relevant and reasonably necessary. The key relevant regulations, policy, and planning documents are identified in the AEE, and these are the operative Otago Regional Policy Statement and proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement, the Otago Regional Plan for Water, the operative District Plan, and the proposed District Plan. The AEE and the evidence of Mr. Edmonds includes a detailed analysis of the application against the relevant provisions of each of these documents. Furthermore, and one of the main legal issues for us to discuss is the outstanding natural landscape overlay. As has been commented on lots, the subject site is classified as an ONL, and Section 6B of the RMA provides for the protection of outstanding natural features and landscapes from inappropriate subdivision, use and development. And as noted above, this is not a prohibition on the development in ONLs. The PDP identifies a number of ONLs in this, and the subject site property is located within the Mount Alpha ONL. ONLs values are identified through the PDP, and as set out in the evidence, the ONL, including natural character elements, will be protected throughout the development. The policy 6.3.3.1 of the PDP provides that an ONL, I'll set that up there, but just to emphasis on the reasonably difficult to see from the beyond the boundary of the site in question is that key part of that test there. In his evidence, Mr. Edmonds undertakes a detailed analysis of the policy provisions and relies on the evidence of Mr. Milne. And Mr. Milne, in that landscape space, considers, there's an extra word there, sorry sir, Mr. Milne considers that the degree of visual effects arising from the proposed development will be consistent with outcomes expected under the PDP, where the words reasonably difficult to see will apply. So just bringing your attention to that. And then with regards to Mr. Denny's opinion on the reasonably difficult to see test, Mr. Milne states that they disagree, and I'll leave you to read that paragraph there, which Mr. Milne will be able to expand on. So overall, it is our submission that from beyond the boundary of the site, the built form and the development itself will be reasonably difficult to see, and so is in line with that policy. Turning to natural character, and this is at paragraph 52, natural character values are relevant to the consideration of the landscape effects in an ONL. Mr. Milne describes natural character to include both natural science and experiential aspects. The degree of natural character depends on the extent of modification that has taken place to ecosystems and or landscapes, and that experiential nature of natural character is really key here, Commissioners. The extensive revegetation, riparian planting, and retirement of farmland will create positive ecological effects for the property. Mr. Milne considers that the revegetation, which is discussed in Mr. Beale's evidence, the revegetation will enhance natural character values relevant to the ONL and the ecological diversity of the lakeside margin. Overall, the proposed revegetation will result in a high beneficial effect. And then overall, again, a quote from Mr. Milne, that the proposed development exhibits a moderate to high degree of natural character, which will be substantially enhanced by the proposed revegetation. And therefore, the effects on the natural character of the lake and its margins will at least be maintained, if not improved. Moving on to the capacity to absorb development. And I note at this point, Mr. Page in his legal submissions for the Longview Environmental Trust does speak to the capacity to absorb development through the strategic policies from council, and Mr. Milne will be able to respond to that in a lot more detail, but it is noted, Commissioners. So at paragraph 55, the Environment Court has agreed with submissions that parts of an ONL can absorb development, and that the classification of a landscape as outstanding does not mean that development is automatically inappropriate. The title for the property provides for up to 1,000 square metres of building platform within a 5 metre height envelope. QLDC has previously approved a deer shed of up to 400 metres squared on the site as well, and the plan additionally anticipates that a property of this size will accommodate several farm sheds through the controlled activity consent process. So it is our submission that based on floor area alone, the property has the capacity to absorb the level of development proposed by the application, and will have the added benefits of the development being architecturally designed to be woven into the landscape, significant revegetation plans, landscape screening, and positive effects. Mr. Edmonds contends that the council staff in the Section 42A report have anticipated less development occurring on the property than what the district plan and record of title already provide for. Mr. Milne states that the consented baseline of the property indicates that some parts of the site have some potential to absorb a greater level of landscape change, including the capacity to absorb some built form with no or very low adverse effects. There is capacity in the landscape to absorb the proposed development. The visual adverse effects will be mitigated over time and will enhance the values of the landscape. It is submitted that the application is considered consistent with the ODP for the purposes of Section 104. Moving on to other O&L factors, the design of the built form will maintain legibility of the site. Mr. Milne considers that legibility tends to be understood at a large scale, and the scale of the proposed development will not adversely affect legibility values within and surrounding the site. And I'd just like to add there, Commissioners, the size of the subject site itself compared to the size of the development and the 96 hectares of revegetation and restoration project that will occur, which will enhance that legibility. The proposal will enable the restoration of natural character values at the site. Any perceived adverse effect on natural character will be offset by the proposed revegetation, which will be of a high beneficial effect to the environment. Overall, Mr. Milne considers that the application will uphold and enhance natural character values on the site. The application will reduce openness to the lakeside setting, but this will be offset by the improvements to natural character within the O&L. Overall, the entire site will retain a degree of openness and rural character by maintaining pasture over the fill areas in the central paddock, continued grazing over the headlands, and retirement of farmland until natural revegetation occurs. Mr. Milne considers that the improvements to natural character are appropriate and outweigh openness in the context of this O&L. And at this point, for the discussion on the effects of the environment, I'll pass back to Mr. Holm. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Louise. Commissioners, starting with paragraph 63, the effects on the environment of granting the resource consent are clearly central to the Commissioner's consideration under Section 104. Both effect and environment are
yes. Sorry, Commissioners. Oh, has sound gone? We can't hear you either. Stop.
We'll
just get...
Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you, Trish.
Yep.
We've just gone to get our tech expert.
Lost sound there.
Trish, can you hear that?
We're just checking with the commissioners now to see if it's a problem with them.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, I think, have lost audio.
I don't think the problems are your end, Louise.
Yeah. Not our end.
So they're in. That's good. We're not. It has to be.
Hopefully you can hear us again now. And then, can anybody hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Can't see you though.
Audio moment.
Start video going. Well, that was exciting. Sorry, folks. I'll take the blame for that. I think I touched the table and it dislodged a cable. So clearly it's the Commissioner's fault. But we can resume, and apologies for that inconvenience.
That's all right. Thank you, Commissioners.
So turning to effects on the environment, paragraph 63, the effects on the environment of granting the resource consent are central to the Commissioner's consideration under Section 104. Both effect and environment are broadly defined in the Act, and importantly, the Commissioners must consider both the positive and adverse effects of the project. The main effects of the development which have caused concern to submitters are effects on the landscape, O&L status of the landscape, and cumulative effects, which have been discussed at length above and in the evidence provided by the applicant. With respect to overall landscape impact, Mr. Milne provides detailed evidence which has not, in our submission, been credibly questioned or challenged by any other landscape expert involved in this hearing. To quote from Mr. Milne's evidence, the architecture is bespoke and unique to the site and has been specifically designed to respond to the glacial landforms and character of the setting, resulting in a unique sculptural built form quite unlike the traditional built forms that are typically found in the rural landscape. And further from Mr. Milne, in summary, visual effects are confined by distance, topography, and public access to views from the track and lake surface. The built form of the pods, including the green roofs, provides a substantial level of mitigation, along with the landform backdrop, complex topography, and screening vegetation, both existing and proposed. The mitigation, coupled with viewer activity, will ensure the proposed development remains reasonably difficult to see from a very confined area. Turning to positive effects. Ms. Gathercole in the Section 42A report identified the positive effects as set out in the AEE, but either dismissed them or suggests that they may not occur as outlined. We consider this to be a vast understatement of the positive effects and entirely dismisses the amount of work that has gone into ensuring the application will have ecological benefits as well as benefits to the public and the tourism industry. As noted in the evidence of Mr. Edmonds, the applicant's site adjoins almost 4 kilometres of the margin of Lake Wanaka. The Glendhu Bay track, a public walkway and cycleway, has been formed within the recreation reserve that extends between the site and the lake. The applicant has had constructive discussions with the Tracks Trust representatives and agreed to provide additional land to facilitate realignment and improvement of the existing track. Further positive effects arise from tourism, which will be positively enhanced through the provision of a luxury lodge in a private and relatively remote location as experienced by the guests. As noted in the evidence of Mr. Hamilton, the application will contribute disproportionately to achieving not only a sustainable future for Wanaka tourism, but contributing to the wider industry goal of regenerative tourism. Continuing with positive effects, the extensive ecological benefits of the application have been discussed at length. These include revegetation of nearly 96 hectares of land with pest management measures to be informed of monitoring and reporting. Mr. Beale notes the anticipated ecological effects being progressive increase in the extent of indigenous vegetation cover over a large area of land that takes in acutely threatened land environments, improved habitat quality for indigenous fauna, improved health and diversity of Kanuka stands, shrublands, wetlands, and stream margins, enhancing regenerative capacity of naturally occurring areas of Kanuka, shrubland, and wetlands, and improving connectivity linkages between Kanuka stands and areas of shrublands for the movement of indigenous fauna. In our submission overall, the application will have significant positive impacts for the local Wanaka area through tourism, public access to outstanding areas, and significant ecological restoration. And as noted earlier, sir, we believe that those benefits have been significantly understated or ignored in the Section 42A report. Turning to the evidence, so I've already outlined the order, and shortly we will hopefully hear from Mr. Kengo Kuma on the video that has been provided, and then we'll start the list of evidence in the order I outlined earlier. To sum up, sir, in summary, the uncontested positive benefits flowing from the grant of consent include substantive high-end tourist benefits in the Wanaka area, including employment, extensive ecological benefits through revegetation of large areas of the subject site, which I would add were formerly farmed as part of the Mount Alpha station. Thirdly, an exceptional architectural development which immerses the visitor experience in a highly natural setting that is close to the main urban centre of Wanaka. Fourthly, substantially improved Wanaka-Glendu Bay track upgrades fronting the applicant's property. In addition to the above benefits, grant of consent will in our submission not lead to any credible long-term adverse effects on landscape or the environment. The conditions of consent are comprehensive in our submission and will assist in ensuring the above outcomes are achieved over time. So that completes the opening submission. And it is hoped that we can now play for you a 2-minute video from Mr. Kengo Kumar.
Well, we'll just run through any questions we have of you both first. My first question was going to be, how long is the video, which you've very helpfully just answered.
4 minutes, sorry.
Sorry, it's 4 minutes. I'm corrected, guys.
Thank you. We'll just see if the commissioners have any questions for you first, though.
I do have a couple of questions for you. I'm still a little bit confused about this owner's residence. So Mr. Edmonds' evidence, as I've read it, takes out the need for a consent for residential activity, yet you have said that it is still only primarily visitor accommodation. What is actually sought as an application here?
As I've been advised by the clients that it's simply somewhere that they will use when they visit, which may be a week or two annually, and the rest of the time it is available as visitor accommodation. In the same way that, as noted earlier, the so-called owner's cottage at Matakari Lodge is primarily available to guests and is a slightly higher grade, I guess, of accommodation than the other accommodation provided. So I guess it commands a premium in terms of visitor accommodation, but it is in no way intended to be a residence for the applicant. And
so your submission to us is that in terms of what we're consenting solely visitor accommodation?
Yes, that's correct.
There's a number of times you've mentioned 96 hectares of revegetation. My understanding is there's around 50 hectares of revegetation and about 50 hectares of land to be left to regenerate on its own. Am I incorrect? Has that changed?
That is correct, Commissioner. Mr. Beale can confirm the specifics, but the intention was to leave an area of openness that's regenerating on its own, and then actively plant approximately 96 hectares with a variety of native plants. And then Mr. Brooke Mitchell will outline particularly the screening planting for the buildings themselves. So the full restoration revegetation project is about 96 hectares. There'll be an area that's left open, which Mr. Milne described as well, deliberately to enhance the sense of open space. And then there'll be screening, specific screening around the building itself, which Mr. Mitchell.
I understand.
Yeah.
I just want to check with you, paragraphs 22 through 24 seem to contain a number of names which I have assumed are mistakenly incorrect. Mr. Horworth in 22 is Mr. Julian Horworth, I assume. It's fairly obvious.
In 22, yes.
Mr. Geary in 23 is Mr. Greaves.
Yes, sorry.
And Mr. Ruff in 24 is Mr. Milne.
Yes. 24.
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
It's okay, just to make sure that we have the correct people.
Thank you for that correction. I'm sure Tony Milne will be grateful not to be referred to as that, Commissioner.
And the other gentleman.
Mr. Ruff, I mean.
I was a little unclear, maybe you can explain to me. In paragraph 26, you've set out Mr. May's own developments. I just want to understand how these relate to this proposal and how we are to consider this.
Commissioner, I think it's simply to note that Mr. May is himself a developer and resident in O&L areas that he's developed and used extensive native planting to mitigate visual effects.
So are you suggesting this is setting a precedent? I just want to be clear. I understand what you've said, and I'm familiar with Mr. May's lots of his developments, but I'm trying to understand the relevance to this application.
I think its relevance is that both the applicant and Mr. May have a very similar approach to developing in an O&L.
Okay. In terms of, and I think this was presented by Ms. Ford, positive effects and offsetting. Are you able to explain to me which parts of the activity proposed are actually offsetting under 104AB of the Act, or intended to be offsetting as opposed to mitigating? I mean, this may be a question for Mr. Edmonds later on.
Yes, I would say that it's better presented to Mr. Edmonds.
I see that when you came to part 2, you didn't draw our attention to section 6A, whereas Mr. Edmonds in his evidence did. What's your view? Is section 6A relevant to us or not?
I'll just keep it in front of me from memory, Commissioner. I guess from that one, Commissioner, I'll rely on the evidence of Mr. Edmonds. There, yes.
We would certainly submit, Commissioner, that we meet the tests of section 6A, which should have been noted in this opening. I apologise for that.
I just wanted to be clear because it talks about lakeside margins, and the evidence of Mr. Milne then deals differently with lakeside margins. So are you able to say anything about margins? Because there's obviously been a lot of, it's a contentious issue in this district. It's a lot of case for it.
I've had a discussion with Mr. Milne on that topic, Commissioner, and he will, I think, deal with that far more effectively than I can from his expertise. but he has specifically considered that matter as a result of a discussion we have had. So I will make a note to remind him to cover that specifically when he appears.
Well, as you say, he's covered it quite extensively in his evidence, but his evidence seems slightly contradictory to Mr. Edmonds and to yourselves here. So that's why I was trying to understand what your legal view was on whether 6A was of relevance or not, and how that then worked. But I'm happy to leave it there.
Well, I clearly accept, Commissioner, that 6A is relevant, and it's an important part of the test that applies.
Sure. Paragraph 56. The title for the property provides for up to 1,000 square metres of building, although the PDP sets a restricted discretionary limit of 500 square metres with a 5 metre height envelope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm understanding that's referring to the consented registered building platform, and the PDP rule, which has a permitted activity, allows for a 500 square metre building with a 5 metre height limit.
Yes.
So in your submission, the ODP rule on building platforms has fallen away completely.
In relation to those particular consents, which that would be correct, Commissioner, but obviously those particular consented issues are not planned to happen.
Sorry, you said the rule has, so my question to you was, under 86F, does the control activity rule for building on building platforms in the ODP still apply? And your answer was no, not irrespective of this consent. I didn't think it would be irrespective of a certain consent. I thought either it applied or it didn't.
Commissioner, I think we will rely on Mr. Edmonds' evidence there that in respect most of the ODP rules should be treated as an operative, and it's the PDP in most respects that we rely on.
Okay, so you're relying on Mr. Edmonds' evidence to say this, that the control activity rule in the ODP is inoperative?
Yes.
That's correct.
And then you've said QLDC has previously approved a deer shed of up to 400 square metres on the site. But that consent's completely lapsed, hasn't it? There's no contention.
Yes. It's more just to provide background for your consideration.
Okay, and then you've said, additionally, anticipates that a property of this size will accommodate several farm sheds through the controlled activity consent process. And again, you're relying on Mr. Edmonds. So if you prefer, I can just simply leave these questions and put them to Mr. Edmonds.
Yes, I think that's correct, Commissioner.
I will leave them for Mr. Edmonds.
Duly noted. Yeah.
Paragraph 58, you've talked about a consented baseline. Can you explain to me what a consented baseline is?
The consented baseline, Commissioner, is the background to the site and how what can be expected to an outsider to be consented at a site or to be developed at a site. And so what you can expect to see. And so in a rural setting, for example, it is, as we've noted, several farm sheds. You can expect to drive past that property and have farm sheds pop up or developed, I guess. But also it takes into account what has been consented there. And so that the 400 metre square deer shed we propose, while that has lapsed, that does form part of the background to the site for what has been consented previously and what can be reasonably expected to be seen at the site.
And I guess in addition to that, in a broader sense, Commissioner, it shows that this particular property is not a pristine wilderness with no potential for any kind of development or any kind of buildings. It is.
I'm trying to understand what weight or how I should think about a consented baseline. So consented baseline, I now understand, is what one might anticipate on site, but it's not the same as the permitted baseline. So it includes things which used to be consented, which now have lapsed, I understand, and things which one might reasonably expect. So should I see it as an interpretation of what the zone purpose sets out? I'm just a bit unclear as to whether this is a black and white thing or whether this is a very subjective matter.
I wouldn't submit it to you, Commissioner, as a black and white thing. I think Mr. Edmonds will be much better placed to expand on this, but it is really there as an illustration that in the past, this particular site has been approved for different uses, buildings, etc.
So the consented baseline is not a legal term. It's not a term that has appeared in case law and is something I should be aware of and understand.
No, I agree with that, sir, Commissioner. It's not, with respect, Commissioner, it's not a particularly important point in terms of the applicant's case, but just something that Mr. Edmonds and Mr. Milne have brought out in their own evidence. So,
understood. I was concerned it was a term like permitted baseline that I should be au fait with, and I was lacking.
Yeah, no, I wasn't intended to imply that.
Paragraph 62 talks about openness. Obviously, I will ask the landscape architects about this. I always get a little bit confused about openness and open character. And I'm sure the landscape architects will be able to enlighten me again. I'm just wondering why this application is focusing on openness, and maybe again that's a question for Mr. Edmonds and Mr. Milne.
Commissioner, definitely a question for Mr. Milne.
Yeah.
He's best placed to answer that, having studied the various elements of the land and the landscape.
Sure. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, Mr. Holm, I just have a couple of questions as well. Appreciate the quote at your paragraph 49 about that policy 6331B and this question of the phrase reasonably difficult to see. Obviously, it's a matter we'll discuss with the witnesses, but as legal practitioners, I'm interested in your commentary on whether reasonably difficult to see is about what a viewer might see, irrespective of how accessible the viewpoint is, or whether reasonably difficult to see takes into account the remoteness of the viewpoint. That is to say, if you're in a very remote location, even if a building is really, really, really obvious from a viewpoint, if that viewpoint itself is so really occupied or hard to get to, does that mean the building would be reasonably difficult to see? Does that make sense? I'm trying to understand the viewpoint's role in reasonably difficult, or whether it doesn't matter if it's the most remote place on earth. From that viewpoint, the building must still be reasonably difficult to see. What are your thoughts on the context of that phrase?
Commissioner, it's a very good question. I've discussed this with Mr. Milne at some length, and I mean his reply as an expert is, I think that it's being able to see it, but it's also what part of the experience of seeing does it form? I mean, for example, if you're on a bike going around the track, are you going to be looking up at trying to find a building to the left or right of you as you go around the track, or if you're sitting out on a boat in Damper Bay, are you experiencing the vast broadness of that landscape with the hills behind and everything else, and perhaps getting a glimpse of a building? And so although you can see it, it is in a broader context reasonably difficult to see because the broader landscape takes it over. Now, I'm probably phrasing this very badly. Mr. Milne will be wincing as he hears this, but that's my understanding. It's not just a simple test, if you like. It's very important to put it in context of what the particular, yeah.
And so I guess, notwithstanding that you're not just repeating Mr. Milne's view on it, you're what I was hoping to get from you was de facto legal advice. Legally, when you see the phrase in that policy, you're reading it, as I understand your reference to Mr. Milne, you're reading it that it's one of context and how many viewpoints one can see something and what else they're looking at, and that overall you describe context. That's what I've taken from your answer.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Okay. The phrase reasonably difficult to see from beyond the boundary, again, as I read it at face value, it doesn't distinguish whether that viewer is on public space or if it's an occupant of private land on a site next door. Is that your understanding too, or are you reading a bias or preference for public viewpoints in there?
No, that's my understanding. That would include neighbours if that was an issue, which in this case it isn't. Yeah.
One of the reasons that the council officers haven't been as enamoured by the positive effects you've described, as I read it, comes from Mr. Denny's landscape assessment, and he talks about, well, what happens if all the landscaping burns down or something else goes wrong with it, and then those benefits don't manifest permanently. Now, without going into whether or not he's right or wrong, just what I want to ask you is, in the event of some failure of the landscaping or the revegetation, what, if any, ongoing requirements would the consent holder be subject to? Or is it a case of there's best efforts on day one and act of God is act of God, or whatever phrase people find sort of palatable to communicate that at that point? I'm interested particularly in the volunteered review condition that kicks in annually at the council's discretion.
Yeah, I think, sir, the way that is safe, the position is intended to be safeguarded with comprehensive ecological conditions backed up by a bond, and the bond would be something negotiated with council and reviewed from time to time, and it would sit there as a financial security for restoration in the event of any failure of compliance or natural disaster affecting the vegetation or whatever. But the framework of conditions that Mr. Edmonds has proposed for the ecological restoration, those conditions are comprehensive in my submission, and belt and braces are backed up with a financial bond, which would ensure the work as required, as defined, would be carried out. And should there be a fire or some other natural disaster affecting things, the way in which the conditions work, compliance requirements, and the negotiated bond, which will be with council, would all provide a framework, if you like, of restoring things to as they should be, is the best, perhaps the best.
Okay. So again, what I've taken from your answer, Mr. Holland, and thank you for that, is that as you understand it, or the applicant's proposal, is that the revegetation would effectively be an ongoing, perpetual obligation to maintain, not a one-time thing.
Not a one-time thing, and
yes.
Part of what's intended is to have an active nursery supplying plants over the long term.
Okay, thank you. The last question, I just want to confirm, I appreciate that Mr. Kuma is in a different country and we're going to have a short video presentation from him, but that says to me I won't be able to ask him any questions about the building design. But I understand from the evidence that in part because of the COVID situation, Mr. Mitchell's become a virtual architect. I think the phrase in the evidence is eyes and ears.
Eyes and ears,
So
yes.
will he be the person we can ask questions of
Yes.
the design decisions?
Yes,
Very good.
that's definitely the intention. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Look, I don't have any more questions for you both, but I'd just say thank you for your care and effort in those submissions. And unless there's any follow-ups, no, we can proceed to the video.
Thank you, sir.
Trish, are you all good to do that video?
Yes, can you see him on the screen now?
No.
Just a minute. No. Now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So how do I get that? Oh. Move that to play there.
Good morning,
Does it
I'm
have to go-
Kengo
is it
Kuma,
on?
architect and principal of Kengo Kuma & Associate. Thank you for your time today, and I wish to express my thoughts for the design. Our design approach is to begin with a dialogue with the surrounding site, people, and culture. Visiting the site is important for me, but this time I was unable to travel due to the COVID travel restriction. We are very fortunate to collaborate with close aligned associates like Ralph and Milne, Landscape, and Mr. Edmond team to intimately understand the site. We exchange frequently, and by collecting the site information, images, and drone footage, we were able to sense the place and nature. I wish to visit the site as soon as the travel restriction lifted. I quickly understood that the site has rich and indigenous nature which should be respected. Inspired by the nature in Wanaka, our objective is to design organic architecture that fuses into the landscape and respects nature. The architecture configuration is carefully studied to minimize exposure from the public trail. The architecture plan will naturally follow the existing contour, which contributes to merge with nature. The land-shaped roofs will gently slope down to minimize the elevated appearance and integrate with local vegetation reflecting the surrounding environment. We envision this organic architecture becomes part of the authentic Wanaka landscape. Our architecture design philosophy is to fuse with the landscape where you find the rich and firm link between the place it stands. To achieve this goal, we use natural material locally available in the place in Wanaka, such as wood, stone, or soil, and try to retrieve warmth and tenderness to the architecture. For further fusion between architecture and its surrounding environment, we attach great importance to the unity between landscape in our design. We have worked internationally and commissioned across the world. Collaboration with the local is the key for success, and the close regional reference is the Exchange, Sydney, Australia. You can find other design references such as Founders Memorial Project Singapore, Portland Japanese Garden USA, New Hans Citizen Andersen Museum Denmark, as Kitakami Canal Museum, Japan, I strongly believe the design will be a new milestone for the relationship between architecture and nature, and most importantly, the icon for Wanaka. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish.
Okay, well, we clearly can't do much other than accept with gratitude those comments. I think we just need to roll on to Mr. Mitchell.
So what time were you planning morning tea?
Yeah, Commissioner Baker's just pointed that out to me too. It's 22 past 10. I think in fairness, you're right to raise it. It probably is the logical thing to do now, just to take 15 minutes and then resume with Mr. Mitchell.
With Mr. Mitchell.
At that point. So let's just say
he is joining us from his home, so we can organise that while tea is being served.
Well, let's just round it up to 10:25 and say let's reconvene it. All right. So I don't know if you can hear it, but I'm getting all sorts of things.
Sorry, I just heard that you were rounding it up. Are we stopping now or not?
Yes, we're going to, before we stop, I'd just like to say when we'll reconvene, so we're all on the same page there. Let's say 10:40.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
10:40. Yep. Aren't I? Like
Welcome back, everybody. By our clock. Yep. Hello again, everybody. We are ready to resume. A little name on the bottom of the camera there says you're Mr. Mitchell.
Correct.
So unless Mr. Holm wants to give you any particular introduction or make any comments, the floor is yours. Just give us a quick summary of the key points you wish to make from your evidence. We have read it, and then we'll go into questions.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Brooke Ronald Malcolm Mitchell. My qualifications and experience are set out in my evidence of chief. I have noted in paragraph 8 of my evidence an incorrect date for my initial site visit. It was conducted on the 22nd of October 2020, not 2019, as previously stated. In my statement, I provide a summary of the key points in my evidence. The landscape design is sought to create a seamless integration between landscape and architecture. Thoughtful design and placement of all built structures will ensure the ability of the proposal to be absorbed into the wider landscape setting. Bespoke architectural forms that are in keeping with the surrounding glacial hummocks, including green roofs, are designed to mimic the surrounding landscape character. The landscape design strategy is built upon 3 transitional landscape zones and the experience witnessed by the observer. This begins from the main entrance off the Mount Spiring Road through an open farm landscape setting to the arrival of nature and the proposed pod built forms that will in time emerge from a rich cloak of proposed native vegetation cover. Open and extensive views down to the bay and lake from the lodge buildings will provide a key visual connection between living and nature, allowing future guests the opportunity to immerse themselves with and connect to the dramatic mountain and lakeside setting. Manicured lawns, curtilage, recreational structures, and exotic deciduous trees that display seasonal colours have been avoided to ensure minimal disruption is achieved to the landscape outside of the immediate buildings. Ruffmill and Mitchell have worked closely with the architects Kingu, Kumar and Associates. We have been their eyes and their ears on the ground during all stages of the design process to collectively develop what will be in time a future world-class lodge that is unique, dynamic, sympathetic, and responds appropriately to the receiving environment of Dampier Bay. A key design component are the proposed green roof systems. The proposal includes an intensive green roof structure to all buildings, excluding the maintenance shed, that will allow for the greatest level of vegetation cover and variance to be achieved. Please refer to my evidence for all details. Ruffmill Mitchell have also worked on and off-site with the ecologist Beale consultants to develop an extensive native revegetation program for the wider site. And this includes careful consideration of all proposed non-flammable native plant species around and on top of the pod buildings. I conclude that overall a combination of bespoke and sympathetic architecture with a thoroughly considered landscape design will result in a comprehensively designed proposal that has taken its cue from the surrounding landscape. Including green roofs, the introduction of an extensive native revegetation program, including green roofs to mimic the existing landscape character that surround the buildings, responds appropriately to the landscape on the site and wider landscape setting. The landscape design seeks to retain the distinctive visual character that exists within this lakeside setting. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. We do have some questions for you, so
sure.
Let's just see how that goes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I've got a few questions for you. I just want to discuss the build-up of the roof that you have here.
If you want to refer him to a particular drawing, just let him know what we're looking at.
So I'm looking at drawing number A01-09. It's the cross section.
Okay, that is page
19.
19 of what though?
19 of A3s we got the graphic attachment, Felix one.
Page 90 of the graphic attachments, yes.
Okay, so we've got the build up of the roof there, 100 to 250.
Correct.
Yeah, I just wouldn't mind your views on whether it's typical for natural, the type of planting you're proposing to actually survive on a roof, that nature.
What we have done is that, and it's referred to in the plans for the actual roof itself, the roof planting plans, we've proposed that we've obviously at the apex of the roof, bearing in mind that of course it is curved, we have put in all our heavier, or shall I say larger, shrub native species where it is the strongest in the roof structure. And obviously that allows the greatest variance of depth at 250. As we obviously move towards the outsides being the eaves, the soil depth dropped down to 100, whereby we have a limited amount or numbers of native species that will work within that. They're more like low level sedums and native grasses, limited.
So you're confident that those depths of soil will provide enough sustenance to those plants you're proposing to plant?
Yes, I am, and I've also checked with our nursery supplier to ensure that those depths will survive at that. The plants proposed.
Thank you. You also, and just in your verbal submission there, you talk of an intensive green roof, and then you suggest that it will mimic the natural landscape. Now, obviously, during the summer months, Wanaka area can go to the tans, to the brown hues. I was just wondering how this green roof will mimic, how you're going to design to mimic the actual change in colours that the Wanaka landscape can actually present to the viewer.
Sure. Look, when we were testing this at the very early level, we especially looked at viewpoint 4, and that has been obviously outlined in Mr. Mills' evidence, and obviously the backdrop that you see beyond the buildings. It is a rich tapestry of rock outcrops. It is varied in its form and colours. We told the architects from the word-go that we do not want to see a monolithic form of plants. That is obviously foreign to what the backdrop is. So we've taken the backdrop of that hill form as our snapshot, and we've ensured that the plants that we are proposing will actually in time work with that backdrop. So they are varied in colour, they are varied in scale, and that is why we've done it in that organic form.
Okay, so in your evidence, I think paragraph 25, you talk of no irrigation, while on that section irrigation is provided. Again, my line of questioning here is, with the irrigation, will we get that green all year round?
Provided we have irrigation, yes.
Okay. And the last one from me is on that section again, we've got this foundation structure, an extra 1.7 metre cut into the ground. I was just trying to understand what is the intention of that foundation structure within the ground there.
I would have to actually refer you to the architect's details on that, and I believe talking with Michael Home that we can get that information from them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I misunderstood, but you're saying the roof is going to be bright green year round. Is that what you said?
No, that is quite the opposite to what I'm saying. We do not want to see a monolithic form of the same plant species throughout the green roof. We have purposely looked at the soil depths, the structure of the roof, the curvature of the roof, to ensure what we are doing, the placement of the plants we're doing is very organic and mixed in form. So that we are trying to avoid a bright green roof.
Okay, So how will you do that? Because I think that was what Mr. Lewis was trying to get you to say, and my understanding from your response was that you would irrigate it and it would be green year round. So I'm now unclear.
The plant species on the roof are varied. We've got the list here. We have obviously Migamy, Matagari, we have silver tussock, hard tussock, we have Labertia, we have Muhlenbeckia, all plants that display fawny brownish colours, not bright and green.
So those plants though won't change colour throughout the seasons. You haven't got a system in place to manage those plants changing colour throughout the seasons to mimic what's going on in the surrounding landscape, or you have?
Some of the plant species as proposed will change a little bit of colour and form during the course of the seasons, but not greatly.
The first part of your evidence reads more of a design statement, and I see that you say at point 12, the visitor experience is a journey that begins at the farm gate. I was very intrigued by that, given the wide landscapes we are talking about here. Surely the experience begins well before that.
As part of the design process, we've always been very mindful that we love the open Arcadian pastoral landscape witnessed from Mount Spiring Road. And so we want to ensure that as the passing observer, that is retained in its entirety and its character. So we avoided the use of monumental gates, avenue trees, metal roads.
Sorry, I'll stop you there because I don't think that was my question to you. My question to you was the visitor, you've designed this solely to be an internal to the site experience. Whereas your visitors will arrive from somewhere, they are already experiencing a journey. Surely that needs to be a seamless journey rather than starting at the farm gate.
I think part of the arrival experience of the open farm landscape character is quite an important part of the wider landscape context.
Okay. What is your experience with these green roofs? Because I see the extra on it, but I just wonder what your actual experience is with them.
In terms of design?
In terms of seeing something through from design to actually on site.
We have done seen very few go right all the way through. Whilst I provide lectures at Lincoln University on green roof infrastructure, very rarely do we have the opportunity to actually design one. And thankfully we have architects and the commitment to the project to actually propose a green roof structure.
So this is based on your theoretical understanding that this is going to work rather than a practical experience?
Both. I've discussed it at length with a nursery supplier who has worked with green roofs to ensure the proposal of what we're doing in terms of soil depth, plant selection and irrigation can maintain the look that we are after long term.
Will the vegetation be planted at grade so it will be effective from the moment it's planted, or will there be a time frame?
We are looking for larger grade species for the roof itself, not for the main development area. We're concentrating on making sure that the plants from day dot on the roof have a suitable cover. This, of course, will still take time to join and spread correctly.
So what kind of time frame are we looking at?
We're looking at a full seasonal time frame of a year to a year and a half.
Okay, I have no further questions for you. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, Mr. Mitchell, just that build up of the roof again, it talks of a stainless steel mesh. Now, we're looking at a 1 year time frame. Where is that stainless steel mesh placed? Is that placed on top of the soil or within the soil, and what does that mesh consist of? What's the gauge and the size? Do you have any comment on that one?
I will have to refer that to the architects on that detail. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, and Mr. Mitchell, a few questions from me as well. And most of them are just about understanding what the design decisions were that you and the architects have been working through. I'll start with your evidence and the cross-section you included after paragraph 28. So that's on page 10 of your evidence. And it's that section through the two-storey component of the building showing the different depths of soil denoted by colour. Let me know if you found that.
Yes, I've got it in front of me now.
Okay, so again, just a general question. When I look at the plan forms proposed, it's unmistakably curvilinear and sinuous, and in the elevations, certainly the northern downhill elevation, the idea of that sinuosity and those hummock forms comes through. But what the cross section and the cross sections of the architectural plans also show is that the building itself seems to revert to a pretty conventional rectilinear pitched roof with a central ridge. I appreciate when the plants are on top and they're all grown out, it would appear to be a hummock. But I was just interested in the design process of whether a more monopitch or curvilinear roof form that might allow people to see the full expanse of the roof rather than a truncated half of it was considered. So do you have any sort of light you can shine on that?
It's the section that you see before you is obviously taken at the highest point in the central part of the built form. And it probably doesn't illustrate clearly, given the fact that we know this building is curved, and we also know that the roof form itself is in a hillock that was just dropping down to almost floor level before it goes up again. So it's in terms of one thing that was being talked about from very early in the piece with the design process is ensuring that we have adequate eaves. And then the way we want to make sure is the eave is actually casting a lot of shadow onto the front proportion of the building to reduce any glare factors from the glazing. Furthermore, we have made sure in that process that we have broken up the horizontal plane of that front side of the building when viewed from the lake and the track.
So if I understand it correctly, and if you can see my arms on the screen, if there's a more pronounced triangular apex in the tallest centre of each building, as one progresses to the sides, that effectively becomes shallower and shallower. Is that what you're saying?
It does become shallow and shallow, but I would say the apex itself is actually not. It's more mild as apex as a sharp apex. But yes, it does descend and flatten.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Just a question of understanding the site layout. I've stumbled a little bit on the back of house building to the extent that, as I understand it, it's also the check-in and front door. Guests arrive in their car, there's some kind of handover. Is that where they check in as well?
The back of house area, and I'd have to refer to one of the more blown up plans, but you'll see that we have, when the access gate, you come through the access gate, there is a access in and out of the back of house. Now, in between that, we have a large, a raised mound landscape form, so that if you are on the arrival experience driving in, is mitigated by plants and topography between the access road and the actual maintenance shed itself.
The question really is about the functionality proposed, and even though it's referred to as a back of house building, it's also the arrival for guests. Have I got that right, or do people just, are all the golf carts with keys and people self-drive to the main building and they check in there? I understand what a back of house is. I'm just trying to understand simultaneously, is it also the front door?
Sure, I believe in my discussions with the architect that the arrival will come down to the turning area that is just before the bridge to the reception. They will walk into the reception from there, by which time hotel staff will take their vehicles back to the back of house car park zone. From there, everything is accessed via golf carts.
Bear with me, please. So the visitor would drive past the back of house building around to the arrival. I'm looking now at sheets A-01-02. It's a detailed site plan, F1, or 1F, 1 to 1500.
Are we looking at page 27 of the graphic attachments?
That's not what I'm looking. Well, look, the thing is, between the architect's plans and the landscape plans and the further information, we've got several sets of the architectural plans. So as long as you're looking at sheet A-01-02, whichever of the locations it's in the plan sets, we can discuss it.
I'm looking at sheet 27, but it'll show the full area anyway.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear. So a visitor arrives in their car, they drive past the back of house building, they come around the curve and effectively park their car over that little bridge outside the reception building. Is that right?
That is I'm not 100% sure on it. I'd have to refer to Mr. Edmonds' evidence on the operational.
Okay, that's fine. I accept hospital passes as answers, so we'll take it further with Mr. Edmonds. And as I say, we just want to understand how it would actually work on a daily basis. Just looking at the architectural plans in more detail and that arrival space. And I'm now looking at sheet number A-01-04. I'm looking at the PDF file I have is Appendix 2 in the original lodge material, which was a full set of the architect's plans.
This is page 15.
Sheet 15.
Okay, I only have the our graphic attachments in front of me as part of Mr. Mills' evidence.
All right. It was my understanding that in the absence of the architect, you, having worked hand in hand with them, would be the person who could help us understand all those things. So it may be that I have to give you some homework for you to go away and come back to us on. Is that acceptable, or are you not the person who can help?
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if I might make a comment there. We discussed this earlier, that there may well be some architectural questions that the commissioners may give to us in writing that we can have Mr. Kumar address directly.
All right, look, I'm happy with that.
Would that be acceptable?
Yeah, look, and I certainly don't want anyone to feel there's any criticism from us, because we understand people are on other sides of the world and stuff.
Yeah. But certainly, if there were questions
yes,
of an architectural nature, we could definitely relay those to Mr. Kumar and have the answers back to you very promptly.
We'll take that on. We'll take that under advisement. Thank you. And I do have some questions that I suspect are easy clarifications, but it may be they just can't be answered right now. I'm interested, Mr. Mitchell, moving on, in the further information set that was received, the applicant included an assessment from a lighting expert, and that included a number of recommendations. Did you read that report, or are you familiar with it?
No, I'm not familiar with that report.
Okay. We noticed on our site visit that as much as looking north down the slope to the lake and the spectacular views everyone would agree are available, when we turn to the south, there's also a pretty spectacular mountain rising behind the site, and all of the windows proposed only seem to face out to the lake. And I was interested again in the design rationale of what was any thought given to how reflection to the south and enjoying that view, and especially at night time when it might just be a sort of a completely darkened silhouette might be available.
The arrival in terms of the reception and the guest wings, as you will see in the plans, folds around the foot of the hill form and the landscape. Yep. Now, given the back of house area, not the back, sorry, the arrival behind those buildings, the topography sort of almost elevates quite quickly behind the site. So it doesn't provide that opportunity at that particular area to sort of look up. Apart from, obviously, you'll see the summit and the high proportion of that hill form that I think you're referring to. So I guess it comes down to what we talked about in the connectivity between the building form and actually the arrival experience for the guest is actually Damper Bay and the surface waters of Lake Wanaka form that dominant vista. And that's why all glazing and windows were concentrated towards the lake.
Okay. The last question I'll have for you does relate to at least one of the landscape sheets. It's the proposed earthworks Damper Bay plan, which was included in the Rough and Milne response. I'm looking at it's labelled sheet 24 and it was dated 18th of the 6th, 2021 as part of a further information package that was sent through. And that effectively is an aerial photograph showing the areas of cut and fill. When I went through the architectural plans and the landscape plans showing the natural contour of the land, the siting of the buildings, and if we look at what very loosely looks almost like a green W on that plan being the areas of fill associated with the principal building, on the right-hand side of the W associated with the entry and arrival pod, which is to be a one-story structure, I'm not following what the 3+ metre excavations shown in the magenta and red immediately north of that are for, because all the other plans indicate that it's a gentle bank on its way down towards the lake. And so I wonder if you can just help me understand what are those excavations for?
So is this to the right? I'm looking at the plan to the right of the proposed reception building.
It's effectively on the earthworks plan immediately north of the green area of fill, which loosely corresponds to part of the arrival pod and that library and kitchen area. There is an area of excavation shown.
Excuse me, Ian, what is the number in the further information? I can share my screen with that if you like.
I'm looking on the agenda item further information.
Yes.
It's sheet my system's telling me it's page 81 of 287.
And it's a map, is it?
It's an aerial photograph with different colours of green and pinks and magentas on it.
Okay.
It's called Proposed Earthworks Damper Bay.
Can you see that now?
Yes. So that's very different to what I've.
So it's a different, not that one then.
It's the document I've got says agenda - further information received post notification.
And that's what I've got up the top, page 81. What page does it say up the top?
My that's funny because my sheet says I've got that file open and my computer's telling me it's page 81 too. It's in the Rough and Milne landscape plans. My system, my PDF is telling me it's 81, and it's definitely that file.
No, well, I'm not much help then, sorry.
Here we go. Hang on.
Hang on, we think we might have found it in the hard copy to check with you. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
So it's page 75.
So I suspect my file is giving me the page 81 in total numbers, not the number you've got. So if you can just zoom in on that plan, Trish, to that central area that's got the greens and the magentas.
With the access.
Hello, could you help me zoom in on this? Can you? He wants to zoom into that.
Yeah, and a bit more. And so, Mr. Mitchell, I'll start again as descriptively as I can. I'll start with, and I described it very loosely as a W shape in the green, which sort of follows that sinuous form of the principal pod building. And on the right-hand side of that, as it curves northwards to go to the residence, or whatever word we'll put on it, we have that section where the arrival road joins and where the one-storey kitchen library pod would be. What I haven't been able to ascertain from any of the plans is why immediately north of that, on what the other cross sections show as a bit of a gentle bank, there are proposed excavations going up to 3 meters or more. So that's where you start seeing that cascade of pinks and reds north of the arrival pod. That's what I'm interested in understanding.
Sure. The green link that we have between the end of the right-hand side of the W being the reception building towards the guest house is obviously a access track, the golf track for the golf carts. To the left of that, we have an excavation, especially where it is a particularly dark, almost red, as our constructed wetland and our pond area as part of that current channel, water channel that goes down through the site.
Okay. That took us a while to get there, Mr. Mitchell, but the answer was straightforward. And so when that's constructed and it's got wetland and water and other things in it, it's not going to resemble a hole. It's going to look effectively like part of a landscaped bank flowing down the lake. Yeah. Okay. Look, thank you for that, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
On that one, so the top of the water, the proposed water, will roughly match what's the existing landform now.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Last question I'll give you then, and it may well be one that, thank you for your help there, Trish, and it may be one that again falls to the architect to answer. I'm not clear, and I appreciate there's a lot of care that goes into managing glazing, and you talk about the eaves to help deal with glare, but there's a pretty extensive balustrade proposed running along the northern face of the upper level, quite a long continuous balustrade, although it will sinuously bend following the building. I haven't really been able to get a handle on what that balustrade would be constructed of, and for instance, whether it might end up being glass as well. Do you have any understanding of that?
When we discuss, I will refer this to the architect, but I will answer in part. When we discuss this, as you'll see on the cross sections shown on page 19 of the graphic attachments, the balustrade is designed to be woven between planting. And so by having vertical steel, blackened, whatever it may be, we want to ensure that the plants can grow through the balustrade itself. I would not feel that glazing would be appropriate, but I will leave that to the architect to confirm.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Mitchell. I don't have any other questions. And Mr. Holm, we will possibly tonight put together some questions for you to pass on to Mr. Kuma.
Certainly, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you all.
Yeah, we're ready to move on.
Thank you, sir. The next witness will be Simon Beale. And Simon, if you just confirm your qualifications and experience as outlined in your evidence.
That's correct.
Yeah. Over to you with your summary.
Well, thank you. Well, good morning, Commissioners. I'll just read from my summary statement. Starting at paragraph 1, Second Star Limited is proposing to develop accommodation facilities incorporating owner and guest cabins with landscaped and hard stand areas.
Just got one moment, Mr. Beale. Have we got a copy of your summary statement?
No.
Your executive summary.
Yes, well, more or less.
No, we don't have the summary statements if there were any, but
So,
that doesn't stop you reading one.
Sorry, sir, I understand that Mr. Beale's executive summary on the front of his evidence is in fact the summary he's speaking to.
Thank you.
Correct?
Just give us a moment just to look that up then, please. Yep, proceed please, thanks.
So as I was saying, Second Star is proposing to develop accommodation facilities in a relatively small area of its Stamper Bay property. The building development includes landscaped hard stand areas and amenity ponds, as well as a meditation facility, a backup house or utility hub area, a construction laydown area, and the access road itself. The total area of that development site is 8.21 hectares. Second Star Limited is additionally proposing to undertake a large-scale restoration project covering an area of 99.4 hectares. This will involve a significant number of plantings of indigenous trees and shrubs local to the Wanaka Ecological District, along with grazing management that aids natural revegetation processes, along with programmed animal and plant pest control measures, provision of irrigation infrastructure, monitoring and reporting functions. And I just, at that point, just want to pause the question that came from Commissioner Baker about what constitutes the active versus passive restoration areas. And I can tell you that the active revegetation areas where you would be physically planting out the areas is approximately 41 hectares. And the passive or natural revegetation area is approximately 58 hectares, making up that total of 99. So I just thought I'd make that point to you at this stage. The restoration project aligns with the assessment matters as set out in the PDP, as it will enhance biodiversity values, including habitat of threatened species. Importantly, a large proportion of the land affected by the building development and the restoration program is located within an acutely threatened land environment, as informed by the Land Environments of New Zealand classification, and which is provided for in the PDP as well. The ecological value of the actual building construction zones, and I call them zones because they are, part of the collective, if you like, of the development, is scored as moderate using the Environmental Institute of Australia and New Zealand's Ecological Impact Assessment Guidelines. This score reflects the presence in the construction zones of two species of indigenous shrubs. It's Alleria lineata, which is a tree daisy, and Madagari, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, and two species of indigenous lizards. That's the southern grass skink and the Kawara gecko. Both the plants there and the lizards are classified as at risk declining. The construction zones are assessed to be ecologically significant as they provide habitat for Alleria lineata, Madagari, the southern grass skink, and the Kawara gecko in accordance with the policy 33218 of the PDP. And in particular, the presence of those species triggers the rarity and distinctiveness assessment criteria as set out in the policy. The magnitude and level of ecological effect of the building development assessed again, also in accordance with the EN's guidelines, to be moderate to high respectively in the absence of avoidance, remediation and mitigation measures. And these scores reflect the actual potential adverse effects of the construction activities on resident lizard populations and indigenous shrubs. Range of avoidance and remediation mitigation measures are proposed to reduce the magnitude and level of ecological effect from moderate to low. These include a range of site control measures, provision of lizard habitat, salvage and transfer of affected lizards, transplanting of the affected tree daisies from within the back of house facility, replacement plantings of other indigenous shrubs, and importantly, this will occur with ongoing monitoring and control of rodents, hedgehogs, mustelids, which include stoats and feral cats. That concludes my summary. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Did you want to briefly expand on your summary?
Yes, please, if you could, if I could.
Hold on, I'm not giving you an open invitation. What I was going to specifically ask you to do was comment or summarise the section of your evidence where you're responding to the 42A report and some of the disagreements that the council's ecologist has with you.
Yes, certainly.
Cover off those before we go to questions.
Sure. I think there was it was possibly a point of clarification that was required about the scope, if you like, of the environmental impact assessment versus the ecological project. I just wanted to be clear that the ecological impact assessment relates to those effects of the building development, and that the mitigation, remediation, avoidance measures that are set out in the impact assessment relates to the effects of the building development or the construction activities. That was the point I wanted to make clear. And whereas the restoration is a matter that is an additional, is a separate from the actual effects of the building development. There is one point of overlap, however, and that's been brought out by Dr. Tosher in relation to the lizards, where with the retirement of areas of grazing, there's potential for you to increase the seeding events of the tall grasses, which in turn can provide for greater food source and increased populations of mice. And mice, of course, are an important predator of lizards. So that's where there is that overlap. There's also a point around as the ecologist reporting for council pointed out, there was an area of a wetland in an area of the western sector of the property. And the observations are that that is not within the actual restoration area as proposed, and that's as set out in the rough and milne plan is outside that area, so it's not considered as part of the restoration project. So those are the sort of the key points.
Wetland won't be affected.
That wetland won't, that's not part of the restoration.
So, sorry, Mr. Beale, when you're talking about the restoration, you mean the 99 hectare area?
Yes, correct, that's right.
Thank you, Mr. Beale. As Commissioner Baker has kicked off questioning, we might as well see if she has any others for you. All right, well, ominously, Commissioner Baker says she has a lot for you, so we might let her go last. Mr. Beale, I've got one question for you, and it's that it's about trying to get us a better understanding of the extent of benefit that the ecological enhancement might result in. And at the moment, the application in its entirety has emphasised to us the important positive benefits that the restoration side of the application will give rise to. But at the moment, it hasn't been quantified in any, to be blunt, meaningful way that we could engage with, other than an open-ended enhancement that might be a 1% enhancement, or it might be a 10 million % enhancement. And so are you able to help give us a better understanding of the degree or extent or significance of enhancement that might result, distinct from just saying that there will be some enhancement?
Will be significant enhancement. We're talking a 99 hectare area, which is a large area of land. You've got existing platform in the form of the Kanuka forest and the shrublands that exist there in a degraded state owing to many decades of grazing and burning. You're going to be able to utilise that as patterns to build on and create significant areas of shrubland especially, as well as, of course, the Kanuka forest. And by removing that grazing pressure, you're giving that, along with weed control, importantly, and I must stress that also there is irrigation being supplied to these plantings, which is absolutely important. You're giving them, these plantings, the best opportunity to become self-fulfilling or self-sustaining vegetation within a decade. That is a pretty important advancement from any landscape, particularly something such as this. So from that perspective, I see, in my professional opinion, that is provides the best possible platform for large-scale revegetation to occur and to be sustained in this area.
And just following on from that, and I think we can understand the scale and the legitimate benefits in terms of vegetation. What about any enhancements, if at all, for fauna? Any species that you would imagine coming back to the site that aren't there now or couldn't thrive there now, but now could? Can you expand on that at all?
Good question. Yes, so look, I can answer that first looking at the wetlands. There's three wetlands that we refer to as within that natural revegetation zone. That's the one that's coloured in orange on the Rough and Mill plan.
Hold on with us. We just want to find that plan.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Beale, which Rough and Mill plan are we talking about?
Okay, so attachment 2 to my evidence.
Yes, and you're referring to.
So there's there's that sort of mauve area on the southwest side of Damper Bay where it includes a wetland number 2.
Yeah, 2.
And just above wetland number 2 is wetland number 1. Can you see that?
Yes, I see that. It's in an orange colour. Yep.
Yes, that's right. So by removing the grazing and fencing them off, you're giving those wetlands an opportunity to basically enhance through natural processes. In other words, you're actually allowing for the natural process to be, instigated without the degradation of stock. By that sort of increase in wetland plant cover that you will get, and now we also, of course, are going to try to enrich the planting species mix, if you like, within those areas. You give the opportunity for some of those more cryptic wetland bird species to be able to come back into these areas. And as Ms. Teal has pointed out, including marsh crate potentially. So that's an example there for you. The other wetland, which is to the west, if you like, at about 8 o'clock to wetland 2, which is in the orange area, which is wetland 3. If you can see that one directly above the road, out of Sparring Road.
Yes.
That's a very high quality wetland, and in my opinion, that may already support potentially a population of marsh crate. So that you've got a site that could lead to further recolonisation or expanded habitat for that species. Is it a threatened species? It's a threatened species, I might add. Thank you.
Yes.
Just in terms of looking at the plants, Alaria lineata is a threatened species. It's at risk declining. That's its classification. The plantings are proposed to include Alaria lineata and Matagari. So the intention of that is to increase the extent and cover of those threatened species. They also, along with some of the comprosmas, which are also the divaricating shrubs, support quite a large abundance of invertebrates, native invertebrates, which hence are important in some part of their life cycle. So again, you're providing for a greater habitat quality and extent for invertebrates. and for lizards, I might add, because some lizards are dependent on some of those shrubs as well for seasonal food sources.
Okay, thank you for that. Look, just the last natural conclusion for the discussion. To give me a sense of perspective, and to the extent that you're able to or are familiar with, how important or significant or substantial would this 90+ hectare enhancement project sit in the context of other enhancement or restoration or retiring farming land activities you might be aware of in the district? Is this a really unusually large thing, or in context is it becoming more normal?
Oh, it's huge. It is unique in respect to that. We're talking a large area here. It's significantly larger than Coming's farm next door, which is I've been responsible for managing that restoration project. The only other large one that comes close would be Walter Peak on the other side from Queenstown, which I think you'd probably be familiar with, the plantings of the headland at the beach point there.
Yes.
So if we were looking within the Queenstown Lakes district, or certainly within the Otago region even, it's big, really big. Certainly up there. I'd have to do the sums, but if you look at Teri Matanga in the Hauraki Gulf, where that's been replanted. But again, I'm not sure whether that would actually be to the same extent.
Okay, well, look, you don't need to go to that level of speculation. Thank you. Look, you've answered my questions, so I think we can unleash Commissioner Baker on you now.
I don't have that many. Can you tell me the skink rockery restoration bit? Where is that going to be proposed?
That's, I understand, in terms of the assessment that Dr. Tosh has undertaken, will be in and around the building development area.
In the building development area?
Yes, that's my understanding. And that would be using the rock that's been excavated during construction, but also maybe sourced from the rock scaling works on the surrounding bluffs.
So that is included in the impact assessment and not in the restoration then?
It's in the lizard management plan that's prepared by Dr. Tosha, the details of the rock gardens.
I'm just trying to understand it. At the beginning, you gave us that clarification, and I noted now that the impact assessment covered the construction area and the restoration covered the remaining 99 hectares.
Yep.
So,
yes, that's correct. So you can consider it as part of it's a mitigation measure.
In the impact assessment, okay. So should I take that clarification that you've given to mean that those matters within the construction area are mitigation and those areas outside of it are offsetting or a compensation?
No, that's not the case at all. The avoidance and mitigation remediation measures that are proposed are to address adverse effects of the building development. There's no residual adverse effects as a result of the mitigation package that's proposed. So you, under the offset guidelines prepared by several workers on behalf of local government New Zealand, we have provided for a mitigation package. There is none of those effects which would be considered residual adverse effects. So the restoration project.
I have a feeling that, yes, that ecology has a slightly different offsetting use of the word offsetting than the RMA. I think that.
No, it's part of the RMA. Those guidelines are prepared.
What I'm trying to ask you is, under 104AB, is there anything here which is compensation, or is it all mitigation?
It's mitigation and remediation.
Okay. Great. Are you aware of the location of the building platform which is consented on site?
No, I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. The assessment that you have made, which results in the ecological value of, I think it's the construction site being considered moderate. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Is reflective, you've said at paragraph 43, of the high score assigned to one assessment matter and the low scores assigned to the remaining assessment matters. That's what I'm reading here. So you've assessed as high the at-risk declining, and I understand 2 of the plants and 2 of the fauna are at-risk declining. So there are 4 species here. Is that right?
That's right. Potentially also the falcon, but there's no confirmed sightings of falcon. We've made a judgment call that it may be some nesting habitat in nearby.
Okay, but then you've assessed the representative, which also includes the Olearia lineata, as low.
Yes.
So does that mean that, I don't understand how that can be low and yet it's at risk declining?
Well, the representative is talking about is more at an ecosystem scale, whereas as an assessment matter, whereas the rarity distinctiveness includes as a part of that assessment the species and what the classification of those species are. So that's the distinction.
So you're saying the Olearia lineata is not particularly important within that ecosystem. So that ecosystem as a whole occurs frequently?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. No, I'm saying it is important from a rarity and distinctiveness perspective.
Yes, I understand that. So that's why it scores high as at risk.
Yes.
So why does it score low as a representative?
The representative is more a case of assessing the ecosystems and the quality of the shrublands and other indigenous elements within that area. Is not, to me, is typical of some other areas where you've got a greater condition and diversity that's more representative of those shrublands in more unmodified states. This is a pretty modified system we have here.
So under avoidance measures, one of the measures you've listed at 55C is reducing the construction zone by 0.3 hectares. I presume that's a change which has already occurred, so we haven't seen a preceding version of this.
Yes, that's right. That was a result of a recommendation by Dr. Tosher, because that area was good quality habitat for macan skink.
So the creation of the remediation area for the garden, for the gecko and the skinks, so lizard garden, is a 300 square metre lizard garden. I'm just interested in, compared to the amount of habitat that potentially is being destroyed, which I understand is fragmented, but there's an 8 hectare construction zone and a 300 square metre garden is going to replace that. Is that?
That's again, I would have to defer to Dr. Tosher on that point, but it's certainly to replace areas of rock that would be disturbed.
You're not aware of whether that's commensurate?
No, I'd have to get Dr. Tosher to comment on that for you.
Oh, I'm interested in your rabbit fencing comments.
Yes.
So you've commented that rabbit fencing, irrespective of the rigour of installation methods, is ineffective in your experience. And I think we would all say that rabbit control has been relatively ineffective everywhere at the moment. But Just because it's ineffective, is it not one of the best tools we actually have?
It depends on the site. My experience with Combings Farm, and I was in the company of Mr. Hamilton when we were attempting to put in rabbit-proof fencing around large parts of the property, particularly areas where revegetation was proposed. Due to the amount of rock, both at surface and subsurface, and the factors that the rabbits are so tenacious, we found it very difficult to be able to rabbit-proof many areas at all. In my experience, in a property of this scale, then your best bet is 1080 and or Pindone.
Okay, so what you're really saying, it's too difficult to install.
Yes.
Rather than it, right. Is Combings Farm, is that the farm to the immediate
East? Correct.
That's not owned by the applicant, is it?
No, it's not.
And I'm assuming that 1080 doesn't affect the skinks and lizards.
That's my understanding, yes.
And doesn't affect any of the, I presume 1080 wouldn't affect vegetation anyway.
Shouldn't, no. It's an organic product. It degrades very quickly. Yeah. Doesn't have a shelf life.
Just made reference to part 2 of the RMA, but I just need to pull it up myself to remind myself what I meant. And to some extent, this is a question that Mr. Munro has already asked you, but when I look at part 2, there are obviously matters of national importance, and they include the protection of areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. Now, my understanding from your evidence is that you are saying that this is going to be an ecological enhancement. But is this also protection? Because the words of national importance are the protection. Now, I understand this is not an SNA, but is this protecting significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna?
Significant habitats of Indigenous fauna.
Yeah.
So where you've got areas of rank grass, which includes Indigenous sedgelands and rushlands, like areas that border that trench that goes through the development area, or to the in the case of the area near the back of house where southern grass skinks were recorded. So that is that particular vegetation is significant because it provides habitat for an at-risk lizard species. So that's an example.
So that's being removed.
In part it is. Part of that area will not be within the construction zone either. So that they're sort of bordering in that sort of area where the access road comes into the back of house facility.
Sorry, can you say that again? So I'm asking you, there's a matter of national importance, protection of areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. And what you're saying to me is that some of the access area to the back of house will damage some areas, yes, which would fall into those categories, and also, which other one? Or was that it?
So there's the area, there's two components in that area. You've got the tree daisy, which falls within the footprint, and we will transplant those because they are obviously a significant vegetation or significant species, but it's part of that shrubland. Yeah. And then you've got the sort of area around the trench where you've got exotic grasses mixed with rushes and sedges, which provide a thick or dense enough cover for the lizards, the southern grass skink. And that's also a habitat that's significant because it provides for that cover.
And that trench is the part that goes through the reception building, is that right?
Yes, it does. But the area where the southern grass skinks were recorded is actually in the vicinity of the back of house facility.
Oh, okay, right.
So it's further back up the hill,
Yeah.
back up the access road, if you know what I mean.
Okay, so all the significant areas are in this back of house vicinity.
There is, but there's also areas of the rocky habitat as well in and around the site, which are providing habitat for the Kawara gecko. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yes. So,
Thank you, Mr. Beale. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, what was that, Commissioner?
I was going to say thank you. I had no further questions, but you just spoke, so.
No, that's okay. I'm just acknowledging. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Beale. We appreciate your time.
Thanks very much.
Next up is Jason Blair, and should be here any minute.
Mr. Holm, just conferring with the commissioners, none of us have any questions of Mr. Blair. We're happy if he wants to just walk us through any summary he wants to give, and we understand his evidence was largely to give us comfort that the simulations have been prepared following a proper discipline.
Yes.
So it's in your call whether we could just take that as read or whether you've got him. There's no harm if he wants to say something, but we have no questions.
I think, sir, thank you for that clarification. I think perhaps there was one issue that Mr. Blair might be helpful on, that is in terms of how the visual simulations were put together, the detailed technique behind those, compared to the simpler photographic approach of Mr. Brown, for example. Would it be helpful if he just commented on that particular point? If you
look, absolutely, that's fine. Yep.
Just read through my methodology.
Startup methodology. Yeah. So, sir, he'd start at number 10 of his statement, where he's talking just about photo simulations.
The methodology and the preparation of the photo simulations.
I mean, we've read it, so if you're just going to read it again to us, that's not that
Okay.
helpful. But
Yeah,
if there's
fine.
any points you want to
We'll
make.
take that as read, sir, if that's
Yep.
acceptable, and then perhaps Jason could just comment on.
Well, I guess it's just in relation to viewing distance. It is on our simulations, we go through a rigorous process and just make sure everything's presented and at the correct scale for your viewing of 50 centimetres. I guess it just would have been good to understand in Stephen's and Mr. Brown's and Mr. Denny's evidence, the viewing distance on their photographic evidence. Would be just the thing that was just impacts on the accuracy of what you're viewing when you're viewing it on your on the printout. Yeah, that was all.
Okay. Look, thank you for that. And we may clarify that with both of those witnesses when we get from them.
No problem.
I think it's very helpful that you provided these. The fact that we don't have any questions isn't taken away from them.
That's fine. All good.
All right. Sounds like you get an early lunch. Well done.
Move on to Mr. Milne and Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Welcome, Mr. Milne. I hope you're well.
Very well, thank you.
Good. Feel welcome just to talk through any key points you want to draw to our attention.
Look, I do have a summary. I could quickly, it's 3 pages. I could quickly read that if you wish.
I mean, we've already read it, so
okay. All right.
Use the time.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think I'll just briefly cover some of those key points. In terms of my summary, I did point out there were a couple of small typos in my evidence. I don't think I need to draw you to those to your attention. It was a couple of words. One being probably the key one was in paragraph 22, where I morphed together the words wind and bend and made it wend. So that should be reading wind, just for your clarification. I believe, and I'm just going to quickly summarize my summary, that when one considers the values of the receiving environment and the ONL in general, that is the memorability and the legibility of the landforms that take prominence in terms of this area of the ONL and this area of the landscape. I would just like to perhaps clarify that I believe, or I've drawn a distinction in terms of the receiving environment compared to the visual environment. I believe, and this comes back to one of the questions earlier to my colleagues, Mr. Mitchell, I think, if I recall that question correctly, is that this landscape is experienced from beyond the site, and I believe the true experience is when one goes from Waimaka through to Glenview Bay, particularly from the Waterfall Creek car park or Ruby Island Road to the boat launching ramp there. I think from there onwards through to Glenview, you experience this landscape as a slice of a landscape within a bigger ONL. And that's quite different to the visual environment, where I believe the visual environment is more contained pretty much within Damp Bay itself, and obviously out into the lake at a certain extent. So it's got a smaller visual environment or receiving environment, but a larger landscape receiving environment. And hopefully that makes sense, and I can clarify that further to questions later. In terms of visual effects, overall, I believe in time they'll range from no to low to moderate, depending on where you were viewing it from, or the development from, I should say. In terms of landscape effects, I've come to the conclusion that they'll be ranging from low to moderate as well over time. In terms of landscape effects, that is judging the change in landscape character and how that change in landscape character then affects the values one draws from the landscape. I'd like to point out that just because you can see something in the landscape, it doesn't necessarily equate to an adverse effect. And I'm sure you'll have questions on me in terms of the reasonably difficult to see test. So I won't traverse my thoughts on that just a minute. I'll expand on those when I answer your questions. The biggest difference in opinion I see between myself, Mr. Denny and Mr. Brown are the extent of effects, particularly from the Glenview Bay, or Wanaka Glenview Bay Trail, or also the track, I should say, also known as the Millennium Trail, and which also forms part of the Te Aroa Trail that goes throughout New Zealand. And the 3 landscape experts that you've read or you'll hear from, we do differ in our assessment of effects from that trail. In terms of the nationwide trail, and then Mr. Brown draws some conclusions on this and the importance of the trail because it's a nationwide trail. It's from what I can see, the PDP doesn't place any greater importance on views from that trail because it's a nationwide one to views from, say, the road or just a track that isn't part of the Te Aroa Trail. On that point, it's probably just worth noting that on the Nationwide Trails website, it does state that the Te Aroa Trail is a trail that connects towns, cities, throughout New Zealand and gives people the opportunity to experience plants, animals, cultures, perhaps even the opportunity to stay on a marae or stay with families. So it's a trail that takes you through many landscapes. I won't expand on that any further at this point. I think, look, that's probably a summary of the key points of my summary. So I'm happy to answer questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Let's see what's there. Any questions you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Milne. I've just got one to do paragraph 63 on your evidence. You talk about some of the mitigating factors being the green roofs, and I know we've asked Brooks about this, Mr. Mitchell about this, was whether the green roofs can actually mimic the surrounding environment. Now, if they cannot, what is your view on the effect of the visual effect on the landscape?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. And I did listen to Mr. Mitchell's answer on this too when you posed that to him. My understanding of the green roofs, and I've studied them relatively closely, you've got a mix of species there on those green roofs that would naturally grow within that surrounding landscape. There are also species that will be contained within the mix of species that are beyond the green roof as well. So they'll be seen in the context of revegetation across the wider site. And that revegetation is, I'll use the word mimicking, but it's looking to re-establish those species that would have been naturally growing there. So in terms of seasonality, they'll change colours slightly during the year as we hit autumn or we come into spring when we see some fresh growth. I believe that the species chosen will actually blend in or read as part of that re-establishing landscape that's part of the overall proposal. So fairly long-winded answer, but hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Following on from that, Mr. Milne, what's your experience with green roofs? Have you been involved in cases with green roofs that you've seen through?
Yeah, I have. I've got a, I was going to say extensive. I've got a, I'll actually rephrase that. I've got to certainly have experience with green roofs. Currently involved in a project that is about, I'm not sure, let's say 1.2 k's or 3 k's down the road from this one. That has a green roof, and we've been through an extensive, that hasn't been built yet, I'll add that, but it's been through an extensive period of planning and so forth. So the species on that particular green roof has informed Mr. I should say the species on that green roof is very similar to what is proposed on this one. Throughout other parts of the country, through landscape design projects I've been involved in, been involved in green roofs for places like Environment Canterbury on their building, which was on Kilmore Street in Christchurch. Unfortunately, it came down in the earthquakes. No fault of the weight of the green roof or anything. However, that did successfully grow, and it was built on species found within the Canterbury region. So once again, a good record with using species local to the area or endemic to the area for the success of those green roofs.
Thank you. I'm interested that you have concluded for quite a lot of the, particularly the visual effects, that they vary from no to either low, moderate or moderate. The no is interesting. Is that where you can't see it at all, you're saying? Because that, I mean, obviously we could say it's no from lots of places.
Yes, correct. So from the, yeah, indeed. And that's actually probably, can I just sort of reiterate that the viewpoints chosen were what we believe to be the most, I suppose, close and clear viewpoints. There is a good many viewpoints within the overall environment where you won't see the proposal or the site at all, or I should say parts of the site where the proposal or the buildings are set. Within those particular 18 viewpoints where I've said no, that is because you will not see.
Can you tell me where the nursery area is going to be on the site?
Yeah, look, it hasn't been confirmed, but it has been talked about that it will be on a flatter part of the site, just down that slope from the meditation pod. So as you look at the site, you've got the undulating or indented landform that forms the eastern headlands, and the flatter, the broader, I would just call it the flat area between the owner's accommodation, so pod D, and the toe of the slope that sits below pod M, which is the meditation pod, has at this stage been flagged as perhaps a location for the nursery.
Would that be, okay, so to the north of pod D? Or to
Yes,
the east?
Yes, to the, let's say to the northeast of pod D.
The northeast of pod D.
Yeah. There is a on the, and I'm just bearing in mind there's sort of the comments on the graphics that various people were looking at during the course of the morning, but I have my graphic attachment adjacent to me or next to me, and on page 11 I'm looking at, which is the proposed long-term strategic landscape management plan. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I have the same one in front of me, thank you.
Fantastic. So when you look at the label on that plan that says Kanuka Forest.
Yes.
And that is, and so within that area, there's a little stream shown just adjacent to the T of forest. It's within that general locality there at this stage.
Sorry, you said there's a little what shown?
Oh, there's a wee stream that there's a wee.
Oh, yes.
Yep, adjacent to the T of the word forest.
Okay. And it will be a 300 square metre area, did I remember reading?
Yeah, look, I just have to refresh myself on that one, but I actually thought it was a smidgen bigger than that.
In that kind of order, though.
Yeah, it wasn't certainly not any smaller than that, no.
Right, okay.
Mm-hmm.
At paragraph 22, you talk about a key issue is potential cumulative effects that may occur as development spreads along the western shore of Lake Wanaka. Now, I don't really want to go into the semantics of cumulative effects, but you're talking here about future development which is currently not consented or built, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Paragraph 23, I'm just wondering whether that's really a landscape architect comment within your area of expertise.
No, look, I'd agree with you on that one. It was my way of referencing exceptional. I think there are probably other landscape factors that make up or contribute to that argument as well. But yes, I take your point on that.
Now, I had this question, asked this question of Mr. Beale of what's offsetting here, what's compensation and what's mitigation. I see in paragraph 24 that you've talked about the built form will be offset. What's necessary for this proposal for mitigation and what's sort of over and above and is therefore compensation?
Yeah, I think probably best demonstrated in the graphic attachment, and my way of answering this question. And on page 29 of the graphic attachment. So sheet 29 of the graphic attachment shows an area around the buildings, and we call it, and it's that plan is titled Development Area Planting Plan. I would suggest.
So page 29 is Development Area Planting Plan?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm with you now.
It's okay. And to my mind, the planting within that area is some of the key mitigation planting. There is also Kanuka planting proposed down to the end of the existing open paddock I see that is mitigating some of those views from the Glenview Bay track. The rest of the planting across the site, and I would consider it to be a positive benefit. So it's this immediate planting around the building and some of that Kaunuka planting that I consider being mitigation planting.
That's very clear, thank you.
And sorry, can I just further expand on that as well? I've just had another thought on that particular one. And when we talk about the farmland that is being retired from grazing, and in time that will revert to indigenous vegetation, to my mind, that's a huge positive in terms of the increase in natural character on the site.
I think in a couple of places, and one of them is at paragraph 16 of your evidence, you have referred to this being a unique sculptural built form, quite unlike the traditional built forms that are typically found in the rural landscape. And I take your point, and I agree that it's quite unlike traditional built forms. I guess from the point of view of rural character, though, what I'd like to understand from you is whether that's a adverse effect on the landscape character or not.
I don't believe it is. I don't think, well, I think the organic nature of the built form responds most appropriately to the landscape setting, and therefore I don't see it as an adverse effect on the rural character.
Right. So the rural character.
Sorry, is that a quick? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking about my question. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I stalled halfway through my question. I was just pretending the screen froze. Just. So I'm just trying to understand this, because rural character, to my understanding, is made up of the natural elements and then those elements that are found within that particular rural character, and in this case, obviously, an O&L, and an organic built form is not something I would think of as being found in any rural environment. So I would say that it's unexpected in any rural character, really.
I'd almost suggest this building could be unexpected in anywhere in New Zealand, given its not too dissimilar to the roof at Peregrine Winery, which you could say is fairly unexpected. But the fact that it's shaped on the wing of the falcon that frequents that area makes it actually quite interesting. And so I'd suggest that, yeah, and you're dead right. You know, rural character throughout New Zealand, but also of this area as well, is that combination of landscape of built form, which we would typically associate to the rural area. And just because this isn't a typical gabled roof and perhaps painted heritage red, doesn't necessarily mean it's a building that doesn't fit within the rural character of the area.
Okay.
Hopefully that shed some light on your question. Or my thinking anyway.
It always allows me to think more about things anyway.
Fantastic.
Now the vegetation that is proposed to be planted as mitigation, which you just confirmed to me was the development area planting and some of the Kaunuka, how long before that is actually effective?
Well, yes, so Mr. Beale in his evidence discusses growth rates and so forth. And based on those growth rates, we've prepared, or Mr. Blair has prepared visual simulations with our input, so showing 5 and 10 years growth. Right. So it's between that 5 and 10 years, I believe, is the planting for mitigation is affected.
Yeah, that's what I had understood as well. Now, you've also used the term consented baseline. You will have heard presumably me ask your counsel what was intended by this. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, look, I've referred to it, and in referring to it, to my mind, it demonstrates that there has been the ability or an understanding of the ability of the landscape to accept some built form and some change as per that previous consent.
At paragraph 66, you said rather than privatising the site, the proposal will provide a visitor experience immersed in a highly natural setting. Does that contribute to the landscape effects?
No, I'm not sure if it does contribute to the landscape effects. I think what it contributes to is it's allowing or providing an opportunity for actually more people other than a private landowner to actually enjoy that and experience that landscape. Given the scale in terms of the amount of people potentially using it, I don't think there's a landscape effect arising from a greater number of people on the site.
So does that come into our assessment in any way?
I potentially, because when we talk about people using a site, and you might consider, I don't know, traffic movements, and therefore traffic movements might have a landscape effect. I don't think there is any in this regard, in this context.
Did you consider the landscape effects of the rockfall mitigation that's going to be carried out?
Sorry, a door just opened adjacent to me here.
That's right. Did you consider the landscape effects of the rockfall mitigation that's going to be carried out?
I didn't do a detailed assessment. I understood what was required, but I didn't do a detailed assessment. What I did do is assess the landform, the change to landform from earthworks. Yes.
So that includes the rockfall earthworks?
It did, but as I say, it wasn't a detailed sort of blow by blow, rock by rock of the rockfall work.
In terms of the excess cut being remaining on site, I assume to a large extent that's a financial and practical consideration. From a landscape point of view, though, it would presumably be better to actually remove it.
Yes and no. I think it would certainly be better to be removed if it couldn't be used in a meaningful way on site. And I think the fill used in terms of putting some over the lower reaches of the open paddock, I don't think that has any landscape effect. So I think that's a useful way of using that fill. And then being used in two subtle mounds to the north the building of part A, B, and C, I think is used in a meaningful way. If it was to be used like an extruded sausage shape somewhere, then I'd have my doubts. However, I believe that the use of it fits in with the landform of the site.
In paragraph 77, you talk about open character. So I understand what you're saying is that the revegetation will obviously result in no open views. Now, in 78, you then use the term openness. Now, my understanding is those two terms, one of them results to built form and one of them results to clear views. So that's my first question to you. And then my second question is, what is the PDP actually requiring of us in terms of openness or open character?
Yeah, so look, my understanding of open character is essentially a landscape devoid of trees and buildings. And openness is slightly different. And my understanding of openness is a landscape with very few buildings, but doesn't necessarily exclude trees in that, or vegetation within that landscape. And in terms of the PDP and what's that is required, I suppose the key thing is it's the underlying landscape values, in particular within the ONL, and if the open character and openness are a value of that ONL, then we have to make sure that they are being retained, protected, enhanced, maintained.
So the ONL, you're saying that the PDP is requiring us to retain the openness.
If that has been, sorry, if that has been, yes, if that has been.
On this side, because you've identified there's openness, regardless of the fact that that seems to be largely a result of farmland practices and is not therefore particularly natural.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting point you raise, because a lot of the landscapes of the district are open because they're managed, and then that open character is then taken as well, not taken, but is perceived to be an underlying value of that particular landscape. So you've got quite an interesting context there, that it's actually a managed landscape that is determining one of its values. And when we think about, and if I can just bring it back to the site that we are dealing with, and how that sits within the larger landscape unit of the Mount Alpha. I'm probably going beyond answering your question here, but I'll keep going if I can. When we think of that Mount Alpha ONL, that ONL is made up of a number of smaller, let's say, landscape sub-areas, and one that I think is particularly relevant when we think about it in terms of our site, or the application site, I should say, is that stretch of land between the road and the lake edge, and that certainly contains a different character to the land to the immediate south of the Mount Aspiring Glendhu Road, where we start to morph into and move up the slopes of Roy's Peak and Centennial Peak, and then Mount Alpha itself, which is a lot more open. So my take on all of this is that if we're considering a development on a particular site, and we consider that development in the context of the overall values of the ONL it's sitting in, is it maintaining, protecting some of those overall values? And I'd suggest in this case, the overall value of openness and open character is actually more associated with other parts of the, there's a greater association with other parts of that ONL.
Because my understanding of the PDP is that it has really moved away from the openness and open character, which is why I'm interested as to where in the PDP we're really directed to that. But what I'm understanding you to say is that comes from the assessment of the existing character.
Yes.
Okay.
And maybe if sorry, just picking up on your comment there, Commissioner, about the PDP moving away, I think when we consider the strategic, Chapter 3 strategic directions, and there are some policies that sit, or objectives and policies that sit in there that talk about the values of the landscapes, and therefore, yes, if you undertake a character assessment and one of your values identified is open character or openness, then I think that sits within that.
I'm interested in paragraph 91. You talk about the views from Wanaka Mount Aspiring Road and the views of the visitor accommodation for the owner, shall we call it? Well, you don't actually talk about that. You simply, oh no, you do. Sorry, you say it's 720 metres away and tucked into the hill slopes with a shady gully. Now, some of the poles had fallen down, and yet that was very, very clearly visible to us. So I take the point that there will be some trees and other plantings to mitigate those views, but I'm struggling to see how that becomes reasonably difficult to see when it was probably the most visually prominent part from our site visit, I would say.
From Mount Aspiring, the Mount Aspiring Wanaka Road.
From Mount Aspiring Wanaka Road driving towards Wanaka, yeah, which I presume is the direction that this would be.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Certainly, and I take your point there in terms of the poles being visible, and maybe this is a chance to just, in terms of reasonably difficult to see, and I think it's a really interesting phrase, this one, and look, I'm going to completely frank, I'm not too sure if I've really come to grips with reasonably difficult to see in a number of projects I've been involved in. But my take on it, and I think it's quite useful to think about it. And I think if you consider, and you may be familiar with a seminal landscape planner called Ian McCarg, and I'll draw back some reference or relevance to why I mention him now to answering your question. And he talks about the sieve analysis, and when you go through a sieve analysis, when you're thinking about the landscape and how that landscape might change, and then what drops out of the bottom of the sieve, and you put in your various layers into that sieve, whether it's vegetation, landform, etc. That's a very brief sort of description of that. Now, why I mention this is that the reasonably difficult to see test, I believe, is not too dissimilar to a sieve analysis, where you take in the context of all the views available. So for a start, what I've done is I've started, okay, is this site, is the area within the site readily visible? And then if it's not readily visible, but it's only visible from a number of viewpoints, what are they confined to? And then when you get to those viewpoints, first, what is the duration of that view? Second, what is the sensitivity of the viewer? So whether it's somebody on a coach, driving along, just having had a guided mountain bike tour at Glendhu Park or mountain bike park, and then they're heading back into Wanaka for whatever, eat some drinks. Is it a local who might be on their bike on the road? Is it a farmer on a tractor? Yeah. So when we think about views, it's not that. So we're thinking about the type and the duration of that view, but also the person viewing it. When we come back to, I'm now sort of coming back to this, your question. So in terms of my reasonably difficult to see test, I've applied all of those things to come up, with my conclusions, or to my conclusions when I draw my conclusion. And so, yes, you get a view of the site poles from this viewpoint. Depending on how you're traveling, it's going to be a glimpse. There's a clear view if you're in a car. There is a clear view for about 200, 215 to 30 odd meters from memory. Traveling 80 Ks, you can probably do that in about 10 seconds if my maths isn't too bad. So one has to understand what the context of the view is, and then what is the built form you're looking at, then what is any mitigation in terms of planting the overall proposal. So what you are then looking at is part of that. The whole reasonably difficult to see as well. So look, that's a really long answer and but a wee bit of a description of how I've gone through that process to get to my conclusion.
I think why don't we just try and make that a bit simpler and blunter?
Yep.
What I think you're saying is that you think reasonably difficult to see is a representative overall conclusion reached in the round, not something that is measured as a sequence of individual tests from each viewpoint. Is that right? That
is exactly right. Thank you for making that clear.
Now we understand that. Let's move forward. We're nearly getting to lunchtime. I just bear with me for a minute. How many more questions do you have? Still time to talk through. I've got some questions as well. Look, Mr. Milne, there's no way Commissioner Baker and I are going to finish our questions in any time like 4 minutes. So because we have sort of drawn a line under one particular topic about that reasonably difficult to see, and thank you for being a bit proactive in bringing it to the fore with your answers too. I propose that we'll just pause for the luncheon. Now, I don't know where you're all at. The assumption is you're all sitting in offices and homes that have easy access to kitchens and that maybe 30 or 45 minutes might be sufficient for lunch. Can I just get a sense from, first and foremost, the applicant's team, but also maybe the council staff, does a 45-minute lunch seem sufficient or not?
From the applicant viewpoint, that would seem fine. We're mostly here in the same building.
Okay, Mr. Page, we're zooming in on you dramatically. Did you have something to say about that?
Well, no, I just turned it on so that you could see that I was here and paying attention. I'm sitting here in my office in Dunedin. 45 minutes is fine for me, but I can't speak for Mr. Greaves or my landscape witness, Mr. Brown. So I'll invite them to confirm individually whether 45 minutes is going to suit them.
Why don't we try it a slightly different way? How about if anybody who's on the call has a fundamental problem of 45 minutes, how about you speak up now? Otherwise, we'll take it that people can live with 45 minutes. Thank you for that, Mr. Haworth. All right, 45 minutes. Let's reconvene, folks, at 1:15 p.m. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. Baker and Milne, get it.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll just carry on with Mr. Milne.
Thank you. Good to be back.
In paragraph 112, you said it's considered to include both the natural science and the experiential aspects. I just wondered whether you could explain to me what natural science means in this context.
I suppose it's those biophysical features of the site.
Right. So you have said in paragraph 114, the landscape and visual assessment determined the overall extent of natural character of the receiving environment with reference to the 7-point scale as being moderate to high. So I take that to mean that it's a very natural environment. Is that?
Yeah, moderate to high certainly, yeah, suggest that. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then if I look at the matters of national importance in the RMA, which require preservation of the natural character of the coastal environment, including lakes, and also protection of outstanding natural landscapes, how do we go from moderate to high to actually being able to do anything here which is not well, which in any way degrades this? Or are you saying there is no degradation at all occurring as part of this proposal?
In terms of, we'll start with natural character for a start. So I think in my evidence, I suggest that there will be some degradation of natural character on the site through the built form. But then natural character overall on the site will actually improve or be enhanced given the extensive revegetation planned and the retirement from grazing of the site. I also then, and I suppose we're thinking about lake edge, in my evidence discussed the fact that I believe the site is significant distance from that lake edge or that lake margin. But added to that also is the proposed revegetation adjacent or between the site and the lake edge as well. So in fact, overall, I believe natural character on the site is actually increases.
Okay.
And then maybe if I can just quickly expand when we think about the protection of outstanding natural features and landscapes, I reached the conclusion that the values of this outstanding natural landscape are protected.
So the issue of margins, so I understand your point that the margin is way away from this proposal basically, but then in 127 you conclude that the margins might be improved. I'm a little bit confused as to how they can be not part of it and improved at the same time.
Yeah, I suppose what I'm getting to there, or what I should have made clear, is the fact it's the land of the site adjacent to the margin that is being improved.
Okay. I don't think I have any further questions for you, actually. The only further question I had for you is whether, you've used the NZILA scale of degree of effects. Are there correspondent definitions? So is there a definition of very low and a definition of low?
No, there's not. And I know Mr. Brown does have definitions in his evidence. The current guidelines that are actually, we still refer to them as draft, but they're actually coming out in hard copy in a couple of months, have done away with the definitions, and they refer to it being standard dictionary definitions. The definitions that we have used in the past, we've defaulted to the British landscape guidelines for undertaking LVAs, but in our current best practice ones or guidelines that are coming out, there are no definitions.
But does the best practice still include a reference to where it corresponds to minor in the RMA?
Yeah, for sure. So low to moderate.
Yeah.
Moderate and above more than minor.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Milne. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Milne. For my part, I've just got a few, and they do follow on in places to what you've previously talked about. Over the course of the lunch break, the commissioners in this room were having a discussion about what we understood to be proposed for the green roofs and what bits of it would be mimicking what bits of the natural landscape. And it turns out we thought we all had the same agreement and understanding, but we didn't. And so what I want to try and do is ask you some very specific questions to help clarify that.
For sure.
We heard, not just from you, but also your colleague, Mr. Mitchell, that in this landscape there's a palette of species and colours and browns and greens and bits of rock. And the proposal for the green roof is that it would incorporate a mixture of species and colours and tones so as to avoid looking as a uniform colour or texture across its entirety. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah. Indeed. And sorry, sir. And that's probably best demonstrated if you wanted to refer to it graphically on sheets 30 and 31 of the graphic attachment.
Well, we'll just look at those because you have specifically identified them. So just bear with us.
Yes, indeed.
30 and 31?
Correct.
Okay, yep, thank you. And over the course of the year, as seasons change and things around the site change, is it expected that the green roof would effectively dissolve into the background and be sort of invisible, or would it be distinguishable more or less depending on what's around it, but be compatible because of its underlying composition? Can you help us understand between those two outcomes what's more likely to be the case?
Yeah, would a sufficient answer be a hybrid of the two? The intention is that when you look at the green roof, one would hope that given the selection of species behind it and the landform behind it, that it is relatively indistinguishable from the rest of the vegetation palette that is proposed, and that will be
yes. So when you say palette, again, forgive me if I'm starting to get really, really detailed.
Yeah.
Would it still be visually distinguishable as a curvy linear shape, albeit one that was of inoffensive or consistent plants and materials, or would it be a case that you'd expect people wouldn't be able to see where the roof line started and stopped from the landscape features behind?
Look, for the most part, it's going to blend in with the background, but I think you'll still read it as a curvilinear roof because of the built form underneath it, supporting it.
Yeah, so in summary, it's not proposed that it's going to be invisible.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, I agree totally.
Okay, thank you. That might have helped alleviate the indecision we had. We'll find out at afternoon tea.
I hope so.
In Mr. Brown's evidence, and appreciating he had concerns across the board, but one of the things that he did dwell on a little bit was the meditation structure. And when he was talking about putting aside the success of the proposal, but this design language of receiving and blending and trying to nestle into the landform and folds, he took the view that the meditation structure was a bit anomalous and effectively was just sort of sitting a bit more prominently on top of that feature. Putting aside its scale and whether or not we think there's a severity or if we agree with him or not, do you agree with his description of how it sits on its landform, or do you think, with some reasons you might give us, that it does attempt to melt or blend into its landform in a way that some of the other buildings proposed do?
Yeah, for sure. Look, I believe because of its position in the landscape, yes, it is visually more prominent than the other buildings, or will be. When you look closely at the contour pattern there, it is located in a little ledge or nook within that landform. So I think it is sited to sit and melt and soften, but it will be, because of its alignment and its location, it will be visible from the track more obvious than the other buildings. And if I can just qualify that from those parts of the track that our selected viewpoints have been taken from.
Yes, look, I don't want anyone to read more into this question than what it is.
Yeah.
But if we were to find ourselves in a situation, and we have to look at effects on the environment, plus we have to be guided by what the two district plans are calling for and telling us what we should or shouldn't do. If we found ourselves in a position where we agreed with Mr. Brown vis-a-vis the possible offensiveness of the meditation structure, such that we felt the balance of the proposal might be consentable, but that meditation structure was not, if we were to hypothetically look at just, say, refusing consent for that portion of it, would that change, in your view, the overall landscape and visual effects of the proposal in any material way, or not?
Yeah, I think. Oh no, I think it certainly it plays a part of that overall assessment of effects. So if the meditation pod wasn't sitting where it was at the moment, then I'd suggest that my rating of effects from parts of the track would be lesser.
I see. Okay, thank you. I want to just divert now to a slightly less specific aspect of the proposal. There's agreement by the landscape fraternity, not just the landscape architects in this hearing, that we are in an outstanding natural landscape. And I'm interested in your discussion and assessment of the benefits of the revegetation. And putting aside ecology and biodiversity, just looking at landscape and visual effects. If the landscape, although not in an original pristine bushed condition, is already so sufficiently natural as to be outstanding, how much of a benefit does the revegetation actually have? That is to say, I'm not suggesting it might not make it more outstanding, but if it's already outstanding, are we talking about a marginal gain in landscape terms, or is there something about revegetation compared to pastoral landscapes that elevates them to a different tier of outstanding, for want of a non-sort of facetious way of describing what's in my head?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Outstanding. Revegetation will increase the natural character of this specific part of the overall outstanding natural landscape.
Yeah.
This specific part of the overall outstanding natural landscape doesn't hold some of the same values as the rest of the outstanding natural landscape. So I believe the enhancement or the increase of natural character is, and I'm just trying to think of it, certainly brings a very high benefit to this part of the landscape. Now, whether that then makes the overall outstanding natural landscape more outstanding, I'm, in the overall context of that outstanding natural landscape I can't comment on, but I would have thought, well, I can't draw a really objective or a quantifiable conclusion, I should say. But if you're considering that natural character in this part is increasing, there must be some measurable benefit to the overall outstanding natural landscape.
One of the things that I've been mulling over in my mind as you've gone through your summary and obviously reading your evidence as well, is that as depicted on all of those plans that look at the overall site as a whole, and my recollections from our recent site visit, both traversing along the road on the southern side and being in the lake on the northern side, is it's your eye is drawn to that journey from the shore and the bay up between the crests of the landform up to the mountain rising behind it. And right through a pretty substantial central section of that is going to be a retained, quite rectilinear shaped pasture. And the revegetation kind of wraps around the northern extent of that. And so I guess what I'm interested in just getting your view on is if we look at this as a whole and we accept the revegetation has some natural character benefits, to what extent are they negated or limited by what will be a plainly obvious and substantial retained rectangular shaped pasture through the middle of it?
I don't think they'll be limited by that at all, sir. I think it's they'll complement it. The reason that pasture through the middle has been retained is that it's been identified that when you take that drive from Glendu Bay to Wanaka or in the other direction, this is one of the few sites where you get a clear, or you get a snapshot of a view of the lake water. So in terms of the values of the receiving environment or of the site, that was considered that it should be retained. So I don't think that the retention of that waters down or lessens the and it's a wee bit like that the rest of the site as well, and where the revegetation is planned and where grazing or farmland is proposed to be maintained and retained is actually over the, so where farmland is proposed to be retained and maintained is over the high points of the west and eastern headland. So once again, those areas that catch the eye as well. So no, I don't think the retention of that pasture in a rectangular shape negates or waters down. Not that you use the words waters down, but the revegetation and the natural character.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Milne. Now just coming back to some of the paragraphs in your evidence, I just want to start with paragraph 150. And I'm actually looking at the latter half of that paragraph, which is at the top of your page 44.
Yes, I have that.
And so I just want to get a better understanding of what you're saying in your sentence. To my mind, the proposal is exceptional and that it provides visitor accommodation, ... Are you saying that if a build form as proposed had been proposed but as a luxury mansion, not a visitor accommodation activity, that its landscape and visual effects would be different or less acceptable?
No, and it's a fairly convoluted sentence, this one, so thanks for drawing my attention to it. There's probably two parts to my answer. One is it's actually offering, it's not a luxury private mansion. So it's offering the opportunity for people to come and experience our landscape that perhaps don't have the chance to. And secondly, and this is where my sentence probably isn't overly clear and could have been worded better, was that the whole package, I believe, in terms of or in regard to the fact that what is being proposed equates or brings it in my mind to something that's exceptional.
Let's work on that a little bit more, because I'm still not following I guess I'm not following the point we're trying to make. Are you saying that because it is a high-end visitor accommodation activity, the nature of that brings with it an exceptional landscape response and proposal? Or are you saying it's exceptional because it's giving people an opportunity to come and be part of and visit this part of an ONL? or both, or something different?
It's a combination of the two, I think, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that one. At paragraph 152, you talk about no visual effects on the adjoining neighbours. Now, I'm not going to try and refer to a PDF on my computer because that didn't go very well last time. I'm just going to borrow one of my commissioner's handouts of the visual attachments. And, oh yes, there we go. I'm looking at, I don't know, does it, which sheet shows what we needed to? This one doesn't. I've got, it doesn't, does it? Just bear with me, Mr. Milne. I'm trying to find a. Yeah, this one that shows that one. That's sort of no, that doesn't do it either. Look, while I'm trying to find the plan, Mr. Milne, what it comes down to is that on our self-guided site visit, we identified that we actually entered the wrong site at first, and we entered land to the east or southeast of the site, and it was on the along the site boundary. There's a stream that ends in a sort of a wetland feature adjacent to Wanaka Mount Aspiring Road. And in fact, we can see it on, what number of sheet is this? Sheet 09, which is a plan that says property boundaries and surrounding development. Let me know when you've got that handy.
Yep, no, I have that in front of me.
And so if you look at on the northern side of the road, there's a label Lot 4 DP 549904. And to the immediate right-hand side of that wording, you'll see a blue pond.
Yes.
So we were on the eastern side of that, trying to find what we thought was the right way to go. And once we realised our mistake, we hightailed it out of there and managed to get in there. But when we were on that neighbouring site, from more or less where the word lot is, we had a very unobstructed and direct view across to the BOH building and its poles. And not whatever an effect may be, I don't know that we could go as far as saying there'd be no effect on at least that adjoining site. And so I wanted to give you a chance to have you thought about that. Were you aware of it? Is it relevant or otherwise?
Look, it is relevant. It's probably relevant, and I would like to take the opportunity to say, look, that's an oversight on my behalf from that particular spot on that site.
Well, there's certainly no criticism. We weren't ever planning to go there. We actually got lost following the wrong gate.
Gosh, if only you'd followed the directions, sir, and I wouldn't have had to answer that question.
There's a lesson for all of us there. In light of that, and accepting that you haven't been there and haven't seen it, but if you were to accept a statement from us that there were views from that site across that little stream between the landforms to the back of house building, are you still comfortable with that being consented absent any plans or elevations or specific assessment of that structure?
Yeah, look, yes, I am. And why I answer that way is I have confidence when I look at, or what gives me confidence is that when I consider the detailed site plan and the detailed master plan for the proposed earthworks and vegetation around that area.
Okay. Thank you for that. My next question is actually just a note to Mr. Home. At your paragraph 157, you recommended a change to condition 31, but that hadn't been carried through to Mr. Edmonds' proposed conditions in his statement of evidence. So it may just be between Mr. Home and Mr. Edmonds, your recommended change to that landscape condition can be swept up. So that's not something that you need to respond on. But when I was looking at condition 31 to see if your recommended changes had come through, what I read of that condition as it relates to restrictions on lighting were that it was quite different to the recommendations that are contained in the applicant's lighting report that had been provided. And so the first question for you is, are you aware of and have you read the lighting report that was commissioned and supplied along with the application documents?
Yes, I have. Yes.
And was it your understanding that those recommendations were going to form part of the proposal or not?
No, indeed. Yes, it is. It still is.
Okay, look, thank you. That might just be a question of some of the conditions being swept up. So let's not get too much about that right now. But the question I wanted to really get to is, as I understand it, we're talking about buildings, putting aside the entry arrival reception pod that has glazing on both sides. All of the units really only have windows on the north face. And the recommendation, or one of the recommendations of the lighting report, was that there'd be no light spill after dark, such as by having electric blinds that close everything off when the light's switched on. And I just wanted to make sure that from your perspective, that's what you've assessed. And so, for instance, if people are sitting dining after dark in that proposed dining space in the entry pod, there would be no windows or glazing either side. They'd be sealed off, but they'd just be in an illuminated closed walled box. That's what you've assessed?
Certainly, that was the basis of my assessment, yes.
Yes, thank you. And again, there's no criticism. I just want to make sure that what I think is the case is what you thought is the case. Look, Mr. Milne, I don't have any other questions for you. I'll just see if there's any others from anything arising from the other commissioners. No. No. Suffice it to say, thanks for all your efforts and your evidence.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to answer questions.
Mr. Chairman, next witness has arrived. I'll ask him to introduce himself and read his summary.
Yes, my name is Stephen Hamilton from the Director of Haworth HTL. I understand you've seen my original letter and my brief of evidence. So I'll just speak briefly to the brief of evidence. The applicant's proposal for a boutique luxury lodge at Dampier Bay will be a significant addition to tourism infrastructure in Wanaka, broadening the accommodation options available to visitors at the top end of the market. I comment in my evidence that Wanaka currently has no 5-star or luxury hotels and only 2 lodges that are classified by Qualmark, the Quality Assurance Unit of Tourism New Zealand, as luxury lodges, and therefore promoted by Tourism New Zealand and on the Tourism New Zealand website. And those 2 luxury lodges are Minaret Station Lodge and Wharakia Lodge. And if I could just make the point that Minaret Station Lodge is currently advertising room rates at the low end of $2,950 a night up to $3,500, and Wharakia starts at $4,600 and up to $5,950. As New Zealand starts to build back its valuable tourism industry, government policy is that we will build back tourism better. There are various aspects of what this means, but a key objective is to attract a higher proportion of high-value international visitors to New Zealand. The Minister of Tourism has stated that building back better includes 2 key aspirations. elevating brand New Zealand so that New Zealand is seen as one of the most aspirational global travel destinations. And secondly, that the costs and negative impacts associated with tourism must be mitigated or priced into the visitor experience. There's been some debate in the tourism industry as to whether high value means only high spending visitors. Tourism New Zealand, the marketing agency of the government, has nuanced high value to be high quality visitors. And the qualities of these visitors include that they contribute to our natural environment, culture, society, and economy. That they are determined by their scope of activities, their travel across seasons and regions, environmental consciousness, and engagement with our local culture and communities. And that they contribute more than they take from New Zealand, as evidenced by the qualities above. Tourism New Zealand and Lake Wanaka Tourism's marketing strategies are increasingly focused on targeting the achievement of higher numbers of high quality visitors. The applicant's planned luxury lodge perfectly fits the needs and aspirations of the top end of this type of high quality visitor. These luxury lodge visitors are the antithesis of the much larger volume of visitors who have previously contributed to the pressure on the district's infrastructure and was causing some dissatisfaction amongst some of its residents, especially in Queenstown. Wanaka had, to a large extent, been spared from the over-tourism experienced in Queenstown, partly because of the lack of large-scale visitor accommodation infrastructure, and partly because of its relative distance from the airport. Wanaka's future success and desirability as a visitor destination.
Mr. Hamilton, if you don't mind, is there a way you could give us a summary of the summary that's not just reading it to us? We have actually read it. Not that hearing your voice doesn't give it an extra dimension, of course, but we just really need you just to take us to the key points you want to make.
Okay, well, what I was, probably a key thing that I was wanting to say was that that I don't agree that the discretionary spending of visitors at this lodge would likely or necessarily be higher if this lodge was to be located closer to central Wanaka. That's one of my key points that I'd like to make today. Secondly, that the evidence is that guests staying in luxury lodges, discretionary spending in the local economy can be significant, and I don't agree that it's a reasonable position to take to be rather sceptical about the extent of such expenditure, and that's quite apart from the expenditure on the luxury accommodation itself, which I've mentioned the sort of indicative rates that are currently charged in Wanaka. I don't believe that the relative remoteness, if it is indeed relatively remote, will have a material detrimental impact on the potential economic impact of the lodge. Most of the lodge's economic impact directly, quite apart from the spending of the guests, will be in employment expenditure and the purchase of goods and services by the lodge business in the local community. I'd like to make an additional comment that is not in my evidence and that has been referred to this morning in evidence, and that's that in addition to the economic benefits and employment benefits, the enhancement of the Wanaka-Glendhu cycleway through the property adds value to this and the national network of cycleways, which have become an increasingly significant component of the New Zealand visitor product, offering for both locals and domestic and international visitors almost unique way of experiencing New Zealand's landscape, and has become increasingly popular over the past 10 years. Developments such as Damper Bay will contribute disproportionately to achieving the sustainable future for Wanaka tourism that I believe everybody aspires to.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Mr. Hamilton. Let's see if there's any questions for you from the panel.
Yeah.
Thank you. This might be a bit tough on you, but I want to understand what you mean by high quality, value tourist in the Lakes District.
Yes, well, I think I can contrast that with, let's say, an average visitor. Yes, I believe that the high quality, the high spending component from those visitors where budget is really not a consideration at all in their choosing to visit a destination and how they spend, is unquestionably a high quality visitor. And also, as I mentioned, visitors that appreciate the local community environment in which they're staying. And it's my understanding from speaking to colleagues that have owned and operated boutique lodges that the guests that are typically hosted in these businesses are highly appreciative of the place and the character of the place that they're visiting.
Okay, so you'd agree that a premium visitor is just a segment of a high quality visitor? It's just a segment of that group?
Yes, that's right. And that's part of the debate that I mentioned that has gone on in the tourism industry as to whether there is a difference between high value or high spending and high quality. And so Tourism New Zealand, with encouragement and endorsement by Tourism Industry Aotearoa, has broadened out the definition, if you like, of what we mean by high quality.
Yeah, because I've just got the TNZ definition up here, and I noticed you pretty much copied that, but it does point out high quality visitors are not to be confused with premium visitors seeking luxury experiences. Because I'm going to flip that and say, in the tourism industry, the lower spending, but they spend a lot more of their discretionary income, would add just as much to the local economy than a high spending visitor?
No, not necessarily. I think you might be referring to the example of the gold card carrying backpacker.
No.
Okay. Look, I think the reality is that visitors that don't really have a daily budget on their expenditure are of high value. And I agree with your proposition, just to be clear, that this high-end boutique premium is a subset of the high-quality visitor.
Okay.
And a valuable segment of it.
Thank you. Go for Wendy.
Mr. Hamilton, at your paragraph 29, you have set out your expectations in terms of employment. Now, usually when we hear evidence such as we expect this, we then expect conditions to enforce this. I assume we're not proposing conditions to ensure this occurs, it being that most employees will be local New Zealanders who have a background and passion to deliver genuine Kiwi or visitor experience. So this is just your supposition as to what will happen, not a guarantee.
Okay. Well, firstly, on the subject of the number of employees, I haven't stated the mix of full-time salaried versus part-time versus casual employees, but they're unlikely to be casual employees. But there could be some part-time employees within this. So I'm not saying that it's, and that's why there's a range of 15 to 30. I'm not saying that it's 30 full-time equivalent staff. That's the first thing. In terms of the engagement, what I'm indicating there, and I've used the word ideally, is the opportunity for the engagement of the guests with the local community, which I've referred to elsewhere in my in my evidence. If they were to come to a lodge that is staffed 95% by foreign residents on short-term contracts or visitor permits in New Zealand, then that would not be as genuine an engagement with the local community. So my understanding is these visitors enjoy engaging with Kiwis.
So what's your point in terms of evidence here?
Well, I was just indicating, I guess, an aspiration for the mix of staff here, because it enhances the experience at the lodge.
Sure. I'm sure in your role, you have visited many such establishments, and I think somebody mentioned Millbrook and Damper Bay somewhere. I'm not sure whether that was you. My understanding anecdotally is that both of those have always been majority staffed by overseas staff. The reality in this district of employing Kiwis is minimal.
Sorry, you mentioned Millbrook. What was the other property?
Damper Bay. Not Damper Bay, sorry. Up by Glenorchy. What was it called?
I'd respond this way, Commissioner, and that is that Millbrook, along with the other hotels in the district, including Queenstown and Wanaka, those are substantial properties involving a significant number of staff requirements. So when we're talking about properties that have hundreds of rooms, they have high staff requirements. This is a boutique property, and the requirement for, let's say, 15 to 20 full-time equivalent staff, the challenge for finding local employees and the attractiveness of New Zealanders to be employed by such businesses, I would suggest and argue, is not the same challenge as trying to provide staff to the average 150 to 200 room hotel in the district.
The other example was Blanket Bay. I apologise.
Oh, Blanket Bay is of course a different proposition and similar to this. And
issues employing Kiwi staff.
I fully understand that this is a significant issue in the future of tourism as we build back sustainable tourism careers, especially in the hospitality sector in the New Zealand tourism industry. I would like to argue that in the more boutique properties, there is more opportunity for Kiwis to find sustainable, valuable careers rather than in a highly seasonal location in a large property.
So I guess my question to you then is, what you stated at paragraph 29 is aspirational. The reality may be very different.
Well, I acknowledge that today we have a particular challenge with staffing tourism businesses, especially with the borders closed. But I'm talking about a future path and track for the industry. And that goes to the whole issue of improved sustainability, regenerative tourism, and what the New Zealand tourism industry, led by the government, is aspiring to do. There was no pun intended.
No, I'm just pondering the fact that the borders opening and the overseas workforce coming back in is going to cause Kiwis to be employed, which is slightly difficult, but I'll leave that there.
Yeah, I think a boutique business has a different set of challenges to a business that employs for hundreds of staff.
What kind of occupancy would we expect this lodge to have?
Yes, that's an interesting question, which I have not covered directly in my evidence. And there is no directly researchable information regarding occupancy in the New Zealand luxury lodge industry. But typically they have seasonality with higher occupancies over the summer season and lower occupancies during winter. My understanding is that prior to COVID, Queenstown luxury properties did well and increasingly well throughout more of the year, but they are seasonal businesses. Typically, these businesses would run on occupancies, if you were lucky, in the above 50% and up to approximately 60%, and sometimes less. It depends on the location and the approach to marketing and management. But I would say 50 to 60%.
I assume in this segment of the industry, they would run at low occupancies quite intentionally to some extent.
Yes, and that is also partly why the room rates are the way they are priced.
I don't think I have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Hamilton. Just a couple of really follow-ups from my point of view. Just following up on Mr. Baker's last question to you, with this kind of high or top-end facility, what's the typical duration of stay you would expect for people making their way to Wanaka?
My understanding is that the average length of stay in a luxury lodge is typically higher than in other forms of accommodation. So typically 3 or 4 night stays rather than 1 or 2 night stays. That assumes that the lodge visitor would be visiting other parts of New Zealand and staying in other luxury lodges as well during their visit to New Zealand. Okay, thank you. And is it your experience with international comparators that you're aware of that is this the kind of bolt hole retreat that people come and visit then never leave, or do you actually see them really getting out and about on day trips in the local area, greater or lesser than a typical type? Yes. So these people have discretionary income. I've referred to the fact that they typically appreciate the privacy and the remoteness. And I think the key thing about that is it's the privacy that is provided by the remoteness, but that doesn't mean that they are wanting to go into a bolt hole, hide underground night and day, and then leave again. My understanding is typically that they want to engage with local experiences that are available to experience food and wine products, arts and crafts, and wine, enjoy a round of golf, etc.
Putting aside, sorry, was there anything else you wanted to?
I just added fishing to the golf.
Of course. Okay, very good. Notwithstanding the issue of staff residing on the property, you'd expect staff on the site 24 hours a day.
Yes.
Yeah. And again, just to help me flesh out my understanding or a better understanding of this kind of facility, how do the kind of guests that arrive at these typically want to get there? I mean, are they expecting to helicopter run on the lawn or boat to a pier on the lake, or do they expect multi-leg trips and being in a car for a while?
I think a variety of travel modes. It's certainly, I wouldn't be expecting that the majority of visitors would want to be arriving by helicopter or by boat. By contrast, if we were to think about a luxury lodge, for example, on the other side of Lake Wakatipu, where there have been luxury lodges proposed where everybody would have to arrive by either boat or helicopter. I would imagine that the majority of visitors would be happy to arrive by vehicle. As to whether or not they're a self-drive vehicle or a chauffeured vehicle, I suspect it could be either.
Okay. And look, last question, and again, I'm just appealing to your familiarity and experience in this sort of part of the market. If we were to grant consent, and one of those reasons for your evidence, but to be fair, evidence of other witnesses and people on the applicant's team, if one of the reasons for granting consent was accepting significant or important relative tourism-related economic benefits as a plank for granting the consent, are you familiar with any other luxury type lodges that have operational conditions of consent requiring them to stock local products or promote local businesses? Or you know where I'm going? If we were to agree that this is actually really good for the local economy, what kinds of conditions of consent might be appropriate to help try and actually make sure that happens or promote it?
Firstly, I'm not specifically aware of other lodges that operate with such conditions. But my second response would be that supplying local products and experiences and employing local people are simply good business sense, and is the way that the tourism industry is tracking. I think really gone are the days of national purchasing and expecting to turn up in a property in Queenstown, for example, that supplies Marlborough wine rather than local wines from this district.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Hamilton. And again, I'll just make sure that there's no other questions for you. No. No. That was just a question to someone else. Mr. Hamilton, we have no other good, questions for you. Thank you for your time and sharing your experience with us.
Thank you.
I think someone sneezed. Oh.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the next and final expert, John Edmonds, planner, and I'll ask him to introduce himself and summary. And I understand there's been a summary sent to you.
Yes, we received that at lunch break. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Edmonds.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Would you like me to read the summary statement that I've circulated, or?
We definitely didn't read it over the lunch break, so yes, that would be appropriate.
Okay, sure. Right. I've prepared the summary statement to supplement my brief evidence dated 10th of May, which is included at pages 4 to 72 of your agenda. I say I've had the opportunity to review the statement by Mr. Greaves on behalf of Mr. May and the Longview Environmental Trust. I then step through the baseline in paragraph 3 for you, which you'll see also in my statement of evidence. Briefly at paragraphs 4 to 6, I talk about the effects and where to find them in my statement of evidence. As everyone's aware, the primary issues surround landscape effects of the proposed buildings relative to the permitted and consented baseline. And in addition, I point out that there will be positive effects rather than positive offsets that result from significant revegetation, protection of existing areas of openness, restoration of wetlands and associated ecological benefits, enhanced public access to and along the margin of Lake Wanaka. I consider the positive tourism and economic effects of the proposal are also an important consideration. I then turn to the relevant objectives and policies and identify the most relevant matters other than the partially operative regional policy statement and the proposed district plan. I include those matters at pages 21 to 38 of my evidence. In my opinion, the proposed use of part of the land for a lodge is an appropriate diversification from traditional farming activity. The majority of the site will continue to be managed through both farming and that revegetating significant areas with native vegetation. That approach is consistent with the higher level objectives of the policies of the plan and consistent with the decision-making of the council in other areas that have a similar landscape classification. Progressively retiring almost half of the property from active farming and removing cattle in association with the restoration of the wetlands, the extensive replanting of original vegetation patterns is consistent with section 6A, B and C of the Act, as well as those matters in chapters 3 of the RPS and the objectives and policies in the PDP. The provision of part of the applicant's land along the lake margins for track realignment purposes implements section 6D of the Act and also chapter 5 of the RPS and some strategic level district plan objectives and policies. The unique characteristics of building design and its appropriateness for the landscape have been described in detail by other witnesses. The landscape values of this part of the ONL are described in the evidence of Mr. Milne at paragraphs 43 to 45. And I set those out at paragraph 12. The lodge buildings are, in my opinion, sensitively designed to follow the shape of the land. The buildings are located along the toe of the eastern hummock, set back from the edge of those open paddocks that the public gain views across towards Tampa Bay. The building placement, scale and design ensures that the legibility of that landscape is retained. The buildings are only visible from a limited number of public places along the foreshore and in a limited area of the lake's surface. Those views occur at mostly moderate to long distances, and foreground planting will progressively diminish that visibility. I consider that limited visibility from a few sections of the public walkway fit within the category of being reasonably difficult to see, taking into account, and I haven't finished that sentence, the broader objectives and policies of the plan. I consider that the proposed lodge buildings will not compromise those landscape values listed above, and that the volunteered condition promoting the protection of the open paddock and either grazing or cropping will contribute to maintaining the current levels of openness. That is a more assured public benefit than other permitted alternatives. It's also relevant to draw the panel's attention to assessment matter 21-2133, A to F, which is at page 21 to 43 of the PDP. And that sets out that the council shall take into account those circumstances where a proposal may result in positive effects. I consider the application contains all of those matters. And my conclusion is that the application will give effect to the relative matters of part 2 of the Act, which I've set out in paragraphs 186 to 199 of my statement. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. But before we go to questions, subsequent to the submission of your evidence as part of the applicant's evidence, submitter evidence was received from Mr. Greaves, and also, although Mr. Howarth has been very clear that he's not a planning expert, his evidence addressed a lot of planning matters. Your evidence, of course, doesn't respond to that because it hadn't been received then. Do you want to make any additional comments in response to that evidence?
Sure. I've read Mr. Greaves' statement, and I have a few comments, not too much. I think there are the key aspect in relation to what Mr. Greaves identifies. He directs you to various parts of the plan, and he relies on the evidence of Mr. Brown to reach his conclusions. And understandably, we reach different views, different conclusions. I think the two matters that I probably want to address quickly with you is Mr. Greaves does identify he has raises doubt about the likely appropriateness of the replanting strategy. and the potential for fire risk. And he draws your attention to a number of photographs that occurred, unfortunately, in and around the Emerald Bluff, Parkins Bay area recently. I would just like to remind the panel that in Appendix 19 of the application, there is correspondence with New Zealand Fire Service, and they identify that the plantings look to be of a size and composition that should help mitigate some of the impacts of vegetation fire on these buildings. And they recommend a drenching system be installed as part of, to damp down, I think it was to damp down all the vegetation within 10 metres of the building. That has been adopted as a condition of consent at 11B Roman 2. And it's, I think, interesting to note that a similar replanting strategy was also promoted at Mr. May's property at Boyce Peninsula. And that was identified, the court also identified fire risk, but identified that that could be managed. So I think the issue of fire risk, I think, is probably offset by the conditions of consent and the methodology that will be brought to bear, mainly fire drenching. The other issue that Mr. Greaves identifies is that discussion around open character. And I think it, probably picking up from where Mr. Milne was, there's these issues of openness reasonably difficult to see, factors like that. In regard to openness, the court has previously addressed this issue. In fact, in Mr. May's application that went to the court in 2000, and it identified at the time that open character is characterised by a lack of trees as well as a lack of structures. So that seems to be the general policy approach now as well. It was interesting to note that the court also addressed openness, and it recognised that, I think it said something along the lines that there are large parts of the district that are currently open. They're not necessarily natural. They've resulted from considerable human interference. So, and I think Damper Bay is a classic case of that, where you identified this previously, sir, the big rectangular paddock. So from a, I guess from a openness perspective, open character perspective, Mr. Greaves draws, and Mr. Brown too, identifies to you that the planting of vegetation, albeit endemic naturally occurring vegetation, will close out that natural character, that open character, sorry. I prefer the view that Mr. Milne expressed to you, which was that a lot of that replanting will occur on the lower slopes of both of the hillocks, either side of the open paddock. And higher up, there will still be some limited grazing by sheep. So really the revegetation patterns that you'll be seeing when you're either on the lake or on the road looking down towards the lake will be more on those lower slopes. So in and around the lodge, and also on those lower slopes of the western hillock. And a lot of that planting will actually, I think, have more of a benefit to the open character that people appreciate, because it will actually start to mask some of those traditional farming activities such as tracks and the barn that's down by the road. So a lot of those features of human interruptions will be mitigated to some degree. And what tends to happen is that when you are on the road, you are looking, when you pause, you look down the paddock to see the lake, and it's one of the few moments you do get to see the lake along that stretch of road, and you have what's known as the peninsula, which is the large feature on the opposite side of the lake. That view tends to be framed by the two hillocks either side. So revegetation of the hillocks, I don't think will compromise those values. So that's probably all I have to say in that respect.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Richards. Also, that it was on the hoof, as they say. Let's see what questions we have for you.
I'm interested in the permitted baseline that you've set out, Mr. Edmonds, and I just want to explore that with you to see in how far it is actually a permitted baseline.
Right.
So you've set out in paragraph 3 of your summary, and you've also got it in your evidence, but I'll take the summary as it's right in front of me here. And you call it a baseline, not a permitted baseline. So my first question to you is are you saying this is a permitted baseline?
I've actually referred to it as baseline because I think the combination of things there that are both permitted and just simply
okay.
part of the environment.
Can you recount that for me, what the permitted baseline is in your view?
Yeah, sure. So permitted would be a residential dwelling, or formation.
Hang on, let's stop at that one then for a moment, because that rule is in the PDP.
Yeah.
And now my understanding has been that that rule is still considered inoperative at this moment in the PDP, which means the ODP would still be of relevance where residential dwellings are controlled activity.
Inoperative because of?
Because it's still subject to appeal. So because the built form within the building platform is still subject to appeal.
Is that there is one appeal, isn't there? Yeah, okay. That will only, I understand that appeal, the only outcome, that possible outcome from that appeal would be potentially to limit building footprint to 350 at ground floor.
Yes, I guess I'm talking about semantics here because I did try to ask council this and they referred me to you, but to me that rule is therefore still subject to appeal and therefore the ODP still applies, which has a controlled activity status. So this is not part of the permitted baseline technically.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's right. I mean, there's lots of discussion that could be had about the fact that a controlled activity can't be refused. There's still kind of a restriction on the footprint of a building of about 500 squares, but okay. Certainly 2 farm buildings, part of the baseline.
Okay, so again, that rule has got an appeal on it. Now, that appeal really is quite out of scope, but I'd like your view on how that works. That appeal seems to say that in the ONF you can't put a container, which is irrelevant to this, but what does that actually do?
Sorry, what's the appeal?
I think it's that you can put a container within the ONF, something quite random.
I didn't see any appeal on that rule. I'm just looking now to see if I can find it.
I'm just going through this in detail with you because I think this is quite an important part of your case and we need to fully understand what we're doing. So I think it's rule 2181, if I'm not mistaken. And there's an appeal on 21813.
I understand the appeal only relates to the ONF.
Yes, so what's your view on that in terms of 86F and the technicalities?
Well, I would presume that because this land is not within an ONF, that rule would never apply in any event.
Okay, so you would say that this rule is beyond appeal?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would allow for 2 farm buildings.
Yeah.
Why would it not allow for 3?
So the balance of those bullet points are all permitted activities.
Sorry, hang on, the farm buildings, you're allowed 1 per 50 hectares. Why can't we have 3?
Well, you're allowed 1 every 50 hectares, the 193 hectares. Sorry, in the ONL, you're allowed 1 farm building every 50 hectares.
Yeah.
And there's 193 hectares and there's 1 farm building existing.
Oh, there's 1 existing, right, okay.
Yeah. So there'd be.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and then all these other things
are all what I understand to be permitted activities.
So, tree planting anywhere on the property.
Yeah.
So how does that become a permitted activity?
Because provided, okay, the exclusion to that is obviously that there are no wilding species that are listed in different chapters of the plan. But
I'm sure you're aware of it, the waterfall case.
Say again?
I'm sure you're aware of the waterfall case about, which was about tree planting and it only being permitted.
Oh, right.
Yes, where it was in association with a permitted activity. So once we've now concluded that residential activities may not be permitted, then to my mind, only tree planting associated with farming activities would be permitted.
And, right. Okay, so certainly forestry is permitted up to 5,000 square metres. Can you remind me of the status of that decision on Waterfall Park, whether that's been appealed?
I think it's a High Court decision. I don't know whether it's been appealed, but and I'm not overly. I've only looked at it briefly. But my understanding is that was the gist of it. So.
Okay, sure. Well, look, if that's the case, if that is the leading case on it, then amenity tree planting, I presume. Well, look, tree planting associated with farming is obviously permitted, and that could include shelter belts and whatever else that a farmer deems necessary. I haven't read that Waterfall Park decision, so I can't speak about it. But that would be my understanding.
Okay. I think that's the gist of the decision, shows that as long as it's for a farming purpose, then planting is permitted. But as soon as it becomes for another purpose, it's not.
And I think was Waterfall about people using tree planting to balance or to try and manage or mitigate residential development below Millbrook?
I think it was indicating, not necessarily that, but saying we could plant these trees as a farming activity, as a permitted activity anyway,
right,
in relation to residential development. Yeah, but I would have to refer back to the case to find the ins and outs of it. But
yes,
it's something along those lines.
Waterfall's a smaller property for sure, and probably less farming going on there, I imagine. Yeah. Yes, so getting back to the list, then the last 4 bullet points, I understand are all permitted activities in the rural zone.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. So I've ended up with a permitted activity list, which is 2 additional farm buildings, and then tree planting, viticulture, horticulture, fencing associated with the farming activity and farming itself.
Yep. Yep.
That's it for permitted activities. Okay. All right. I've made lots of notes, but a lot of them refer to this permitted baseline.
Well, perhaps while Commissioner Baker's just going through what I agree are extensive notes, I wonder, Mr. Edmonds, if I can just follow up that permitted baseline question, and for my part, I'm trying to engage at a higher level of what is the actual proposition being advanced here. Is it that there's a permitted baseline of sufficient similarity to the proposal's effects that it materially requires us to do that micro accounting of what's permitted and what's different and what spot the difference, if you like?
Mm.
Or is the application seeking something a little more generalised, which is simply about advancing a proposition that it would be unreasonable to treat the site as if it will never contain buildings in some combination or another? You see, there's sort of two very different, but when I hear language like consented baseline, which doesn't have any legal meaning, I think it's the latter rather than the former. But I wonder if you can just engage at that principle level and say, well, what are you actually what point are you trying to make?
Well, thank you, that's helpful, and that's correct, by the way. It is the latter that I am seeking to identify for you. Obviously, the application is not doesn't rely on the permitted baseline to justify itself. It is it is what it is, and it relies upon an appropriate mitigation strategy, which is based largely around revegetation and mitigation planning near the building and careful placement of building. It's not, like you said, it's not trying to micro compare itself to the baseline, because that's not helpful for you or us.
Yeah, I have to say I kept coming to a dead end in my head as I tried to follow it through. Hence my curiosity there. And look, I think to be fair to everybody in the industry, whichever side of this application they're on, I think the industry hasn't quite developed a way of phrasing that kind of non-permitted activity, but still very plan relevant layer of what could be said as a reasonable anticipation, or whatever use of language is used, and it sort of seems to me that's what you've been grappling with.
Yeah, that's quite a good description of it, because I think that occurs in a lot of other applications too, where you want to say, look, there are things that could happen on the site. It's not national park. Things will happen here, but it's just, and it's a matter of just putting that in, I guess, creating context for decision making.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Edmonds. How are you going? Yep.
Yes. So I would like to talk to you about this back of house proposal. So that, as I understand it, and assuming I've read the evidence correctly, is just a non-defined building.
Sorry.
Is that right, or is there more definition to this?
Oh, back of house. I beg your pardon.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't quite pick up what you said. Yes, back of house. It hasn't been designed as yet, but, and as you can tell, a place has been located, identified for its location, that is out of sight and discreet. And the back of house building, if it helps the Commission, it's the type of building that will contain things like storage, staff amenities, maybe an overnight bed sit area where if the staff member that's on duty can get some rest. It will also be the area where the landscape maintenance machines and tools are stored. All those things that are to be kept out of sight from the guests, I guess. Yeah. The less attractive components of the lodge activity.
Yeah. Okay. So I understand the sort of intention, and then you have condition 14 of your proposed conditions. Prior to commencement of works on site, consent holders shall submit plans of a proposed back of house building to the council's team leader resource consent certification. The building must be designed to meet the following. Now, there's definitely case law on how much you can leave to certification and how much you can, as commissioners, we can hand off. We seem to be handing off a heck of a lot here.
I think only because it's going to be located out of sight and behind, mounding and planting. So I think given the particular location of it, that type of condition is appropriate. I totally accept that if this type of condition wouldn't be appropriate for, say, the lodge buildings in their position.
So the condition 14 is all about the exterior.
Yeah, and the scale of it. Yeah.
So who's going to determine what can occur there and what can't?
Well, there is a degree of, obviously certification is required. So there are the landscape plans, which are in condition 1 that still need to be implemented. And then the idea is that as and when the design comes through for this back of house building, it is assessed against these criteria and then drawings are presented to council for certification. And there would be, the traditional backwards and forwards between council staff and the applicant to fine tune that design, I'm sure.
So when you put in these plans and they now include the traditional bed set being a 2-3 bedroom apartments, does that fit in this criteria or not? Who decides whether that fits?
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. That could be included in there. That hasn't been.
I suppose my point is I'm just thinking of things which could be in it. I can think of a multitude of things, and my initial thought is that we cannot consent something with no details.
Okay,
That's actually beyond the scope of what we can do. So that's, I suppose, really where I'm going with this. Okay,
the concept is one of saying to the applicant, you've got 300 square meters, use it wisely. If they wanted to put a generous accommodation unit in there for a staff member, they're compromising the ability to have storage and machinery and other equipment inside a building. So
what you're asking us to do is give them 300 square meters of free reign.
Well, it's all of those back of house facilities that need to find a place. And if you felt it appropriate, you could specify some limits on certain activity floor areas if you felt that was giving more certainty.
I suppose what I'm really feeling is I have insufficient information to make any decision on that particular aspect.
Okay.
That's what I'm really feeling about this, is that the details which we have been provided on this are simply in line with the district plan, really, and consent to building. And I don't think it's sufficient for a resource consent. So I'm struggling with that aspect. And that may be an issue which council will need to come back to in reply to address us on whether that is actually adequate for us to make any kind of decision.
Okay.
Look, just Mr. Evans, before Commissioner Baker moves on to other questions, I also had a few things in my mind about this particular aspect of the proposal. And I think you can take from Commissioner Baker's discussion that maybe you need to think a bit more about fleshing out your proposed condition. Maybe you can actually specify what back of house activities would be acceptable inside the building. Not that we're all cynical people, but But it did occur to me, why not take the whole restaurant into that back of house building and open up opportunity for more great, stunning view accommodation rooms, for instance? Not that that's proposed, and don't think for a minute that's a speculation. It's just, it did strike me that it seemed that the certification gave us no certainty what it was that was actually happening. But more fundamental, I think, than that really was the brief discussion I had with Mr. Milne just after lunch about, by pure happenstance, we found ourselves on the wrong side of the fence, and actually we had a pretty clear view to those poles, and I'd have to say my observation from the site visit is that that building might not be as invisible as might have been thought, at least in terms of that adjoining site and the visibility of the building off that site. And that might warrant you having a consideration about your comfort levels with a future design based on it not being visible, if in fact that starting foundation isn't the case, which I'd actually think is possibly more important than fine-tuning things like internal uses. But I think that's for you to have a think about, and I would invite you to do that with Mr. Holm and the team, and I suspect it's a matter for your reply to come back with a definitive view. Either it can be visible from the neighbour on our suggestion, but who cares, you think it's still fine, or maybe you want to ask for a bit of time and mock up even a concept design that a final design might need to be in accordance with, or you know, give us some reference to bridge the gap between here and there. But it's for you to decide as the planner sort of pulling this whole thing together, what your judgment tells you is the right answer here. But certainly I think you can take from the panel that we haven't quite got our heads around the situation as it stands right now.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Holmes making a lot of notes.
Good. My next question to you, Mr. Edmonds, relates to your paragraph 100, where you talk about cumulative effects. And then you say precedent effects are often bundled with cumulative effects. I agree with you that is often done. It's not the way I think that we can consider them, because cumulative effects are effects and precedent is a more of an administration issue.
I guess,
Yes.
do you want me to answer that, or?
You can answer it if you want, otherwise I'll just leave it as a statement.
I can leave, I'm happy either way. I was just simply going to say that quite often the natural extension of cumulative effects is one where people consider the effect of precedent. And you see that quite often in decisions. That was all.
Yes, I see it quite often in evidence, definitely. I guess my question to you is, you've said in paragraph 104, I do not consider that granting consent to this application would create a precedent effect that would result in adverse cumulative effects. And that's definitely muddling the two. What are you actually saying about cumulative effects, not precedent effects?
Well, I appreciate that cumulative effects in this case, or adverse cumulative effects, may well be domestication or over-domestication of that stretch of landscape heading west from Wanaka out towards Glendew Bay. And that might be a concerning, really understandably concerning adverse cumulative effect. And I don't think that this particular proposal will give rise to that concern. So I think there are enough unique attributes about this application that set it apart, that won't see.
That's you straying into precedent.
I know, I just felt that too.
I could feel you feeling that. So cumulative effects, you're saying, that you don't consider there are cumulative effects of over-domestication on the stretch of land stretching west from Wanaka.
Yeah.
Okay. And now on precedent effects, you're saying?
I would say that this application can be distinguished from the generality of cases, and that there are enough unique characteristics about this application that mean that an applicant couldn't turn up before you and say, I'm the same as the guy next door or down the road or on the other side of the lake because I've got the same. They would have to put their case to you and identify why that application is unique, or I think in the ONL why it is exceptional.
So then I'll go back to your council's submissions, in which he submitted to us that Mr. May was doing exactly the same.
Right.
Is that then, and I presume, and I didn't really get a straight answer from council, except they wanted to point out that he was doing the same thing himself, that means we would need to treat like, and we've got an example put in front of us of somebody trying to do that.
Yeah, slightly different. I mean, Mr. May is a resident, not a luxury lodge. I think the like component is that they have both, Mr. May and Second Star, have relied upon revegetation as a fundamental mitigation.
As opposed to?
As opposed, well, they're both, sorry, maybe I should refine that. They've both taken not just revegetation, but they've actually both adopted a very strong and extensive native revegetation of their property. So it's not just mitigation, planting to hide or screen. They've both taken more of an integrated approach where the buildings sit within the landscape and have both sought to enhance ecological values.
So that's the similarity.
Sorry?
Well, I think you were trying to make a case that they were not so similar. And you've now told
no,
us
those are the similarities, but they're different. I mean, Damper Bay is a luxury lodge. It's got other aspects that also set it apart, such as the provision of all the public access trails on its land. The protection of public views over the land that aren't present at Just One Life. So I think each one you can find different characteristics.
Okay.
Similar, but each one's got its own unique characteristics.
Yeah. Okay. I only really have one more question to you, which is about staff. So, Mr. Hamilton has suggested there'll be 15 to 30 staff members associated with this proposal.
Yep.
There are also going to be up to 30 guests.
Yes.
Car parking for, I can't remember now, but not for 60 vehicles. Obviously, they're not all going to come individually, but one would assume the staff are, particularly one would assume high-end staff of the calibre that Mr. Hamilton suggested will be attractive, will definitely drive their own car to the site. How is that going to be managed?
Right, so the staff parking would be in the same area, in that back of house area.
Yes.
And given that it's the staff will almost, and of course there are a few assumptions around staffing and things, which there are with all projects, but it's very, very likely that most staff will live or reside in Wanaka and travel out to the site, and maybe it could be included as a condition, but a traffic management plan could address shared use of vehicles, or even provision of a van or something like that that the lodge owns and circulates to pick staff up. Certainly, Millbrook have started using that model, and I know other hotels have talked about it. Trying to reduce the amount of individual movements that are needed, especially given that it's the staff will only come from one direction, we anticipate, and that's just from down the road in Wanaka. So I think the parking area has been assessed by Novo Group, and they consider that's appropriately sized. There is a bit of room in that back of house area if more parking was needed.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Any questions for you? Yeah, thanks, Mr. Wiggins. You'll recall I made a note when I was talking to Mr. Milne just about someone at your end just wrapping up those conditions of consent, and if the view is that they do already properly implement that lighting report, maybe that can just be explained in the reply. I'm not making a suggestion or assertion that that isn't there. I just couldn't, in my mind, definitively see it one way or the other. And the questions I had were very similar to Commissioner Baker's. The one key thing I want to put to you, maybe two, is I want to have a quick chat to you about the green roof. And as I read the evidence, it's not a gimmick. It's actually an important part of the proposal's approach to its context and mitigating its potential effects. But it's also a matter that Commissioner Lewis raised earlier about, well, what if the plants die? What happens if the climate's a bit too harsh for it? What if the soil's a bit too shallow and it can't be readily ripped apart and sort of rebuilt? The question for you is it a case that if we were to grant consent on the basis of this green roof being an essential visual mitigation, that if conditions of consent meant the applicant just had to keep replanting plants every season and just sunk a fortune just maintaining it, that's the applicant's risk and it would be reasonable? Or do you take the view that there's best efforts, best information, if it fails and becomes just an earth roof over time or isn't as effective as is hoped, that's still a tolerable outcome?
I think it's quite a straightforward answer. The application is that it has a green roof, and a lot of effort has been invested into researching that and making sure that it actually can be done. And if that means replanting the roof every year, as you say, in that extreme example, so be it. There would be an obligation on the consent holder to maintain that as a green roof. And that's fundamental. I mean, the whole design of that building is all about the experience for the guest. Then they arrive, they see the green roof, as much as it's a form of mitigation from public vantage points. And that really tells the story upon arrival of what they're in for. So it's fundamental.
Okay. Look, thank you for that very, very clear clarification on that aspect. And again, you'll recall I was discussing with Mr. Milne the consequences of one of the recommendations in the lighting report, that at night time, basically all the windows have to be sealed to contain all light within the rooms. And that will, for instance, preclude people just sleeping with a night view of the sky. It'll preclude them just passively enjoying that unless they're physically outdoors. And I just want to make sure from your point of view, you're satisfied that that's a reasonable and achievable and realistic proposition for a luxury lodge, and that we're not just going to see people finding ways to just keep the lights on, the windows open and the doors open to use the deck, etc.
Right. So yes, understood. Certainly the recommendation of Lawrence Jones Partners, I don't have it right in front of me right now. I'm just going to pull it up though.
He basically says there should be no light spill from inside rooms to the outside after dark, and that to me can only mean all that glazing has to be somehow sealed or closed off.
Yeah, I'm just reopening now. 17A, attached appendix 17A, and I think the second last page of that document. Yes, so the recommendation is under the heading interior lighting, that's right, isn't it? Incorporate electric blinds and integrate with a lighting control system. Provide low-level, low-light output night lights where possible. Consider integrating landscape architecture to include screening to glazing. Can you point me to the wording of the condition you're describing?
Yes, I'll just find that in that bundle.
Thank you.
I've got it here.
I think, is that it? Sorry to interrupt, sir. Under the heading 5.2 interior lighting, where it says electric blinds should be considered to mitigate the light from escaping via the glazing. Is that?
That was a detailed recommendation in terms of a method, but there was, I'm just finding it, there was a statement a little more fulsomely made earlier in the report.
It's at page 12.
And I'm just looking for it now. No.
As a general comment, while you're looking for it.
Yep.
Obviously, at night, the lodge is directed away from the road.
Yeah, I found it now. Sorry, Mr. Evans, I didn't mean to cut you short. It was on page 7 of 19, and it's under an underlined heading, specific applicable lighting requirements, and the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet point says interior lighting shall not impact or be seen from the outside during nighttime hours. Right. I read that as a pretty clear and unambiguous expectation that there'd be no indoor light shining outdoors.
Yeah, so that is the standard that would be applicable in a lighting zone is LZ0, and it says that this area is generally an LZ0. So that is a generic set of what would apply in it says in a residential application, but
yeah, and then it then goes through and says one way is to have the blinds linked to the light switches, which would seal them off. So look, let's not get caught in going into the detail, but the question for you was just, I want you as the planner to make sure you're satisfied that condition or that requirement, which we might embellish conditions that are put to us with to grant consent, is reasonable based on the consequence of closing off the outdoors, if that's something people visiting this lodge actually really want to connect with at night time. Is it workable as a requirement, even though it's OGA?
Probably two parts to that, or 3 parts maybe. First is, as I was starting to say, the lodge has been directed away from the road and is hidden by a landform for that purpose. At night time, the only public place that it would face towards is the walking track and the lake, and there are no people on either of those at night time. So that's quite an important point. At the same time, people travelling from Glendhu Bay back towards Wanaka don't want to see, I'm sure, a glow out of the landform, not necessarily saying it's a building, but you can tell something's there because there's some glow. So the idea, I think, is it's a happy, somewhere finding the appropriate medium between being able to use that building at night time for dining, you know, having people in the restaurant dining, not in darkness, and at the same time wanting to appreciate some of the views beyond. So I think that your question is really helpful, and it does help refine my thinking a bit. There will be, I think, a condition that can allow the use of the building without blinds or being completely enclosed in the evenings, but at the same time managing the glare and the glow effect that might be perceivable from beyond the site. And I think a lot of that is in the Lawrence Jones report, but I could probably get a bit more out of them to assist the Commission with it.
Look, I think it's just about us wanting to be absolutely sure we understand what the applicant's proposal is. We've of course got the power to put, if we were to grant consent, any conditions we wanted on, which may well include a literal adoption of that recommendation that people just have to go and sit outside and that's or have the lights off.
Yeah.
For instance, which wouldn't help your dining hall scenario, which is the obvious one. But look, that's for you to have a think about, not us. But right now, I think it's fair to say that I'm understanding the position of the applicant based on that lighting report is that the applicant has accepted there'd be no lights showing through the building after dark, which I think you've just said isn't maybe what was intended.
I think there's a bit more, it's a bit more nuanced than that.
Yeah. So again, maybe just have just clarify that to the best you can in that reply, so we're very clear we can ascertain, especially that nighttime effect.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, Mr. Edmonds, I don't have any other questions for you, and as with the other witnesses, I'd just say thank you for what I'm sure has been a lot of time and effort since this was, well, not even lodged, before lodgement from your point of view. So thanks.
Thank you.
Anything from you? No, I think as a panel, we've run out of steam on your case just at the right time, Mr. Hull. I think
thank you very much, sir.
That wraps it up for you.
That wraps it up, yes.
So you've had a few comments from us just in terms of going forward for that reply. Before you sort of exit stage left, I do just want to bring back into the fore the comments from this morning, just some matters of architectural clarification. I think you invited us to maybe put some questions in writing and they could be sent off for some kind of response. I can't see us being able to do that this afternoon. It's probably going to be something I do for homework this evening and can send that out, but that would just have to be actioned. However, and I think the questions would be made available for everyone. So even if other witnesses for the submitters had comments on those matters, they could at least raise them or discuss them when they're having their turn tomorrow. In the event that that clarification and detail isn't available for that time, we'll just have to deal with that when we get there, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's perhaps just one other thing before we finish this presentation. That's concerns a number of matters I've got some detailed notes on, which will require to give you a reply. Can certainly do that in a general way tomorrow, but I may have to seek some leave to have a bit more time for a written reply.
Look, as a general principle, I'm always going to grant those requests because I think we are helped by the most comprehensive and detailed response possible, which, if it's in writing, is pretty clear. So there'll be no issues there. And maybe tomorrow we can have a quick discussion with you. You may well want to verbally speak to some issues without taking away from that more fulsome written option too. So you can have a bit of both ways if you like. I'm quite relaxed.
Well, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. And a final, just procedural question, I guess. Is there do commissioners see any need to keep any of the expert witnesses around for tomorrow, other than the ones who are going to stay and listen?
I think the only situation that would arise, look, as a matter of course, when we speak to particularly Mr. Brown and Mr. Denny, the landscape designers who have expressed concerns. It's common that we might test their concerns by teasing out with them, well, what outcomes wouldn't raise these concerns, what might assuage those fears. And there might be some value in your witnesses at least hearing that discussion for whatever merit it might have from an applicant's perspective. But other than that, no, I don't think we are intending to come back to your witnesses for any further questions, as I see it anyway.
Thank you for that indication. So certainly in relation to planning and landscape,
Yes, I think the key
they will be here tomorrow, regardless. It's just a bit of flexibility for some of the others.
Yes, look, that's totally fine. So, Mr. Holm, if that draws the applicant's case to a close, I propose that we just take a 15-minute afternoon tea break. Everyone can stretch their legs a bit. If we could resume at 3:20 with, I believe, Mr. Page. Will that be working? Will that work for you? Mr. Page with us. Oh, the dramatic zoom in. There we go. No?
Just giving us a thumbs up.
There we go. Well, that's high tech, isn't it?
Yes, that works for me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll resume with you, Mr. Page, at 3:20. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned. Well, it's only
Bill, I can see you're present. I'm just checking my audio. Can you hear me coming through?
Yes, clear as.
Great. Do you have me on video?
What's that?
Do you have me on video? I'm not showing it at my end.
Yeah, my video is on, and I can see you. Can you see me?
Yep, I can see you. I can't see myself, but that'll be fine.
Hi, Mr. Howard. It's Ian Munro here. That's my name. I can't see you. I can hear you, Mr. Page. Just over the morning tea, we had a little bit of a think about just our program, and Mr. Howard did confirm he was only looking for 5 to 10 minutes, and we actually felt if you could be persuaded to be put off for 10 minutes, it would be probably helpful for Mr. Howard to just let him have his say, ask any questions with us or discuss with us and go.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm paid to be here. That suits me.
Yes, very good. Well, okay. Famous last words. So we haven't quite started yet. We've still got another minute or so to go. But yeah, Mr. Howard, if there's anything at your end, you can do. But yeah, we can't see you at this point. We only have a black screen.
Okay, I can jump to another computer. I'll try that.
Okay, like I said, there's a bit of time. While we're there and we're just having a discussion, Mr. Hulworth, I saw you pop up then vanish. Do you want to just tune in? Hello there. I don't have any details on how much time you were hoping to speak to us for. What were you thinking? No, you're on mute. Could you just unmute yourself?
Okay. Yeah. I think I'm talking about half an hour, including questions, sir.
All right. Look, I think in terms of the agenda we had, Mr. Page and his witnesses were ahead of you in the queue. Mr. Page, do you want to, if we look at it's now 3:20, if we started you, we're not going to finish your team today, I can't imagine. Would you prefer to go before Mr. Hulworth, or are you happy if your team just goes on as the last submitter?
I remain ever hopefully in that we'll get through, but so I'd like to give that a nudge if that's possible. But if Julian's got commitments that we need to accommodate, then
no, I haven't. No. You can go before me, Phil, if you want.
Right.
Okay. Well, what we'll do is Mr. Howard, then Mr. Page, your team, and then Mr. Hulworth will conclude with you. So it has now rocked up to 3:20. So I'm pleased to say thank you. We'll reconvene. Mr. Howard, welcome to the hearing, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Hold on, Mr. Howard. Can I ask everyone to mute themselves, and maybe we can mute ourselves as well? Because
I'll shut down my other computer, so that should fix the problem.
No, we're good now. We're good now. There was just a lot of reverb, but now it's gone.
Yeah, that was my end. Sorry, apologies. I'll follow the theme. I'll take that the application is read on my submission.
Yeah.
And I'll just summarise in 4 points very quickly. And just to add to sort of my background, as well as being a full-time trail designer, I also spent a period 3 years at Sport New Zealand looking at participation and recreation, and a big focus on that was facilities. So I bring to this quite a holistic view of tracks and the broad benefits that they bring. It's not just about putting a scratch in the dirt around the lake. So first I want to acknowledge generally the contribution by landowners. It's one of the critical things to any tracks and facilities in the region or in the country. Without landowners, these things don't happen. So I want to acknowledge the contribution by all landowners on all trails to start off with. Secondly, the second point is the benefits of the trail, I think, cannot be understated. There's been conversations around the benefits of the lodge.
Sorry, Mr. Howard, can you just hold on for a minute? There was another microphone on, but that's now dropped off our screen. Sorry, carry on.
Yep, so my second point around the benefits of the Glendhu Bay track should not be understated. So that's the only point that I really want to highlight in the written material that I provided. The benefits to individuals are substantial. Local doctors prescribe people getting out. health and wellbeing benefits of having facilities and tracks like this are considerable. Benefits to communities as well. They create spaces for community groups to get together and partake in activities, whether it's social events or organised events as well. Benefits to the economy. We've had comments around tourism as well. So they're quite wide stretching. If you take the Lake Dunstan Trail, for example, 90,000 people being pumped between Cromwell and Clyde in a pristine environment, and it feels like low impact for those people on the trail. So that has spin-off benefits for your retail, your accommodation, your food, your bike shuttles, physios, doctors, everyone who patches people up. So they can't be understated either. And I think they're probably broader, although I don't have the facts to prove it right now. It's something we're working on. But those benefits, I think, are broader than just the single lodge benefits, perhaps. Then you've got environmental benefits as well. So the planting programs, restoration and predator control activities that take that happen along the periphery of trails. So I just want to just raise that point that they are quite significant and shouldn't be understated. Currently, the Glendhu Bay Trail is inappropriate given its location if we take a long-term strategic view about a track network and the benefit for our region. It is a key connector through to the Matukituki Valley, West Wanaka, and eventually likely to happen, perhaps not for a while, but a link through to Queenstown as well. So this particular trail, we think will be, I think, of greater use.
Sorry to do this, Mr. Howard. I'm seeing a name of John Wellington on the screen that's not on mute. We're getting quite a lot of background noise through. So if you're not speaking to us, could you please put your system on mute? Thank you. Carry on, Mr. Howard.
So just want to highlight again the strategic nature of this track and its spot in a network of trails, and to receive all of those benefits that I highlighted just before, then this trail is quite critical because it links onto so many other things. So without this link, then that network and that chain gets broken. And right now, its form is only accessible to a fraction of the amount of people that it should be accessible for, because the gradients are quite steep, 12 to 14 degrees, where most cyclists are comfortable on 4 to 5 degrees. So it's quite extreme. Some people who like using it as a training ride, some of the extreme athletes really enjoy it because it is really challenging. But we're severely limiting ourselves to who has access to it, particularly older and younger people. Of the 13-kilometre trail between Waterfall Creek and Glendhu Bay, 4 kilometres is along the frontage of the applicant's property, and they have offered up 1.3 kilometres of realignment, which is quite significant and beyond what we asked for. So that is surely appreciated. To realise the benefits of the trail in its whole, then it actually has to be built. So, I look forward to carrying on conversations around how we might get assistance to have that done, and also acknowledging that there's other parts of the trail that need upgrade as well, so that the Waterfall Creek section to Glendhu Bay can achieve all those benefits that we've talked about. Do you have any questions?
Look, I'll start with a question, and then the others may have some for you as well. Is there anything over and above what has been put to us that you are seeking, or are you now generally at peace with or at ease with what is sought by the applicant? We are very happy with the easement and the land access, the 1.3 kilometres that has been noted. That's very significant. If we were to try and achieve the gradient on public land, then the land is much steeper, and the effects would be dramatically more on steeper terrain to try and achieve a realigned trail. So it can only really be done with the use of private land. So we're very grateful for that. But once again, to actually realise the benefits, having an easement is one part of it, but to actually have the trail built is another thing. And often this is left up to community to raise funds to do that. So, I would appreciate, a conversation perhaps after this with the landowner if they would like to contribute to that possibly. Well, if you're not asking us to do it, that's entirely for you to discuss with the applicants, and we wouldn't be part of that. So
yeah.
Let's just see if there are any other questions for you. Did you?
No?
No,
I don't have any other questions either. Thank you.
All right, look, on that basis, Mr. Howard, thank you for your time. Really appreciate the submission and also just you sharing your experience as a trail designer and the various characteristics and benefits they can have. So thank you again.
Welcome.
Okay, based on the discussion we had at the end of the afternoon tea, I think, Mr. Page, that brings us round to you. And we have been given submissions. We were given some cases that you refer to. And I think at the lunch break, we were also given summary statements from your witnesses. So I think we should be ready to go.
Good, thank you. So this is how I propose to proceed. I'm not going to read my submissions to you. Aside from being boring, it's apparent to me that you've already read them. And so it would be insulting your intelligence to do that again. I'm going to invite both Mr. Greaves and Mr. Brown to read their summary statements as much as anything else, because
I just want to have a sidebar.
Sorry?
We were just conferring, Mr. Page, your optimism and flattery were in this instance misplaced. We haven't yet been able to read your submissions. So we don't want you to sell yourself short. So if you did want to just skip us through any that is entirely your right.
Okay. All right, well, let's do it this way then. I will walk you through my submissions. Then what I will do is to respond to some of the submissions and evidence that you have heard today. Then I'll invite Mr. Greaves and Mr. Brown to both read their summary statements. As much as anything else, because other participants in the hearing won't have had the chance to read those yet, and so being a public hearing, they should have the benefit of hearing that evidence themselves too. And then, of course, they can answer any questions you might have.
Very good.
So, that being the case, I have on my screen in front of me, but you can't see my opening submissions. I start by pointing out the interest that Mr. May and the Longview Environmental Trust has in these issues in this area. Mr. May, through his trust, Longview Environmental Trust, funded the construction of the Te Araroa Trail between the Mount Aspiring Lookout and the Glendew Bay Motor Camp. And so he has an interest in that trail. And of course, as been pointed out to you, he lives on Roy's Peninsula. I will come back to Mr. May's circumstances to correct what you've been told about his developments and where he lives. But you've been misled, and that needs to be corrected. The evidence that you've just heard from Mr. Howard, Mr. Howard is a respected trail designer and builder, but the environment that has to be assessed is the track as it is, not as it, and the effects from the users of that track. Not from the track as it may be at some stage in the future, should it be realigned through private property. Now, it has become reasonably commonplace in this district for landowners to volunteer to host public walking trails because the definitions in the proposed plan exclude those easement trails from the definition of public place. So you can effectively get around the problem of public views by putting the track on private land. I'm not suggesting that's the strategy here, but that is the effect. And that is why my submission to you is that the effects that are of relevance are views from the track as it is today, not views from the track as it might be should it be realigned one day through the applicant's property. Now, the next section of my submission, starting at paragraph 3, it really traces the development of chapter 3 of the proposed district plan through the Environment Court. And the reason why we've done that is because when we read the evidence that was prepared, it felt to us, being me, Mr. Brown, Mr. Greaves and Mr. May, that we had been transported back in time to 2013, and the application was effectively being rerun as it might have been in pre-King Salmon days and pre-proposed district plan days. What we know from the environment's sequence of topic 2 decisions on the proposed district plan is that there has been a deliberate shift away from the way in which ONLs were administered under the operative district plan to that which now is required of the proposed district plan. It is in its policy framework much more directive than it once was. And so one of the consequences that we have seen is the introduction of strategic policies to chapter 3 of the district plan that require the council to identify priority outstanding natural landscapes and to conduct a series of plan changes that will cause a schedule to be introduced to the plan that identifies the values of each priority ONL, and then also as part of that process identify the capacity of each ONL to absorb change. And the policy framework that I've identified specifically addresses the capacity to absorb visitor accommodation development. Now, the criticism that we make of the applicant here is that nothing of the process that is now required under chapter 3 is apparent from the applicant's evidence. The section 42A report treats the priority ONL process as a procedural matter, and to an extent it is, because it's the council who has the obligation to prepare and proceed with plan changes to schedule the values of each ONL. But the trouble is, as Mr. Milne said himself in the second of the topic 2 decisions, if you don't know what the capacity to absorb changes for the ONL, you don't know what you're assessing an application against. And if I take you to paragraph 6, at the top of page 3 of my submissions, I have at paragraph 6 and 7 copied and pasted from the Environment Court's decision from 2019, where the court has relied on Mr. Milne's evidence for exactly the proposition that I'm advancing. And if you've got my written submissions there, I won't read paragraph 6 and 7 to you because you'll be able to spend a moment to do that yourselves.
Just give us a moment, just give us a moment, Mr. Page. We're nearly there. Which of those? Okay. Thanks, Mr. Page. We've got through those quotes.
Good. So that brings me to the landscape method assessment methodology section of my submissions on page 4. And I've set out for you policy 3345, because what an applicant is required to do is 2 things: identify landscape attributes and values, and that is for the whole priority ONL, not just for the application site. And this is the kicker here. and assess effects on those values and on related landscape capacity. Now, the related landscape capacity referred to in that policy is the landscape capacity that was identified in the prior policies that has been generated through the priority O&L values identification process. And the simple fact of the matter here is the related landscape capacity has not been identified. So we are here, and you specifically are operating in an information vacuum. You do not know what the outcome of the Mount Alpha priority O&L landscape, related landscape capacity is, because the council is currently going through its consultation process with landowners right now to identify that. So there's no logical way that you can be satisfied on the evidence that you have got, that the evidence satisfies you about the effects of the proposal that you've got in front of you on landscape capacity. There is just no evidence about that. When I say that, I mean the evidence that is required by that specific policy. Now, so that's the argument that I developed through to about paragraph 15. And so the point that we're trying to make is not a technical foot trip, go back to the beginning sort of exercise. What we're trying to do is to say that the way that the applicant has approached this case is exactly what the proposed district plan seeks to avoid, which is the site-by-site, death-by-1,000 cuts approach to development in an O&L that has failed to manage the cumulative effects of development on the outstanding natural landscapes of the district. That's why the Environment Court has said, no, hang on, stop. You've got to go through a process of identifying the values and capacity of each landscape so that you actually know the wider significance of each application and be able to evaluate against something that is enshrined in the plan rather than is made up on the hoof as each application progresses with its own individual evidence. So the point that we get to in my submissions up to paragraph 24 is that although we find ourselves in agreement with the section 42A report's recommendation to you, Mr. May and Longview Environmental Trust get to the same point but via a different route by saying that the applicant has simply not engaged with the change to the strategic policy framework under Chapter 3 of the plan in the way that the Environment Court has now mandated since 2019, which is not in the position of having evidence about what the values of the Mount Alpha O&L are and what effects this application will have on the related landscape capacity of that O&L. So that's the first and primary submission for Mr. May and Longview Environmental Trust. The second part of my submission starts at paragraph 25 and deals with the question about what is the status of the landscaping that is proposed by the applicant. And the reason why this is important is that it seems to be assumed by this applicant that they are entitled to throw as much vegetation around the site as possible until we find a tipping point where everyone goes, oh, well, the effects are now positive, and so that's okay. That is not how the district plan is structured. The landscaping itself requires a resource consent. And because it requires a resource consent, the effects of the landscaping fall to be assessed. And we know this because under the operative plan, as far back as 2006, the High Court held in Mātukituki Trust in Queenstown Lakes District Council, and the application site that this case dealt with was directly opposite Damper Bay, out on Royce Peninsula. So it's not only technically relevant, it's also in the same environment. So what the High Court did, and you find that the quoted passages under my paragraph 25, is trace the origins of the farming activity policy framework in the operative plan. And what the High Court did was to find and acknowledge that certain adverse effects on the environment in the rural zone were permissible if there was a policy foundation for it. The court found that farming was essential to the maintenance of the landscapes of the district and essential to the district's economy, and therefore some adverse effects associated with farming were permissible when otherwise they would not be. And in that case, what the High Court was dealing with was the revegetation of the summit of Royce Peninsula and an associated predator-proof fence. And it was argued by the applicant that the predator-proof fence and the revegetation was permitted in the zone. And the High Court said, well, no, it's not, because it's not farming activity. So that starts all the way back from 2006. And the High Court's decision much more recently, earlier this year, in which I was involved in as counsel for James and Rebecca Hadley, has affirmed that position under the proposed district plan and the decision Waterfall Park Developments Limited in Hadley and Queenstown Lakes District Council. Now, the Hadley case dealt with a site called Waterfall Park, which is in the Wakatipu Basin Zone. And what happened there was that the Waterfall Park developments had planted evergreen vegetation along the side of the Queenstown Countryside Trail, a public walking and cycle trail, to prevent views into the site from the cycle trail, which in turn was designed to intend to support a first schedule appeal to the Environment Court, which is due to be heard in July this year. So it was a view blocking exercise from the walking trail. However, when challenged about the lawfulness of the vegetation, Waterfall Park said, oh, it's a farming activity, we're allowed to plant trees for farming. And so there was evidence called about whether that was so, and the Environment Court and the High Court confirmed that no, there was no functional association between farming and the vegetation. Therefore, it was a non-complying activity by default and therefore required a resource consent that hadn't been obtained. So, same outcome as Mātukituki Trust. Landscaping isn't a permitted activity, it defaults to non-complying unless it's accessory to some other permitted activity such as residential or farming. The point being here, in the present case, is that you are entitled, in fact, in my submission, you are obliged to control the provision of landscaping on the site to give effect to the objectives and policies of the district plan. You do not have to, you cannot take as a given that planting is a good thing. It has to be assessed. And that brings us to I set out in paragraphs 31 and 32 which rule the landscaping is associated with, and that's rule 21.4.11, which is the rule controlling building in the proposed plan, because it expressly includes associated landscaping. So the landscaping is a discretionary activity. Now, the reason why all of this matters is policy 6.3.3.5 in the proposed plan. And that policy requires the maintenance of the openness of landscapes where they are open at present. And both Mr. Milne and Mr. Edmonds confirmed that openness in this context includes the absence of trees. Now, you might think that's an odd situation for the district plan to require a part of an ONL that is devoid of trees to remain that way. But in my submission, it makes sense in the context of this application, because what it does is points against the use of planting to justify the presence of buildings that are otherwise impermissible under the plan's landscape policy framework. So the reason for mentioning all this is, and I say this in paragraph 36, is to explain why the Trust and Mr. Mays is concerned about the practice of using tree planting as a means to hide buildings that would be otherwise unacceptable. Those trees, vulnerable as they are to damage, and that's the purpose of Mr. Greaves' evidence, have the potential to change the character of the landscape. It is one thing to protect trees for their character and screening value. It is quite another to plant trees that would not otherwise be present and claim them to be beneficial. Is that change adverse? Well, there isn't any evidence about that. The evidence of Mr. Edmonds does address policy 6335, and he observes that the openness of the landscape is preserved insofar as views from the road down through the site and out to the lake is concerned. And he says that looking the other way back towards the buildings, a degree of openness is preserved. Now, respectfully, a degree of openness is not what the policy framework requires. It requires openness to be maintained. And so if the openness is not maintained, then it's contrary to policy. So, paragraph 38 of my submissions is really the nub of that, making a building reasonably difficult to see by hiding it with vegetation that requires its own resource consent and assessment against the ONL policy framework is an unsound practice. Now, at that point, I can depart from my written submissions and now respond to things that I have heard today. Do you wish to ask me questions at this point or save them up towards the end? I don't mind which.
I think we'll save them up to the end, Mr. Page, and just do it in one go.
Thank you. Now, my friend Mr. Home made submissions about things that my client is alleged to be doing. And Mr. Edmonds repeated some of that in his evidence. I have not intended to divert attention into somebody else's developments, but since it's being used as an attempt to undermine the credibility of Mr. May's case, I have to respond. Firstly, Mr. May's residence. He does not live in a luxury lodge, contrary to what Mr. Edmonds says. He lives in a 40-metre long, 4-bedroom, 400-square-metre house with his family. So what you were told is completely inaccurate. That house was, however, consented by the Environment Court in around 2000 in a case called Just One Life and Queenstown Lakes District Council. But it did not rely upon vegetation to screen it from the nearby beach, that is the public place that was of main concern in the evidence. From the beach, the house is screened by landform. There was some reliance on a revegetation program to address the quality of mid-view distances from the lake, but not from the land. Mr. May did suffer a fire some years ago and this seems to be the pattern around Wanaka. People go to the beach, they decide they want to have a brew or cook some sausages, they light a fire in Northwest Gales and it gets out of hand. That's what happened recently at Emerald Bay, and it's what happened in front of Mr. May's house and burnt down much of his revegetation. It is for these reasons that Mr. May insists that vegetation is an unsound reason or basis to screen a house. Now, the second thing that was suggested is that my client is developing a subdivision nearby. Mr. May does have a development called Emerald Bluffs. Now, the history of Emerald Bluffs is interesting. It was, I think, it was about 2005, 2006 when we started dealing with this. John's listening to this and will be able to correct me if I'm wrong. The situation we had that I was involved with is that Emerald Bluffs sits on land that was zoned rural lifestyle. Wasn't in the rural zone. The owner of the land, that is ONL by the way, but somehow the council managed to zone it rural lifestyle. The owner at that time sought 15 lots under the minimum site size rule and lodged a consent application. Mr. May was a submitter in opposition to it. It became apparent during the course of the case, which was subject to an appeal to the Environment Court, that the real problem here wasn't one that he could advance through the court because of the inappropriate zoning of a piece of ONL. So what did he do? He bought it, cancelled the 15-lot consent, and through the appeal process had it consented by the Environment Court as a 7-lot development. And the 7-lot development was subject to a design process that used high-resolution survey data to ensure that there was no visibility of building platforms through intervening landform. There is undoubtedly a good deal of protected vegetation on the site, but not to screen houses. The property was the subject of a wilding pine infestation, which was removed by Mr. May and has been comprehensively revegetated with over 130,000 trees planted subsequently. So Mr. Hong and Mr. Edmonds are right. There is a substantial revegetation project, including a wetland being constructed and developed, but it had nothing to do with the visibility of buildings. And that is the distinction here. The distinction here is the applicant is relying upon the vegetation to make a building acceptable that would not otherwise meet your Chapter 21 assessment matters or the Chapter 6 criteria. It's a different ballgame. Mr. May doesn't advance or didn't advance Emerald Bluffs on the basis of its vegetation. It's all about landform and visibility. That brings me to questions asked of Mr. Simon Beale about whether he knew of similar revegetation projects, and he gave the impression that this was unprecedented and on a national scale. Unfortunately, he hasn't obviously acquainted himself with an 85-hectare Indigenous revegetation project directly across the bay at Emerald Bluffs. If you want to know what an 85-hectare revegetation project looks like 15 years on with over 130,000 trees planted, you are very welcome to be guided around that site by Mr. May so you can see for yourself what's required. Now, Commissioner Baker, you asked Mr. Beale a question about whether his evidence was treating revegetation as mitigation or compensation. And Mr. Beale answered that it's no, it's not compensation, it's mitigation and remediation. And with respect, I agree with that answer. And it's important in this way. Since King Salmon in 2014, the concept of the overall broad judgment has been put to rest. Your obligation now is to apply the policy framework in accordance with its tenet. The words mean what the words mean, and your obligation is to apply it. And the reason why that's important is that it would be quite wrong to trade off Indigenous biodiversity benefits against a landscape adverse effect. The district plan's policy framework does not contemplate that occurring, and neither does the Supreme Court suggest that an overall broad judgment approach to these things is an appropriate response to it. If there is to be using Indigenous biodiversity offset type jurisprudence, which has been developed in relation to coal mining and other things like that on the West Coast, it is like for like, habitat for habitat exchange that is contemplated. It's not saying, well, we're going to have some landscape effects, but hey, the revegetation is really lovely from a biodiversity point of view. We're doing lots of that, so that makes the consent acceptable. That approach to the policy framework is simply not tenable anymore. Now, the evidence of Mr. Milne was interesting, and the last discussion immediately before the luncheon break, my submission was particularly revealing at how the planners have arrived at different recommendations. And what Mr. Milne confirmed is that his approach to the reasonably difficult to see test in the Chapter 21 assessment matters and the Chapter 6 policy framework is an overall judgment one, rather than looking at each viewing location and asking yourself, has the assessment matter been met? And in my submission, that is an incorrect way to approach the policy and the assessment matter. And the reason is this. If Mr. Milne's approach was correct, then it would be permissible to have a development that is absolutely stark in the foreground of an ONL, so long as there was 100 other views from which you couldn't see it. And the averaging there becomes somewhere between, and therefore reasonably difficult to see. That seems to be the approach that Mr. Milne has had. If that was what the policy contemplates, then you'd expect some kind of machinery in the policy framework to tell you how to conduct some kind of averaging overall broad judgment evaluation. But it simply doesn't do that. My submission, let me find the wording of the policy. So the policy is 6.3.3.1, subpart B. In the case of any subdivision or development, all buildings and other structures and all changes to landform or other physical changes to the appearance of land, and let us talk about physical changes, that includes revegetation, it includes the placement of the earthworks on the land, will be reasonably difficult to see from beyond the boundary of the site in question. So for so long as there is one location where that change to the land is more than reasonably difficult to see, the policy is not complied with. And that explains why development in the O&L will be inappropriate in most places, because it is hard to envisage too many sites where development will be reasonably difficult to see from everywhere. It is a stringent test. It does not contemplate averaging serious adverse effects with zero adverse effects to arrive at some kind of overall broad judgment. And Mr. Brown, when he gives his evidence, will be able to give you an example of how that issue played out in the Supreme Court in the King Salmon case. Again, we were still with Mr. Milne. Yes, I think we are. You were asking him questions, forgive me, Commissioners, and I can't remember which one of you it was, about the effects on natural character. And Mr. Milne's evidence was that natural character will be improved or enhanced by revegetation. Now, he's an expert, he's entitled to that view, but my submission is that the conceptual problem with it is that that improvement or enhancement is only achieved by a reduction in the open character of the site. So it's an example of where the applicant is seeking to trade off one policy outcome for another. And that's not an acceptable approach to the policy framework. You have to apply them all. I want to now come to the evidence of Mr. Hamilton, just very briefly. And I say very briefly because my submission is that his evidence is actually irrelevant to what you need to decide. Because the question that Mr. Hamilton's evidence poses really for you is, does spending lots of money in the local economy mean that you get to adversely affect an outstanding natural landscape? If the answer to that is yes, that is an acceptable policy outcome, then you have a major problem with the district plan. Because if that's what chapters 3 and 6 are intended to encourage, then there are many billionaires in the world who will come along and be able to advance, well, I can spend vast quantities of money in the local economy, therefore that's good for the local economy, therefore I can adversely affect the O&L. Conversely, if you accept my submission that that is irrelevant, then no matter how much money gets spent, cannot be used to justify departure from the O&L objectives and policy framework, in which case Mr. Hamilton's evidence is entirely irrelevant to the critical matter that you need to decide. Coming lastly then to the evidence of Mr. Edmonds. The evidence of Mr. Edmonds contained the same conceptual difficulty in my submission that the evidence of Mr. Milne had. In answer to a question, Mr. Edmonds said that the proposal was reasonably difficult to see, taking into account the broader objectives and policies of the plan. That, in my submission, is code for overall broad judgment. Reasonably difficult to see is a visibility assessment. Can you see it? Is it reasonably difficult to see? What the overall broader objectives and the policies of the plan have to say is entirely irrelevant to a physical test. Effectively, Mr. Edmonds is inviting you to accept that yes, you will be able to see it, but it doesn't matter because there are counterbalancing other effects which are positive and therefore you should grant it. That is not what Chapter 3 and 6 requires you to do. Mr. Edmonds' response to Mr. Greaves was to point out that the FENS, Fire and Emergency New Zealand, has recommended that the vegetation be mitigated within 10 metres of, irrigated within 10 metres of the building as a fire hazard matter. Well, that's fine, but the purpose for that is to stop the buildings burning down. The purpose of that isn't to protect the screening vegetation. It's a building and occupant safety issue. It still doesn't answer the question about, well, what happens if the intervening vegetation between the walking track and the immediate surrounds of the building gets burnt down, and the building becomes starkly visible in that landscape once the Carnook is being set fire to. What do you do at that point? Do you take away the buildings? Well, that doesn't seem a terribly sensible answer. Or do you just put up with the fact that it's starkly visible in the landscape now, and that's unfortunate, but there's nothing we can do. The back of house building seems to have created some concern. And the question was asked of Mr. Edmonds, can that matter be reliably left to staff to certify? My submission, it can't be. And the reason is that there is a live question about whether that development ought to be permitted at all on the site. And you can only grant a consent if you are satisfied that it meets the objectives and policies of the plan. And what we do know is that the neighbouring landowner that you found yourself on the property of has not given their written approval to the back of house part of or any part of the development. Now, for all we know, and I don't know whether APRA Domain Limited may well support this application, we just don't know. But at the present time, as we sit here, effects on that landowner are relevant under section 104(1)(a), and they have to be considered. So you have to satisfy yourself that you've got enough information to grant consent. It's not a matter that you can leave to a certifying officer. Couple of detail matters. Firstly, about green roofs. And this is a topic that's dear to Mr. May's heart, because he's currently engaged in litigation in relation to the Parkins Bay integrated golf course development. You may remember, for those with long memories, that in 2012, the Environment Court granted consent for a golf resort at Parkins Bay, which is just on from Glendon Bay, just around the corner from this side. It hasn't been built yet. Aspects of it are under construction, as you'll see some earthworks going on if you go around to that part. But the interesting thing about the green roofs being fundamental is that the building designs were expressed by the Environment Court to have been fundamental to its decision. And each of the 42 visitor accommodation residences that were consented with green roofs or vegetated roofs. And the land use consent, if you want to get staff to haul them out of council's records, is RM210784. Now, then in 2018, under delegated authority, council staff by RM181185 granted a subdivision consent that varied, or at least purported to, whether actually achieved it or not, a change to the design requirements for the houses, which did away with the green roofs. So here we have an applicant who promoted green roofs. 6 years later, thought better of it and took them away again, and the staff approved of that under delegated authority. So what's fundamental and what is not in relation to green roofs is not entirely clear. Lastly, I have something to say about the discussion around night lighting. Remembering that this is no longer a residence that you are dealing with, it's a hotel. And you are being asked to accept that there will be no lighting outside a hotel at night. So bearing in mind that this hotel operator will be required to comply with the Health and Safety at Work Act, apparently, at this time of year, no one's going to be allowed outside after about 6 o'clock at night because they're not allowed to have any lights on. I mean, seriously? You can be assured that the walkways where people can expect to go to and from their units at night, where they're going to drive their golf carts to and from the back of house to where they park their cars so they can go to a restaurant in town or do whatever they like, these places will be illuminated for fear of prosecution should someone injure themselves and find, well, hang on a minute, how are these people allowed to wander around outside a hotel at night with absolutely no lighting? My submission, if your judgment is that there is no visible lighting acceptable outside at night for a hotel, then that really raises a whole lot of very difficult questions about the appropriateness of the proposal on this site. So those are the submissions that I wanted to make before calling on Mr. Brown and Mr. Greaves. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for that, Mr. Page, and also for the additional just responses from what you've heard today. There may be a couple of questions for you, but I do just want to start first by acknowledging you did put to us a form of invitation to come and visit the revegetation of 85 hectares. I have no idea whether or not the Commission might want that or not, but just acknowledging the offer, and we'll see where that falls.
Well, can I interrupt at that point, because there's something I forgot to say. You will remember in your questions of Mr. Milne that you, the location of the proposed plant nursery was the subject of discussion. And Mr. Edmonds, I think it was, pointed out that there is a plant nursery at Emerald Bluffs, which Mr. May's company, Toki Natives, holds a concession from DOC to eco-source seeds from the conservation estate and grow them out at Toki Natives. That requires significant infrastructure. It requires overhead irrigation, it requires shade clothing, it requires wind protection, plant and equipment. It's not an undertaking for the faint-hearted, as you will see when you go there and look at what was required to do Emerald Bluffs. You have received no detail about the design, location, visibility, or landscape effects of a nursery required for this project on this site. Now, the growing of plants in and of itself is permitted because it's a farming activity, but the significance of the buildings and structures have not been explained to you or addressed in the evidence. In my submission, that is a substantial shortcoming when you are dealing with cumulative effects of built development in an ONL.
Okay, thank you for that addition, Mr. Page. I just want to make sure I don't have anything else I want to comment on before we turn to questions. I think it's safe to say that you can put your mind at ease. We're not going to be distracted about any factually incorrect comments you feel the applicant may have made about Mr. May. It's simply not a matter for us to turn our minds to, and I've got zero inclination to entertain anything that's not directly related to the application before us.
Thank you.
Having clarified those few matters, let's see if there are any questions of you. No, any questions?
Yes, I have some questions, Mr. Page. Mr. Page, the information in your submission about the identification of the capacity of the ONLs. Now, I may be incorrect here, and I stand to be corrected, but this is linked to, I'm just scrolling back through, policy. It's linked to a policy which then directs to 3345. I'm just trying to find it.
Page 313 of the plan.
Sorry, which page did you say?
313.
313.
Policy 3345.
Well, that's where it links us to, but I just wanted to find the policy that has directed me there.
Okay.
There's a policy which says something like, if the council hasn't got around to this yet, then you need to comply with 3345, I thought.
Correct.
But I haven't made a note of which one that was, which was unhelpful.
No, you're right about that, Commissioner. But the question is not solved, though, because when you get to 3345, it asks you to do something which is to assess the effects on related landscape capacity, which can only be which is contemplated as occurring under the prior policies.
Well, it asks you to assess the effects on those values and on, so which are the landscape values, which you've identified, and on the related landscape capacity. So I'm not quite sure what I should read into your submissions, but my submission, the applicant is required to look at landscape capacity. And is your submission to us that they haven't done that?
They haven't done that at the scale that it was required. They're required to do that for the priority ONL, not for the SUT.
Yes, but 3345 doesn't require that, does it?
Well, it does, because when you ask yourself what is the related landscape capacity, it is identified through the earlier policies.
I'm struggling with finding the exact part where you're saying, I mean, I accept that there is a whole framework in place here, but it simply hasn't been carried out yet. And I'm just trying to find where you're saying they actually haven't done what is required of them.
Yeah, so Commissioner, if you go to policy 3338, it explains what related landscape capacity is.
33, hang on, I'm just scrolling.
It's on page 4 of this.
3338, provided planning, 33.
Yeah.
Three threes.
Yeah, so 3.3.38C says, assess and record the related landscape capacity for subdivision use and development activities, including but not limited to, and it sets out a list. And included in that list at Romans 2 is visitor accommodation. So unless and until the related landscape capacity for visitor accommodation has been evaluated by somebody, you are no further ahead. And my submission is that if the council hasn't done it, then the applicant was obliged to, and they simply haven't.
33. Okay, well, obviously we'll need to read through these very carefully. I take the point that you're attempting to make. I haven't quite followed you through yet on that.
Yeah. So, I mean, what I'm doing is responding to the 42A report saying, oh, that's just a process policy. Well, it kind of is, because it obliges certain things to happen, and that's a process. But logically, and if you follow the evidence that the court accepted from Mr. Milne back in 2019, if you haven't identified the capacity, then how can you assess the effects on that?
So do we then say, well, we can't put much weight on this because we're not, the plan can't be deemed fully operative until those priority areas have been identified and the capacity been assessed. So do we fall back to the ODP?
No. What you do is you say that it was the applicant's responsibility to fill that evidence void, and they didn't.
Okay. Now you had your argument on openness and open character.
I am.
I think your argument did follow, and you just got your openness and open character a little confused at one point.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry about that.
Potentially you didn't, but I think in paragraph 34, you meant to say, instead of openness in the third line, open landscape character.
You're quite right, Commissioner. Yes.
I think your argument was fine, but
yeah, the words in policy 6335 maintain the open landscape character. Yeah. And that's where the significance of trees affecting openness comes to pass.
I think that's probably it for my questions. Thank you, Mr. Page.
Yeah, look, thank you, Mr. Page. I only have one question for you, and I followed the argument you were making vis-a-vis the issue of trees and revegetation versus this policy test of openness. What I wasn't quite following was the strength of your argument about the use of the revegetation proposed to visually screen the buildings. As I've read the landscape evidence, including from your witness, Mr. Brown, no one's saying, I can't see any buildings because of all the new trees, but the trees are a problem. They're all saying you'll still see the buildings to varying extents, and Mr. Brown's view is that they'll still be so visible, there'll be significant landscape effects. So I don't want to invite you to restate your position, I understood it. I want you to point me to the evidence that says the replanting is proposed to visually hide the buildings, distinct from just generally mitigate landscape effects and character effects on a very, very large site, which is what I've sort of taken the proposal to be.
Well, I mean, you're right to make that distinction, Mr. Chairman. I had understood that the augmented Kānuka vegetation in the foreground in the bay was there to screen views from the walking track in the bay through to the site. So it's that Kānuka, in addition to the existing Kānuka that is there, and I had understood was there to address views from the bottom of the bay looking back up. And if I'm wrong about that, then the point doesn't need to be made.
Well, look, I think to be fair, there would be a practical consequence of some screening of views at that very particular point. And so I won't dispute that. You're probably right. Well, you are right, I think. But it was more just, did you have a particular statement of evidence in mind when you developed your concern that we were talking about a significant revegetation initiative focused on hiding buildings? So I think I can now understand where you're coming from and the concern you had there. So I don't need that to go any further, thank you. And again, unless there are any other follow-up questions from the commissioners, we can move on to your first witness.
Thank you. In which case, I'd like to ask Mr. Brown to turn both his camera and his microphone on. Good afternoon, Stephen.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Now, I don't think everybody's had the opportunity to see your summary, so would you mind reading it unless the Commissioners direct otherwise?
Absolutely.
No, you can read it, Mr. Brown, go for it.
Okay. My name is Stephen Brown, and the statement summarises my evidence in chief on behalf of John May. My evidence has three foundations: the second star proposal, its site and wider landscape setting, and the proposed district plan provision pertaining to ONLs. At paragraph 24 of his submissions, I also note that Mr. Holm suggests my evidence is based solely on the AE undertaken by Nikki Smethens and not the subsequent statements of Messrs. Milne and Mitchell. There is a degree of truth in this, insofar as Ruff and Milne undertook that initial assessment, prepared the graphic annexures to it, and the photo simulations that accompany Ms. Smethens' AE report. In other words, the foundation for both my evidence and that of Mr. Milne in particular is much the same. Importantly, however, my statement does not set out to rebut or refute the Ruff and Milne and Smethens' report, although it does contain some limited criticism of parts of it. Rather, that assessment helped to guide my own assessment on the ground. As such, my statement is not based on anyone else's report or evidence. It is my own interpretation of the situation, current and proposed at Damper Bay. Looking at that combined foundation in brief, a number of points are especially important. Firstly, in relation to the proposed Kengo Kuma buildings, I appreciate the manner in which they have responded to the site and its landforms, working with both its terrain and vegetation cover. My criticism of the second star scheme does not pertain to its architectural qualities, but instead to the siting and scale of that development, given the inherent sensitivities of the application site. Secondly, the Damper Bay site and its wider landscape setting are highly sensitive on a number of fronts. It comprises a rural natural landscape that both separates the settled areas of Wanaka and Glendew Bay from one another and provides a visual frame for them. It affords biophysical and perceptual landscape links between Roy's Peak and the Alpha Range with Lake Wanaka. And the area around Damper Bay is notable for its high levels of cohesion, aesthetic appeal, and relative naturalness. And finally, the Glendew Bay track and associated parts of the Te Araroa Trail exposes locals and visitors or tourists alike to this landscape. Thirdly, the PDP establishes a range of statutory tests and thresholds for development within the Mount Alpha ONL, including whether or not the proposal would maintain and enhance ONL values and character and qualities, be difficult to see from public places, detract from public views of ONLs, reduce the visual amenity values of the wider landscape, contribute to cumulative erosion of ONL character and values, maintain natural character and nature conservation values, and be an exceptional case in terms of integration with its landscape setting. I just want to add one point there. I've referenced natural character. I don't mean natural character or naturalness as a component of landscape alone. I'm referring to it also in relation to Section 6A of the Act. In my statement, I identify 3 viewing areas or sectors and related audiences that would potentially be susceptible to the effects of the second star application. That's within the body of Lake Wanaka, using the Glendew Bay track and Te Araroa Trail and Wanaka Mount Aspiring Road. Having visited these locations, I have determined that the proposal would have a limited effect on the Damper Bay landscape viewed from Lake Wanaka, but a more elevated, moderate impact on its natural character values due to the bay's very limited degree of development and modification at present. Effects in relation to Wanaka Mount Aspiring Road would be even more limited and of a low order overall. However, those in relation to the Glendew Bay track and Te Araroa Trail would be much more significant, of a high order in relation to both landscape and natural character effects. I should just add that I've mentioned in my evidence in chief that I really struggled to find the poles that had been put up to illustrate where the landowner's cabin was supposed to be or is supposed to go. Now, I couldn't find those, and I pored over photos for hours trying to find them. But I understand that since then, some poles have gone up and where the landowner's cabin is supposed to be, and that is more visible than any of the poles that I, in fact, located looking from Wanaka Mount Aspiring Road. So I just wanted to make that point. Although not always visible, the proposed lodge, landowner's cabin, and in some cases the separate meditation pod would be sufficiently visible and present that they would appear different, incongruous in some views, and generally out of character with the rest of the Damper Bay landscape. Activities within and around these development areas would compound such incursion. Although the visual character of this change would be managed to some degree by its architectural profile and detailing, together with proposed enhancement planting around and in front of the complex, the 190-metre length of the lodge, the 67-metre length of the owner's cabin, their maximum 8.8-metre height, and the elevated standalone location of the meditation pod would all mitigate against effective integration into the Damper Bay landscape. On balance, I've therefore concluded that the second star proposal would have a significant impact on Damper Bay's landscape character and values, as well as its natural character and nature conservation values. Although Mr. Milner is of the opinion that the proposed planting would more than offset the adverse effects of the proposal, and could even result in a net gain for Damper Bay's landscape and natural character values, it is my assessment that the changes proposed are far too fundamental to be redressed or offset by planting. Such an approach can be beneficial where it complements other mitigation measures and the degree of change is not so emphatic. In this case, however, it smacks of a small band-aid on too large a wound. As a result, I consider that the second star proposal fails to meet the various statutory tests outlined in my evidence in chief, and as described in my paragraphs 65 to 70, is inconsistent with key provisions of the PDP that seek to protect the qualities and integrity of the West Wanaka or Alpha range ONL and preserve Lake Wanaka's natural character values. I just make reference there to a bit of uncertainty over the terminology for the O&L. When we were conferencing over Parkins Bay and Glendew Bay, the terminology was the West Wanaka O&L, but I understand there's also the Alpha Priority Area, so it just gets a bit confusing. I'm not quite certain which we should use. Now, there were some matters raised earlier today that I just added to my summary statement, and I'll just very quickly address those. Firstly, on the point of development within any O&L being difficult to see, there is, of course, an interesting analogy to this situation, and that is, of course, the seminal King Salmon case and the site located within Port Gore in the Marlborough Sounds, which I am very, very familiar with. Pig Bay is an extremely difficult place for anyone to see or visit. It is totally divorced from public roads, surrounded by the sea on the edge of Cook Strait and farmland. As such, the only members of the public who occasionally see it are small groups taken out there to dive on the sunken Mackay Lermontov. Yet despite this remoteness, the Supreme Court still reached its conclusion that avoid means avoid in relation to effects on O&Ls. Now, that only has a limited bearing on this case, but it's a useful reference point when we start to look at this issue of difficult to see. Having said this, I agree with Mr. Hom that this does not preclude all development within O&Ls. However, the scale of the proposed development has to be remembered, and I've already touched on that. The lodge alone is substantial, and far from having the connotations of a small scale, intimate, perhaps even niche lodge, its 190 metre length and two-storey profile is more akin to that of a small hotel of the kind that might become a Wanaka icon, in Mr. Kuma's words. It is difficult to see how such a building, together with a 67 metre long cabin next door, would meld fully into its landscape setting, let alone do so while preserving the natural character values in particular of Lake Wanaka, in conformity with section 6A of the RMA, or protect the area's O&L values. So I just wanted to add those 2 points.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, and we appreciate the time to actually prepare a written summary for us, so thank you. Let's just see if we have any questions for you.
Mr. Brown, you've mentioned a couple of times that there's an 8.8 maximum height limit. I'm assuming what you're meaning is it will view as 8.8 metres because it's dug in, not that there's an actual breach of an 8 metre height limit here?
No, it steps up. So I appreciate what you're saying. I took a simple measurement of using the elevations. So it's effectively the combined height limit.
You have a scale in your paragraph 33, which you said is an Independent Institute of Architects scale. You have descriptions written there. I've never seen those descriptions before. I questioned Mr. Milne on and said they're not part of the Landscape Architect Institute's effects assessment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So these are your interpretation?
Yes, they are. And I say that because landscape architecture and the assessment of effects covers a lot of different situations in which you're dealing with different types of effect in different contexts. So those have to be taken into account in addressing what the scale of effects will be for any situation. I apologise for that. It will vary from situation to situation. Amenity effects can be subtly different to those which relate solely to landscape or to natural character. Urban situations provide a different context from rural areas. So you have to bear all of those in mind.
Okay. What's your level of experience with green roofs?
I've had some limited experience, mainly down at one stage, I had to prepare a planting plan for a green roof down at the Viaduct Basin, which lasted for about 3 years until it finally expired and then was removed. But I would have to say it's limited. I've had lots of discussions with ecologists about green roofs. They're difficult because you need to have a lot of water sealing, you need to have irrigation, you need to have an adequate depth of soil or similar material. So there are weight issues associated with it. And of course, the weight issues mean you can only have certain types of vegetation on green roofs.
In your paragraph 70, you've said planting has to stand the test of time and will never be as permanent as the activities.
That's right.
It's not a very bold statement.
No, I think it's a very pragmatic one. If you're looking at, for instance, growing Kānuka or Manuka as a crop, in the North Island, you can have it as a crop which is turned over probably about every 10 to 11 years. The South Island, it's slightly longer, it's more likely 14 to 15 years. But it gives you some indication that, Manuka and Kānuka aren't really there as permanent. They're not climax species. They are there as an intermediate species in the course of revegetation. And so there will be an evolution of the species that are found on site. The Manuka or Kānuka will grow and then die out and either be replaced potentially by more Kānuka if it's revegetated or by other species in turn. But I also think there is the issue of fire that has been raised. It is a concern for this area. There's no question that it's getting drier. I happen to be at Lake Hauhau Village, and I stayed there the week before it burnt down, and we actually had a discussion about pine trees the night before it burnt down. So sometimes those lessons aren't heeded and things go wrong. But as we move into an age which is gradually becoming warmer, and in some parts of the country wetter and other parts drier, the reality is that fires are likely to become more common.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Well, thank you for those answers, Mr. Brown. Just a few more from me. Appreciate in your summary, especially you focused on giving credit to the thinking but behind the applicant's landscape and architectural teams. And really focusing on that issue of scale. I just want to be clear that do you have a degree of comfort with the idea of a sort of secluded luxury lodge along the lines of the idea of the proposal, distinct from how it's actually been proposed? But do you think a secluded luxury lodge is achievable or appropriate on the site, or is it just not suited across the board?
It's an interesting question, sir, because there are a number of factors that you have to consider when you're looking at the vulnerability of any landscape to development within it. And the number one priority for me is always location in that regard. If I'm asked to address the various factors that influence something being visible and having an adverse effect or not, then I'd normally put the location of the development at the very top of the list. The design and intensity of that development and its scale as the next factor. The third being the design and related elements like micro-siting of components of it on site, and lastly, mitigation. And I say mitigation last because even though it's pretty enduring and permanent when you're dealing with landforms, as I've just indicated, vegetation comes and goes. It's always in a natural state of evolution. But once you've changed the developments that are allowed or the activities that are allowed on a property, that's pretty much a permanent change. So, yeah, I think that there is the potential for a smaller scale, more appropriately located development on the site. But at the moment, we're looking at a lodge alone that's roughly the length of, well, something I can relate to, the length of Eden Park. So it's pretty substantial. It just doesn't look that way because we end up being so focused on A3 images that are tiny on paper. And the only way to really get a gauge on just how big anything is to sort of look at it on the ground.
Thank you. In terms of one of the concerns Mr. Page drew to us, being a particular policy talking about maintaining the openness of an ONL. I think they're quite well, open character. Did you have any concerns? It didn't come through in your evidence. Did you have any concerns with the revegetation proposed from a whole of ONL openness or open character perspective?
Not really. I think if you look, landscape architects dealing with this area in much the same way as they have difficulty dealing with areas like Queenstown and the Mackenzie Basin are sort of torn, because the original endemic vegetation cover of these areas was a sort of woody shrubland. And the climax species would have been on the fringes, beech and Hall's totara, but a lot of it would have been covered in shrubland. So shrubland isn't pasture. And I still think, so we still have the sort of connotations of, maintaining grassland in lots of locations. In this case, there's already quite a lot of sort of woody shrubland re-emerging on parts of the site. But I still think that retains a significant degree of openness across and above and through the site. So I'm comfortable. I don't have a concern with the planting that was proposed in relation to that.
Yes, thank you. And I goes without saying, I appreciate your tie-in unstated to your previous answer about the purpose of the planting and mitigation being the last thing we should think about. So not trying to muddy the metaphors there. So thanks for that clarification. The last question I want to put to you, and it's one I've a sort of theme I know I've put to you as a witness previously, and for the benefit of everyone listening, it's not your job and it's not our job to fix a proposal or try and redesign it, and we're not interested in trying to seek agreement, but it's always been profoundly helpful for me when talking with a witness concerned about a proposal to try and flesh out a little bit more about when it might not be so concerning. Now, sometimes that's an exercise that can be discussed, and sometimes the issues are just too complex and the sensitivity is too great, it's too hard. So I accept before asking you anything, you may not be able to actually offer much, but you talked specifically about the length, the combined length of the proposal, and in particular, the length and its two-story nature. You also talked about in your evidence concerns about the siting of the meditation structure and its corner. And so the question is, are there things you think could be changed about the current proposal that would have a material reduction of its effects? Or is it, as you see it, far more fundamental than that, and it's a case of go away and start again? And before you answer, I just want to say I'm asking you this in large part because of the recognition you have given to the quality of the landscape and architectural thinking to date in and of itself. And my sense is your concern really is the scale rather than the fundamentals, but you may have a very interesting clarification there. So is there anything you can or want to offer in response to that?
Speak about being put on the hot spot. I have two issues in terms of the location, which is the matter that I highlighted before as being a key concern. The first is the relationship to Lake Wanaka, because I think that sets up a lot of the tension that I see between having a suitably recessive development and not adversely affecting the natural character values of the lake, which have to be preserved. Well, at least those of its margins have to be preserved. Not protected, they have to be preserved under Section 6A of the Act. So I think the location is a key issue. You're right about the scale, but that's really difficult to address in the context of that present location. And so I think that it would probably need quite a careful reworking so that the focus is upon the very thing that Mr. Page was discussing before. It's utilising landforms, utilising the site and its innate ability to screen and integrate development, rather than relying upon enhancement planting to also have this role of providing mitigation and screening. So I'm not sure I've answered you. It's a difficult one to address because I think it does require quite a comprehensive rethink. I don't think you can just cut the development into pieces, into smaller bite-sized pieces and say now it's acceptable.
Without inviting you to give anything away about the high rolling lifestyle you might enjoy as a landscape architect, what familiarity do you have with luxury type lodges in terms of visiting, planning them, consenting them, etc.?
Not a lot. I've been involved with a number of lodges. I've visited a number. I at one stage for my sins actually published a travel magazine and still have the website for it somewhere. So I ended up getting invited to a few places, but I haven't been involved very much with actually consenting them, though I have been involved in discussions, for instance, around Cape Kidnappers Lodge in the past. That was looking at how to look at integrating it into its site. I was drawn into that debate because Julian Robertson and Gary Taylor from EDS had both decided they needed somebody to come along and sort of act as a bit of a referee, I suppose. But no, it's not something that I regularly get involved in. I do get involved in residential development on multiple scales, including some fairly large apartment developments, but lodges are quite a very specific thing in this country.
Okay, the question I was going to ask you, I'm going to ask you anyway, but your answer might be very limited, is to what extent, if any, for a higher end visitor accommodation facility is a direct visual connection with an amenity such as the lake? Or are you familiar with facilities where, for instance, the accommodation might be somewhere like the proposed back of house building in this proposal is, very much out of sight, but offering guests a short walk to some kind of visual connection? You familiar with any lodge like that? Or when you see them, do you see that everyone just wants maximum views of the amenity?
Well, there are lots of situations where if you go to a resort of any kind, a relatively small proportion of the accommodation actually has the sort of direct exposure that you're talking about. The greater bulk of accommodation units tend to be located away from that, and those units that do have direct visual access, whether it's to the sea or to particular features, to lakes and so on, they pay a premium for that. So I think to a certain degree there is some expectation of that, but it depends on the type of experience that's being offered. Now, if you're offering somebody the experience of being in a situation where you have partial exposure or access to those types of amenities, to the landscape resources of Lake Wanaka and Roy's Peak and so on, then does that mean you have to have wide open views of it? I don't think so. But it might mean that you have to have the feeling of proximity to them.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Brown. That's all the questions I have for you. I'll just check if anything has arisen from the other commissioners. No. So on that note, as with the other witnesses, thank you for your care and effort, including in particular your written summary. That was much appreciated. So thank you.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Page, I'm harking back to the heady days of your pre-afternoon tea optimism. We have found ourselves effectively at 5 p.m. and I recognise that there's a temptation to push on with Mr. Greaves, but then we still have Mr. Haworth and we still need to go through the council staff. My inclination, to be fair, would be to just draw things to a pause for the evening now and recommence with Mr. Greaves first thing in the morning. If you have a very strong opposition to that course of action, I'm happy to hear it, but I think that might be the smart move for us all.
I've got no opposition to that. I'm going to ask Mr. Greaves to confirm that he doesn't have any other commitment other than to be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You're on mute here. We're still not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Ah, sorry. No, that's fine. 9 o'clock's fine. I am on school drop-off, so I'll be coming in hot, but that's fine.
I appreciate the warning, Mr. Greaves. So, folks, we will stand adjourned at 4:59 p.m. this afternoon, and we look forward to seeing you all 0900 tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.